PKA 752 with our guest Ed Bolian from VINwiki. Taylor?
This episode is brought to you by Lock and Load, our merch, and a mystery sponsor. You'll learn more about. Don't click forward in the.
They're all dying to know what the ad read will be. I'm sure.
Be patient, and you'll learn about the mystery sponsor.
We'll get to it. To it about 2 hours.
Actually, do click forward, then hit refresh 5 times, then come back here and watch the show.
Everybody, refresh like 8 times. Help us out. Appreciate
that works.
That would work. Yeah, I don't think that's actually how. I don't think that's how YouTube works. That would be
YouTube's like, no,
no, they're refreshed.
Dude, I used to tell people to make my videos their homepage. Yeah, I was like, make my video your homepage. When you log into YouTube, don't you want to start off with some of me? Like, why not? I was like, leave my whole playlist on when you go to school. I would see like tons.
I did it.
I leave your playlist on every day when I go to school.
For me, it was your OnlyFans.
That too.
Yeah. Ed, thanks for joining us.
Always good to be here.
Chiz filled me in on some very interesting projects you've been working on. You're just a man of many projects. Apparently, the Victoria's Secret car is now yours. You're the proud owner.
That's right.
How's it smell?
Dusty. It's been sitting in a Hell's Angels airplane hangar for 14 years, but it is now mine, and it drove for the first time about an hour ago. So it is making progress back to the land of the living cars.
Nice.
What is the car? Did we say that? Did I miss it? We just called it the Victoria's Secret car, right?
In 1998, Lamborghini sold one Diablo through the Victoria's Secret Christmas catalog. And it's a Diablo SV, so they came with huge SV stickers along the sides of them, but they inverted them, so it says VS and like this big chrome sticker on it. And there was this photo shoot with all the Victoria's Secret Angels of the Year all around the car with the Tyra Banks, and I don't know what the other ones are, but they're all these now old supermodels that I think is pretty fun. And just so I'd been looking for the car for years, and a private investigator found it, and we made a deal with these people that had really never driven it. They bought it at an auction in 2011, never titled it, never did anything with it, drove it 2 miles and put it on a lift. And so it was a good financial decision for them over that period of time. But yeah, it's one of those kind of like legendary 90s Lamborghinis that nobody knew where it was, and we finally found it.
Nice.
I just see you convincing the Hells Angels like that car is worthless. You don't want that. First of all, don't talk to any other buyers. If you do, lowers the value of your car.
That's it.
You want to be talking to just me, and you want to sell it to me cheap because otherwise you're in a bad place. Is this how the negotiation went?
Pretty much exactly that. Yes. You've got different sensitivities for different types of sellers and different deals. And this one was very much, we didn't really want you to know we had it. We understand that you now are aware of it. So we're open to doing a quick and easy deal as long as it's at a huge profit from what we did. But I still think I got a good deal on it. That'll remain to be seen as we go through all the unobtainable parts. But yeah, there she is. 1998 Lamborghini Diablo SV. It's only got 12,000 miles on it, but it is covered in dust and filthy, and fortunately not moldy or rusty, which is nice. Sometimes they get that way, but overall it seems, so far like a nice solid car.
What building was it kept in? Like I picture it to be a stable with hay all over it, but that's not Hell's Angel-y.
You think about these barn find cars that go missing and people will dig through and they try to find, they bring back and take to Pebble Beach. And that's not like my style. I like a car that, is cheap for some reasons, but that just allows me to afford it. Whereas I couldn't just go out and buy like a perfect version of this car. And so this one was one, it was actually in, just a steel building in central Illinois. So reasonably well kept apart from just never used. And so old gummy fluids and things like that generally gone through now. And so it's good. It's got a massive oil leak. And so that'll require us to pull the motor and stuff like that. But not a wildly unexpected thing on a Diablo of that vintage. And so it's kind of like I've got an orange one here. That's the same kind of idea. Diablo SV.
Mine's yellow.
There you go.
He cheaped out, got the yellow one.
Yeah, Lamborghinis are famously easy to work on. I'm sure that's no problem.
He's got the Playboy Lambo, actually. Yeah,
that's it. That's it.
No,
what do you? Playboy 300 SL, the Hugh Hefner Gullwing that was he had a Roadster that was always one that people have looked for. So, those cars always make for good stories. And in this kind of modern cars and coffee culture where you go and sort of like, rather than the brag boards that boomers have put in front of their Corvettes, this is the idea that, you just have your car has a wilder story or was in a different movie or, some kind of celebrity provenance. And so
it's about the lore now.
That's it. Mm-hmm. I have the Missy Elliott Spiker there and the Little Uzi Vert Bugatti and Birdman and Justin Bieber. And so it'll fit in nicely around here.
Good golly.
That's awesome.
Last time you were on the show, you sold the fleet, pulled your money, and bought something extra special. I don't know my cars well enough. You'll have to help me. But what'd you get and how'd that work out?
That was the Bugatti. And so far it has worked out well in that it has not broken, which would bankrupt me. Everything on the car is insanely expensive, but so far it has held together quite nicely. I put 3,000 or 4,000 miles on it, which is a lot in Bugatti world, but it was the Frankfurt Motor Show car. And then it sold to these guys that ran a dealership called Symbolic Motors in La Jolla. Then they got arrested for trying to fix the mayoral race and it got sold to Birdman. He gave it to Justin Bieber. It got repossessed. Mayweather bought it before that fight with Conor McGregor as like a preemptive celebration. And then Little Uzi Vert bought it. I wasn't familiar with who he was.
Not.
Yeah. And it hasn't changed my perception of him, but it's seen some things, but overall, it's a car and, I don't like having nice stuff. So if it's, the dash is wrinkly and the seats are torn, it doesn't bother me. And the car runs well.
You don't like having
now.
Nice stuff. You just need a working man's Bugatti.
That's it.
That's it. So, just a daily driver to pick up fucking apples at the grocery store.
But we have a ton of fun in cheap cars too. We just shot a $1,500 car series of like a Top Gear knockoff collaboration that I do with two other car YouTubers called Car Trek, and so we're going to run that next in June. And so we've done 11 of those kind of mini series where you pick a car buying criteria and just go out searching on our sponsors, Auto Tempest, which is like a search platform that combines all the listings from all the sites to make it easier. And so they like that as an example of how to use their services.
Have you thought about doing any of those like foreign channels? Because we've said this before when you're on, I'm not a car guy, but I watch all of the Top Gear adventure episodes where it's like, this week we're going to Namibia. And then like they go there and they drive around and like Jeremy's usually like, this place is fucking sucks and is gross. And but they have to like get to the other side of like some historic pathway or war march from the 1200s before Thursday. Have you considered the foreign angle? Because
we have. Now, this is exactly us using whatever opportunities that we have on YouTube to do precisely that thing, is that if we could do anything, we'd play Top Gear. Now, we started doing it in 2020 where it was a lot harder to travel internationally. So most of the ones we've done have been domestic in the U.S. Interestingly, the Board of Tourism of Namibia reached out to me and said, hey, we actually didn't love the way...
Sir, someone is on the phone. Oh, my God. Please put them through.
That's it. So Top Gear made them look, extremely third world and impoverished and like a very challenge. And they're like, we have parking decks and traffic lights and real city stuff. Like, we don't want to look that way.
We have so much concrete.
It was really presented in that way. And so I'm like, well, I mean, I guess, but for us, they shot, I think the average budget was like $4 to $7 million per episode. And so like we do it for much, much, much less than that.
Yes.
And so I was like, well, it would be a lot just because we couldn't build the cars in Namibia. We'd have to build cars here and then take them there and then deal with the logistics, but we're open to it. And so it's been a couple years of back and forth and maybe that'll happen. But, it's been interesting to watch Top Gear or the Grand Tour since then because it's so blatantly paid for by the boards of tourism of these countries. When they did Madagascar and they opened just to show off this bridge that doesn't have anything to do with the storyline. And what was the last one that they did? It was an African country and they kept using the same tagline where it's like, whatever it was is always changing. And they like Clarkson must have said it 15 times in a 90-minute special. And it was definitely like, that was what they were supposed to say. And so I love heavy-handed product placement, as all of us YouTubers do. But yeah, that happens.
They didn't used to be that positive. Like the old ones, like I remember the boat one where they went to Vietnam or something and they had to load their cars onto a boat and then shuffle about. And like, I guess the Vietnamese people are like, you in my way. And there's like really like shoving and bumping. And Jeremy had a lot of not too nice things to say about Vietnam. But you're right. I have watched the Grand Tour as well. And now that you're saying it, it's like it's unlocking the memory of it where it's like, why is he saying the same fucking shit about Namibia all the time? I guarantee if I Google it, something horrid happened there recently. Some sort of animal that shouldn't exist. Maybe a disease discovered. You never know.
They just freed up some funds for tourism and for promoting tourism, and they gave him that tagline. Like I've made videos before where it's like, this is the tagline, Medal of Honor warfighter, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, we need that 8 times in the next hour and a half of footage. It's like, figure it out. And it's like, fuck, I don't like, what? That's it's like a tongue twister. So I don't like that either, because those guys are millionaires already. I don't like that. Like do your show.
No.
Why do they need to be at Namibia's beck and call? Why can't they go where they want and make good quality content?
Maybe Amazon is like, hey, this is your budget. And they're like, fuck, we want to go to we want to go to the Congo. And they're
Amazon
like, well,
mouthing, huh?
Amazon
notoriously low on cash.
Well, they're like, fuck, we give you money, but we're losing our ass on this Lord of the Rings fiasco.
Like everyone's fucking giving Woody Amazon Prime. Now there's no budget for Grand Tour.
There's no poor Jeremy Clarkson. He needs the money.
It's like there's a chef I like, Marco Pierre White. He's one of the most accomplished chefs in history. Like I think he was the youngest winner of the Michelin star. He had multiple Michelin stars at like 22 or some shit. He trained Gordon Ramsay. He hawks these Knorr cooking pots. These little it's like cooking stock, but it's in a little pod. And it's like, dude, that is not how you would cook that French dish normally. You wouldn't and now couple of these, and he like cracks these little plastic pods of chicken goo and dumps them in with all these other masterful ingredients. And then I hate it so much. Like, dude, you're already a millionaire. You're world-renowned millionaire, own multiple restaurants all over the planet. You're the guy. You're on like 5 different TV shows. You're second only to Gordon Ramsay in esteem. And here you are selling these bullshit like cooking stock pots that are bad. They're bad. I wouldn't put that in my food. It's embarrassing. I wish they wouldn't do that. The money whoring has to stop at some point, Taylor.
It's got to stop at some point. I like
money whoring is good.
They don't.
And on that note, our sponsor for the day.
It's a mystery.
Yeah, but what if
so don't blow it.
It would be like if our sponsor was something that was completely against what we do here, right? It does. I hate that.
Helping children.
That's what selling out is. Like selling out is going against like your core principles and the foundations of what you're about for $1.
But I would do that if like the Chicago Blackhawks came here with money and they were like, we're going to pay you X a week to read this. I'd be like, prepare for excitement in Chicago with the greatest hockey team to ever exist, the Chicago Blackhawks. Don't forget the legacy created by Patrick Kane and Jonathan Taves, 2 players I love and who didn't ruin years of my hockey watching
Kyle's
life.
thing about sponsors lining up with your core values is hilarious, because what are we? Extra hard dicks, some merch, bigger loads, marijuana gummies. Like, this is the kind of shit we sell. Gambling.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, look.
We're principled.
We're about having the good time.
It's not about principles. It's about being about what you're about, though. Like him selling those little stock pots. Like, he's lying. He's straight up lying. It's like, you're the expert at this. You know that is not the best way to make chicken stock.
How bad are these pots? Like,
they're not. You're missing the point, Taylor.
No, like,
but surely you guys have been approached by some sponsors that you had to say no to for that reason, right? I mean,
we've had some say no to us after reads where 100% food got mad at us. And we'd have to go back and look at the tail of the tape. We don't know which one of us pissed them off even. It wasn't me. It could have been anyone. It was me.
They made a mistake of asking us to be honest. They should have never done that.
Yeah, they should have said to lie.
Yeah.
They should have put a fucking
say it tastes
testimonial
good
in there for me to read.
No, I mean, Oh, we don't lie
They told
about
us to
anything,
drink it
and we-
on the show, which was a fucking glaring error. They knew what it tasted like. They knew when they sent it. Fucking
We
bunch
tried
of...
to muscle that shit down over the course of 4 hours, and we couldn't do it.
Woody was a champ. He's like, look, Jackie put strawberries in mine, and then like me and Kyle's were just quick crete, I think is what we called it. Like just sat like a log in your stomach.
Yeah, if you need to put a new fucking mailbox in, this stuff is great, but don't eat it.
Oh yeah, you put holes in your wall with like careless hanging of signs. You
Dude, we should have spackled with it. That would have been hilarious.
Mhm.
Yeah, it was
Yeah.
garbage.
Little masonry.
But we were very honest about that. And like when I did a gun review one time where I was like, I remember like after the second, they sent us 4 copies of the same gun, and I thought it was part of the payment because that often happened. People would pay me in guns, and no, they sent 4 because they knew the first 2 or 3 would break. Turns out all 4 broke during the video, just during normal operation. And after the second one broke, I remember talking to the boys off camera. I was like, look, this has turned into a review, changed from a review to like a shit on them fest. Like we're just going to make the video is now about making fun of these because it can no longer be about reviewing these because there's nothing to review. They're garbage. And that's what I would like to see when they hand Marco Pierre White some little plastic cups of chicken goo and tell him to incorporate it into his classical French cuisine.
Mm-hmm. I also don't like how in old Top Gear they would really fuck with each other's cars in genuinely dangerous, like illegal ways if they weren't doing a show together. And now they'll be like, oh, I've put a chicken in Hammond's boot. And it's like something that's like not actually threatening. It used to be like, James, look, I've stolen the oil out of Hammond's car and we're about to embark on a 400-mile fucking
It's
drive.
scripted, Taylor. It's
I know, but they also do have breakdowns and they don't help them out as
Do
much
they?
as they should. Yeah.
I don't believe any of that. Like
They force them to stay there for hours because that's also part of the script.
do they?
with
I thought-
It
just like
gets darker. It gets darker unless they're summoning the sun to move, which even Bezos doesn't have that power.
So they're real, just like Bear Grylls. They're out there doing that stuff.
They're even more real than Bear Grylls.
Oh,
They
Bring up
stay
Bear
in the
Grylls.
more
walls
real.
nearby.
No, they're not. Bear
You
Grylls
only
climbed Mount
only
Everest.
brought
He was
up
in the
Bear
SAS.
Grylls. You only brought him up because it destroys my argument.
That's exactly why I thought about it. Yes.
had it not,
How dare
you would
you?
have never done that.
Dude,
No,
I want no part of reality TV. I don't watch any reality TV. I think it might be the worst thing that we make as humans right now, second only to like, I don't know, nuclear
fentanyl.
weapons.
You're missing Survivor. You're missing out on Survivor. I think
No, I'm
you
not.
in particular would like it.
I'd hate it. I'd be watching it saying like, this is scripted. This is scripted. This is all fake. I bet they all agreed on the winner before preseason. I bet everybody gets paid a flat fee.
None of
I
that's
bet
true.
there's drinks around the corner. I don't believe any of it. I think it's horse shit. Especially in the modern age with the way it's as litigious as everyone is and how every corporation tiptoes around upsetting any singular group about any possible imaginable thing. I don't believe any reality is real. I've been like tangentially related to some reality stuff, and I remember they talked to a bunch of reality TV producers over the years, and I've had friends who did their own reality TV shows, and I've seen those filmed and how those goes. And it's bullshit. It's just like when we're cranking out YouTube videos. It's like, all right, how about I walk in like this and we pretend like I'm noticing that's over. It's scripted. It's just scripted TV with a different like
I've
vibe.
been part of reality stuff, a dance competition. They didn't want me to win, and they changed the rules for the next season.
Well,
They
that
said
was
maybe
a
it
little
should
different.
be based on dancing ability. They overlooked that it was based on popularity instead of dancing ability.
Whoops.
Dude,
And
I
paid
voted-
off
I
my
voted-
house so they could suck it.
I voted every day for you. I was like,
Did you really? Thank
yeah,
you
I
so
was like, you were the only person there that like I was friends with and knew, and so I'm like, who the fuck are these people? Woody again. Like, just
I live streamed every day and encouraged people to vote for me. I put out a video daily reminders. And
I didn't watch 1 second of that competition, and I voted every time you
It
posted.
wasn't even. It couldn't have been even close because we were all like, hey, go vote for Woody. Go vote for Woody. Like everybody was trying to make you win that thing because we didn't like any of those other people. Was Tay Zonde in there? Chocolate.
Tay Zonde, yeah, Chocolate Rain was there. There was,
the pain.
I like him.
I think second place was either Scene Anners or this woman. They were both better dancers than me. The woman was a really good dancer.
Get on, Scene Anners.
Well, there have always been rumors that American Idol was staged, that the winner was
Yeah.
predetermined, because there's a lot of, you could make anybody win. It's all online votes and everything else.
Right.
But it begs the question, like, how much would it cost to plan to win one of these shows? Like, how much do you have to pay the production to be the winner?
Oh no, it's not that. So it would be more. All right. So Kelly Clarkson, I think I think she won. She may
Yeah.
have been second. I watched the first 3 or 4 years of that show. Like I actually watched it. It was a good show, I thought. But don't forget, at the end of the season, you get a record deal. And so I bet that record deal is negotiated at the beginning of the season, not the end of the season.
The record deal is not negotiated. The
fair.
winner gets the deal that's standing there for them.
Yeah.
And it's
Remember
a
that ugly
terrible
lady?
deal.
That like this is
That's
probably
different show.
15, 20 years ago. It was a mimic of the same show, but it was some big fat lady, like frumpy lady, and they brought her out, and all the judges are like, just looking with open,
Boyle?
yes, looking with like open derision at her, like what a fucking sow. What an animal on my stage. And then she starts singing very nice. And the reaction in 2004 was everyone being like, whoa, this fat, ugly fucking pig can actually sing. It was this like huge moment. That was very funny. I wonder if she's doing well. Big shout out to Susan Boyle, fan of the show. Friend of the show. They said, no, sing more like an ogre. More.
She's 23 in that picture.
Yeah, she's fucking spry here now.
She's doing the best she can there. I like her dress. She's trying. You know,
like her dress?
You like her
Yeah. Yeah, what's wrong with her dress? What don't
Very
you like about her
modest,
dress? You
appropriate
don't like
for
the
the
color?
venue.
You don't like how it fits her?
I think it's frumpy.
It's a little
Oh,
frumpy.
Well, she is frumpy, so it fits her. It suits her well. She just needs to
Lean
fix those
in.
eyebrows. Need to get those eyebrows fixed. Need to straighten that hair. Need to
No, that's the
elongate
thing
that
with
face.
eyebrows is you can just let them ride. You can just
They're growing
let a
out.
big flip in your eyebrow go forever and just never handle it.
I run that one blade over my eyebrows. I remember I was at a barber one time, and like with no warning, she starts like like shaving my eyebrows down. I'm like, you didn't shave them off, did you? She's like, no, of course not. And I'm like, well, I don't know. What are you doing up there? You gave me no warning.
I'm in that mode too. When they used to ask me if I wanted them to trim my eyebrows, and now I'm fully in like they'll ask like a begging like they'll beg the question and be like, "You want me to take care of these, right?" It's like no, I'm like Samson. That's my power.
Nazarite with the eyebrows. Yeah.
Otherwise, I won't be me.
Yeah, I get some crazy long ones that like grow up in a way, and I have to get those trimmed down. They'll be like twisting and curling. I know Woody's got some that reach out, try to poke you in the eye.
I have one that reaches out, but mostly I just have one eyebrow. And you're like, no, I have half an eyebrow over each eye. Look at this.
Yeah, you need to fill those in, bro.
Yeah, I need. What is the makeup called? Is it mascara?
I would get a little mascara, maybe like little one of those brushes that you do your eyelashes, maybe, and maybe I don't know, maybe something, maybe just
I
a
have
marker.
glasses. Who notices?
just do them now.
The glasses are perfect, actually. You're right. You ever see when they draw eyebrows on a baby and it becomes immediately hilarious?
Yes, it's great.
Yeah, that seems like a Hispanic thing to do.
I've seen it done on dogs too. It's equally good.
Oh,
Woody, I would be a donor for you. We could both hold hands as they wheel us into the operating room. Then they take all my extras.
We got to do the pre-surgery like celebration thing where they identify you as a match.
you're mad.
Oh wow! Top left is a jokester.
I like
Top left is the
Boyle.
best.
Eyelashes. That's funny.
Which one was yours, Kyle? Which
Top
one you
left for sure is the best one. Although bottom left, they gave him a mustache too, so I'm loving that.
Yeah,
That's good.
They're all pretty good. Bottom center's growing on me.
Nah, bottom right was lazy. They didn't even draw that shit on. That's some Velcro or something.
That's
That's
not
right.
his fault.
Those are reusable.
You can look at his
Yeah,
face. He wasn't in it. You have
don't
how many of
commit.
these images do you have lined up?
Man, it's hard to
This
choose.
is he
I
has
like
folders of these.
personality,
This is Zach's
but
kink.
Zach has these
Final.
on his hard drive already.
That guy at the bottom right, same kid, but man, he's killing it.
God, I love a baby with a Van Dyke. It just gets.
What's the Van Dyke? Is that the bottom center?
It's actually like a little half goatee type thing, but
I like
think it's
the
top
I like the
center, but he's got
Salvador
those-
Dali baby with the
Yeah.
little
Yeah, I
spinny
like that.
things. He was I remember in like middle school they showed us famous artists, and I was always at the time being like, "This is pretty good," but like it doesn't, it's not touching me. And then they showed all that like wild, goofy Dali stuff, and I was just like, "Whoa!" Like this is, for some reason, this really entices me. These melting clocks, they're not making me think of any deep thoughts, but I was just like, these are cool, man. An elephant with spider legs that are kind of like those Dwemer artifact spiders were crawling around. Huge fan. I liked that.
I liked.
Went to
I was going to say I liked Van Gogh. I remember there was a Doctor Who episode all about Van Gogh, and it had me crying at the end because Van Gogh lived in relative obscurity and poverty throughout his actual life, and he made all these great works. Right. And so Doctor Who takes him to the future, to the Van Gogh exhibit in like the Louvre or somewhere, and he gets to see that, and it's a really beautiful episode. Then he kills himself.
Yeah. He did love that.
Yeah, I heard that he didn't cut off his own ear. That's the historical thing. I heard that he had a duel with a friend, and the friend cut off his ear, and to spare the friend like some sort of like criminal charges, he's I'm a loony artist. I cut my own ear off. Don't worry about it.
How about that?
I don't like that.
I read that. I didn't know Van Gogh personally.
Was it on the internet? It's only truth.
It was on the internet.
Okay.
ChatGPT would get to the bottom of it. I'll get back to you later. I'll circle back.
Ed, we talked about your affinity for reptiles last time you were on and the time before, because it's just so funny that someone that has so many cool hobbies and looks so normal is also a reptile guy. You had an unfortunate failure with one. Is that the case?
I did. I got a little out over my skis on a new pet for the family, and I acquired a Cummings water monitor, which is a small dinosaur, and it was a ferocious beast. It immediately bit me and wouldn't let go for an hour. And
you couldn't make it let go?
I mean, I could have broken it off of my finger, but it was not, at this point, it's only 1.5 feet long. I didn't need to remove it that badly. I wanted it to not be hurt, but I had to figure out, it's hard to type on the internet with a lizard attached to you. And you had to put it's that kind of guy, but smaller. And so I thought, how hard can it be? You see them hanging out, and I'd been around larger ones that were tamed down, but I didn't realize the process to domesticate such a thing was such a thing. So, it turned out from the breeder that I acquired it from, mine was uniquely poorly behaved. But I spent about a month with this thing trying to get it to not be as vicious, and that was a failure. So we went back to another boa constrictor for the family.
There's another family snake.
Kids
back to
love
the
it.
old tried and true. Yeah. Well, that sucks.
How many
Sorry,
kids did you originally have?
Yeah,
what's
before
that?
the snake.
How many kids did you originally have? I asked.
That's it. Yeah. Well, the alligator got number 3, and we just have 2 of them. But we actually got a boa constrictor before we had our first kid, because we thought we'd get a dog to learn responsibility, and we're like, it seems like a lot of work. And so something you got to feed once a month felt like a better approach. And we've really that snake lived a good life.
Did it prepare you for parenthood? The snake you fed once a month?
No, it did not. No, but nothing does, right? Neither would a dog. But nobody remembers anybody's dog, but you remember that guy that's got a 10-foot long bright yellow snake, and so it goes to all the school trips and stuff like that. They're awesome. So big fan of reptile domestication and pets, but no more water monitors, at least not for until the kids can fend for themselves.
Fucking once.
You ever see that video where for some reason wildlife and game are there at the reptile facility to put down some kind of a snake, but they put down the wrong snake. They put down this guy's multi-year-old, gigantic, expensive pet snake. He's like, "What did you do?" And they're like, "This was yours?" They killed the wrong snake. They killed the wrong snake. Yeah, it's if it were a dog, I'd had a meltdown, but it's a snake. So I know you're a reptile guy. Maybe you don't know this, but those of us who aren't reptile guys, we hate them.
It's off-putting.
Yeah, it's something about.
You grew up on a farm. You got to know snake stuff. You don't worry about that.
Man, you saw them in a negative light.
We used poison for rats. We gassed them and shot them. I killed every snake I saw.
Oh man! Mm-hmm. Now around here we're known as the people that'll come get a snake out of your yard. So with the people from the neighborhood will say, "Hey, we got one," and me and my 5-year-old daughter will go pick them up, put them in a bucket, and bring them and let them go in ours, so we don't have to worry about any more chipmunks.
I think the snakes and the reptiles are fine. Just don't let them. There's a potential tipping point where you become a reptile person, and you don't want that to be your thing. Much cooler to have cars be your thing, or mammals, or other animal types. You don't want to be all about snakes. Yeah, the people who were really into snakes in middle school and high school, I remember thinking what a fucking loon this person is. Why? You could have a fluffy, nice animal. Right?
It became a bigger thing in their lives as they had money and discretionary income to spend on more. That's a thing.
The bigger issue with that guy wasn't even the fact he liked reptiles. It's because he wore like fingerless gloves and a lot of rings and Invader Zim t-shirts with like JNCO jeans that were blacked out with a lot
coming
of
back.
Yep. And then those boots that look like they take forever to put on. Like where you put on these like high-rise boots and it's like buckle snap, like all the way up your calf. He was too fat to be wearing those. Shout out.
Wait,
Hope he's
JNCO
doing-
jeans are coming back? Is that true?
Oh yeah.
I kind of missed them the first time around.
This was like
I need to ride that
2005.
wave this time.
Are they going back?
No.
Ed said they are. I'm
Yeah,
sure
people are wearing. I see them around. People wearing these things, with the 3 foot long pockets on the back. Somebody
right, mostly people in their 50s, maybe.
Yeah,
I'd be normal.
Yeah, mostly people in their- I mean, they are utilitarian. It's like a workman's jean who wants to be hip. You can fit like 5 hammers in those back pockets.
You could fit an AR-15 in the legs, right? Aren't they
You
the
could,
big,
and
fluffy
people
ones?
have.
$260. Holy
Yeah,
cow.
the people who wore those in high school were like the guys who wore like slipknot t-shirts and came to school clearly without their hair washed. It was those
Ooh.
types of fellows. Like
Man.
these greasy, poor white trash kids wore JNCO jeans. They
What
had
a,
band t-shirts that
Now
were
it's like
faded
a
out.
thing. Yeah.
what a memory, Kyle. Just the way you said that slipknot shirt, unwashed hair. I just pictured like 4 guys from the grade above me in high school.
Yeah. Dylan.
Also, a lot of System of a
Tracy.
Down shirts.
Hmm.
Yeah.
yeah.
Didn't wear
Corn.
those.
Corn.
Yeah. Oh,
Corn.
yeah. A lot of
big
people.
ICP is what I like attach almost every time with JNCO jeans. When I think JNCO jeans, I think an ICP. I think a Juggalo, like somebody's got a big 2 liter of Faygo. He's probably hitting a vape, probably, but he's not just hitting it because he needs his nick. He's like blowing clouds for the ladies.
Oh, okay. Like doing vape tricks.
Yeah, he's like Gandalf, but super lame.
Pretty gay. Yeah.
I saw a stat today, Taylor. Tom Cruise is currently older than Gandalf was or Ian McKellen was when he played Gandalf, and he's currently doing Mission Impossible 27 or whatever the fuck, jumping off buildings and flying through space.
Well, Ian McKellen's always looked a bit older, and they olded his ass up for Gandalf.
Sure.
Like they
Right, that's fair.
they clearly were like, all right, this guy, who knows how many movies we're going to make
They did that in The
after the
Exorcist.
trilogy's over.
You
He
know,
was
in The Exorcist, Father Merrin in The Exorcist, the old priest who, spoilers, doesn't make it at the end. He was much, much younger than he appeared. He was in his like 30s or something, and they made him into like a 60, 70-year-old like shaky man with heart issues, always popping those pills. That was
I haven't
great
seen that
makeup for the
movie
70s.
forever.
I thought you were going to say you've never seen it.
No, I've seen The Exorcist. I liked the first one. The second one was kind of.
Well, now they CGI make
Second's
them
awful.
younger, right?
Yeah,
was
in
a Scorsese
everything.
movie.
In everything, so the Scorsese movie did like huge de-aging to get De Niro and Pesci and all those guys, like the 35-year-old version, the 45-year-old version, and so on and so forth.
Right.
But if you just watch any TV show now, like a big TV show, especially like I'm watching Ted Lasso in the second season, oh, they got the CGI on her forehead now. Cool. We don't have to look at them wrinkles.
This is the owner. The woman.
Yeah. If you look at any TV show, they're de-aging them just a little. And if you think about how good a Snapchat filter is, I don't know if you ever futzed around with your Snapchat filters and like made yourself into a girl or made yourself into a lion. You turn the back rear facing camera on and like look at yourself, and it does all sorts of stuff to you with like just Snapchat.
I know how it
filters.
works. Yeah.
Well, you clearly didn't.
I
You're
just
like, oh,
haven't done it. Yeah.
okay, well, just so you know, the stuff there is convincing. It looks real. So the stuff that Apple TV has for their prime shows or any TV show, it's clear they're de-aging everyone now, making everybody look better, just fixing stuff. I
Is
saw
it
that picture
better
of Kim
than The
Kardashian the other day. Is it better than what?
The Irishman, because that was distractingly
yeah.
bad.
Yeah.
Well, it's distractingly bad mostly because they're taking 50 years off these people that whose careers you've followed your whole life. So it's extra,
I like it when they take a similar actor and then morph him into someone else. Like they did Luke Skywalker. They found an actor who's really close to a young Mark Hamill, closer to a young Mark Hamill than the current Mark Hamill is. And then they just transferred him and made him even closer. Worked.
Or Tom Cruise in Tropic Thunder, where they kind of turned him into Les Grossman, and he had the
All they did was give him big
forearms,
hands.
No, they balded him. He has a wonderful head of hair.
He's got a gut.
And he's got a gut. He's a little chubby, but they
I
just
love
gave
that
him
Tom Cruise
and
did
another
that.
one.
Yeah.
But that was a costume. It wasn't CGI.
Yeah, that's why it was better, because it was just
Right.
a costume.
That was
for sure.
That's why the orcs in Lord of the Rings will always kick the ass of the orcs in The Hobbit, because they were dressing some fucking Aussie up like an orc, painting his face, and then the new ones, like, you can just tell they're not in it because they're not real. It's just fucking CGI. The white orc. You're not even scary, bro. Didn't like that. I'll never rewatch those movies.
No,
so you mentioned you were watching the Yellowstone prequels.
Yeah.
I've only watched Yellowstone. I haven't watched the early ones. Do they de-age people for that?
No, so they go back. So what they're doing is they're filling in the entire lineage of the Dutton family from beginning to end. So the first one was like 1863 or something. So it's like rolling across the prairie and buggies and stuff and dealing with Indians. It mostly follows a young girl who's she's kind of the main character, but it covers Indians and all sorts of other characters. And then this current show that I'm watching, I think it just wrapped. Season 2 was their last season. It's called 1923. And it's the Harrison Ford, Helen Mirren led one, and it's in the year 1923, post World War I, and beef prices have crashed, and people trying to take the land as always. And in 2026, I think they're dropping, like, I don't know what it's called, but it's going to be like 1943 or 19. They're going to do that. They're going to fill in the whole thing. Taylor Sheridan has, I'm guessing, 7 shows out right now. That he writes and directs, or he doesn't direct them, but he creates them.
I think 1823 might be my favorite one. That's the one about the young girl who travels across the country fucking everybody.
Yeah, it's about that dumb whore who ruins her family's life because she can't keep her legs spread long enough to make it across the country. And
she keeps her legs spread well. That's her core competency.
Everybody. She fucks. It's like, why is my daughter such a? In what would actually happen is you would beat your daughter half to death for being an 1863 whore. We're trying to survive right now, and you're fucking people on the cat. That upset me. And then she's
making friends and allies, Kyle.
Yeah, how'd that go for her?
I mean, it could have gone better.
Yeah, she got shot with a doo-doo arrow. Fuck her. I hate that show.
Fuck her is exactly the sentiment of most of the cast in that show.
Of America at that point, right?
There's a much hotter chick. There's 2 hotter chicks, maybe 3 in the 1923 one that I'm watching. I'm digging it. I'm almost a couple episodes into season 2. It's good.
Taylor Sheridan is currently writing a Cannonball Run series, and they want me to be a technical advisor for it. But they have the guy who kind of manages the rights to the name Cannonball Run for a movie had sort of given him some stories, and we spent some time like workshopping different characters and stuff like that. And he described a character based on me, like the guy that comes in really young and tries to prove himself and sets the record and stuff like that. And Taylor Sheridan goes, "Oh, I like that, but I think I'm going to use Sydney Sweeney for that role."
I think that's a great idea.
I prefer.
It writes itself.
And you know what? In the middle of the Cannonball Run, everything's going great, but then she's going through fucking New Mexico. The air conditioning dies.
That's it.
It's as hot as the surface of the sun in there, but she can't stop, and the windows also won't roll down. She's got to disrobe.
She's got to.
I was going to say, Taylor, hear me out.
Really bad, and it's just my face and nothing else.
It's
like, where are you
Cannonball
going
Run,
to be?
but the same plot as 1823. Young lady travels across the country, banging everyone on the way. Huh? Cast as Sydney Sweeney.
No, not everyone. Just me.
Just one stop in St. Louis.
Just one stop in St. Louis, just for me. And I'm her love, and I tell her, "Stop this race. It's ridiculous. Stay here."
But she has no argument against that point.
No fucking argument. Yeah, so how likely do you think it is you're gonna be involved? That's awesome.
If it happens, I'll be involved. This happens every 6 months. They start talking to somebody else, and it seems like it's going to happen, and they do, "Ed, send us some Cannonball jackets and stuff like that," and then I never hear anything at all. And so, the success of Top Gun as a remake of an '80s movie kind of reignited the enthusiasm for remaking Cannonball Run. So, it'll happen one day, but I don't know.
I hope so.
You never know what form it's going to take.
And I hope they use her.
I'd rather see Smokey and the Bandit than Cannonball Run. If I'm being honest, though, I think that could transfer better to modern days. Obviously, like, instead of alcohol, have them be, I don't know, fucking Nick vapes or something like whatever, like something modern. He's trying HRT drugs. Eastbound it down, roll it up and truck it.
Electric
Yeah, that'd be
semi
great.
sitting on charges for days on end.
I got 10,000 cases of estrogen. They need it in New Mexico, and you just ride it from Atlanta.
There's a bunch of femboys who are growing hair back on their nutsacks. I need to get it there post haste.
He's got to get from
Well, that's the
Atlanta,
good thing
Georgia,
about
to
Taylor
Austin,
Sheridan.
Texas in 24 hours.
Taylor Sheridan took it and was like, no, I'm going to make this like an all-American thing. Almost every other script I've read in the last 2 years that was a Cannonball concept has been AI and hybrid cars and electric cars versus gas and autonomous cars versus drivers. And it's just like, that's not the Rat Pack and Sammy Davis Jr., pretending to be a priest in a Ferrari. Like, let's go back to the roots a little bit.
Yeah, they should. It'd be another nostalgia flick. A lot of people would watch it, I'm sure.
Do you think the COVID records will ever be beaten?
No.
I mean, there are some people trying, but I think you can't fake, the world getting shut down to make it across. And so I can't see it with current technology. I mean, you'd have to have an 850 horsepower, night vision, everything else, and 100 spotter cars to have a prayer. And you just have to reset every time you hit a traffic jam. Like, you couldn't plan around it. You just try again. But,
yeah. Well, then they should just, throw a little.
Do they ride on the shoulder and just go around it?
You lose a tire by that distance.
Really?
But but there is some shoulder passing that may or may not happen.
Yeah, I think Taylor might be onto something, like throwing an asterisk on the COVID records. During maybe a certain period of time.
Not really fair.
Because it's clearly a different situation.
It is. And we had a guy beat the fastest non-COVID time last year. And so, like, that we celebrated that. Like, this means something because it is a different circumstance. And so it was fun to make another video about it and things like that. But it's in a race where there aren't really any rules, it's hard to start adding them. Like, well, it doesn't count if the world shut down or pandemic, but it's fun. I apologize, guys. I got to go pick up my son at baseball practice, but always great to see you and good to talk.
Thanks for coming on.
Good chatting, man.
Absolutely.
Take care.
Take care.
Did you see this pregnant woman in Georgia who's brain dead? And there's a big stink because the law here says that they have to keep her alive because she's pregnant. And I guess liberals everywhere are like, wait, why won't you let them kill the baby? Kill that baby!
Kill the baby. Sacrifice the child.
Let it die.
Can she make a baby? Is it going to be a healthy baby?
Well, I think it not being a healthy baby has nothing to do with her being brain dead and more to do with what made her brain dead. I think they're saying that all I have to go on is what her family is saying. I can't find the part where a doctor is like, this and that happened to the fetus. All I have is her large mother saying this baby.
She a big gal?
She's like this baby could be blind or not be able to walk. It's like, and we're gonna have to take care of this baby. And I don't know about that part. But the reaction online doesn't even take into account whether or not the baby is like damaged or not. They're just like, what do you mean they won't let her kill her grandson? Why won't they let her kill her grandson? It's her grandson. It's when I read the Reddit comments on that post, I'm like, God, someone here has to agree with me. I'll sort by controversial. All right, that guy, neo-Nazi. All right, not him. It's like nobody's on my side on this.
There's a lot of deleted comments here that probably agreed with me. Yeah,
like if a woman goes brain dead and she's pregnant, we keep her on the machine till the baby happens.
My question is, what's the likely outcome, right? If the baby's not viable, then we don't need to just make this a long, slow, torturous death. If the baby's not going to live. Sometimes it's very clear the baby's not going to. And I just don't know the situation at all. I didn't know the story.
Yeah. So is the baby supposed to be healthy and normal? It's just
no, it's supposed to be real fucked up. Like blind, it can't walk and shit. Like all fucked up.
Is that
the baby's
just like
going to have 18 very painful months.
I read the article over there.
I have to read the whole fucking thing.
I mean, I maybe you can glean something I didn't. The mom says the baby could. She's like, it could be blind and not be able to walk. And I'm like, I never found the part where a doctor explained this, that, and the other happened, and the baby likely has this, that, and that going on. And
okay. So it's not this. It's just some lady going, he could be blind. He could not be able to walk.
It's the dead woman's mother. saying
the
those
brain dead
things.
woman's number.
The brain dead
Well,
woman's mother.
Well, that's a very sad situation. But like, I think I'm coming down the same side as you of like, yeah, like it doesn't seem like there's a doctor saying the baby has problems. It seems like there's just,
well, even if it had problems, like they
are.
still wouldn't terminate
Yeah.
the woman.
Well, there's no,
That's the
she's
law
brain
here.
dead. She doesn't know what's going on.
Sure.
So
and
let's not turn one death into two.
Maybe not. I don't know. But I just thought the idea of they were just foaming at the mouth to kill that baby. It's crazy.
What Reddit was? That's crazy.
Yeah. I'm just scrolling and scrolling. I'm like, someone here has to at least question if the baby is viable, because that's my concern.
They got banned.
If the baby's all fucked up, I get it. And I don't want the responsibility of my dead kid's retarded baby. I don't want that. I would choose to abort that baby if it were up to me. But the idea, they're all just like, oh, this is just, what's that the TV show where that they always say is happening, where they turn the women into breeders or whatever in the future?
Rick and Morty.
they're like, this is just like in a Handmaid's Tale. This is just like that. And it's like, is it though? Because I think in the Handmaid's Tale, they probably are turning women into birthing machines against their will. This is a dead woman who has a live baby in her, and you guys, why haven't we killed that baby yet? 24 hours have passed, and that baby's still alive. I read those comments, and I'm just like, am I the crazy one?
No,
is it just
they're
me
the crazy
that doesn't
ones?
Foam at the mouth to kill these babies. Just on, and
were there really? Are you goosing it a little bit, or are there actual comments yearning, why don't they kill the fucking baby?
Well, they don't want to kill the baby. They want to let the mother die. They're like, this is up to the family. They should be able to decide. And it's like, well, yeah, but there's a baby inside of her. There's another person involved. That's not people.
The baby's not brain dead.
Yeah, the baby. Well, I mean, that's the question, right? I would want to know all of that. As far as the law goes, that's Georgia law. But as far as how I feel about it, if that baby's all fucked up, then we should probably end the pregnant. We should probably abort the baby inside the dead woman and then let the dead woman die. But and I could see where if it were my kid and in the circumstances the baby's going to be blind and crippled, I certainly don't want that baby. Maybe I don't even want it at all.
I only skimmed the article, but I don't see anything about the baby having any problems from a doctor anywhere or a medical professional saying that. So I see talks about a CT scan on the lady's brain that she's totally brain dead, but doesn't seem like the baby has any problems they know of.
Yeah.
Otherwise they surely would have included that, because why wouldn't they?
It's just staggering to me how pro-abortion the internet seemingly is. Not just the option to do it. I'm for that mostly, somewhat, kinda. I get it. But they're like, oh, I can't wait till that baby is dead.
I really doubt they're like that. I found another article on AP News, and they don't seem to know what the baby's prognosis is. Most of the time, a pregnant mom goes brain dead, legally dead. They don't try to keep the baby. That's an uncommon thing to do. But because of Georgia's laws, which the judge said was misapplied and wrong, so I guess it's still in the court system. I'm not an attorney, but yeah, they just don't know how this baby's going to turn out, because usually they don't try to keep babies in legally dead women.
Why not? It's crazy to me. It's crazy.
Yeah,
to me
they shouldn't condemn the baby to die.
Yeah, I don't get it. It would be different if we were keeping this, if this person was conscious and was like, no, don't make me do this, please. And then it's go back to sleep. But no, it's
that's pretty sinister.
Dead person. Yeah.
I almost don't want to weigh in. The doctors are like, it's complex, both ethically and medically. And I'm like, yeah, so what do I mean, I know I'm on a comedy podcast, so therefore I have a right to my opinion, but I just don't know what the right thing to do
This
here
is America. Yeah, the right thing to do is not kill the baby and let the baby be born. And then if, pull the plug, I would guess. That's a sad situation. The baby's not going to have a mom. Well, that's pretty sad.
I mean, not all moms are great. Happy Mother's Day, by the way.
Well, this is
everybody listening.
Happy Mother's Day.
Not
Did
for
you guys
this-
do anything
not for this
fun?
family. Fuck no, dude. I sent a text
Did the
message.
mother, obviously. It was a great time.
You sent a text? You
Yeah,
didn't
sent a
call?
No, we don't talk on the phone. I text people.
Oh. Oh, that's that's not very festive. I drove a couple hours down to Cape Girardeau, met my grandparents. That's like a semi halfway point between us, and we had Outback Steakhouse. First time I'd had Outback in many, many years. Ate too much of a bloomin' onion, and then I had a frustratingly mediocre ribeye. Awful.
Oh, you never get the ribeye from Outback. You get
Well,
the
I haven't
fillet.
been there in fucking a
The
decade.
Victorious fillet. That's what you
I
want.
didn't know. Next time I go, 10 years from now, I'll know to get the
Yourself a sweet
Victoria's
potato
fillet.
and a baked potato.
Good God.
You get 2 potatoes?
Yeah, you get a sweet potato and a baked potato. You load them both.
I got
You
a
load the
Caesar
potato
salad and
with-
fries.
Okay, boring.
And I only ate like 5 fries, probably. So it wasn't even. It was
Okay, any
kinda
other
like
lies?
Okay. Maybe,
And then
maybe I
I,
ate 5 bites of the Caesar salad and I ate all the
Then
fries.
Professor X showed up and asked me if I wanted to fly back in the X-plane, so that was sick.
Yeah.
5 fries.
Yeah.
Nobody eats 5 fries. Yeah, I get the baked potato and the sweet potato, and the sweet potato's got like brown sugar and butter and stuff. Delicious, so good.
I wouldn't.
Cinnamon.
I'd want. That sounds great, but I don't want a potato and a sweet potato. They're similar enough that I'm going to be
What's a
sick of
dessert?
it by the end of the first one.
No, one's a like completely different like flavors and everything. Like one's this like salty and tangy baked potato with sour cream and butter and shit, and the other is like a sweet desserty type thing.
When I get baked potatoes at restaurants, I always like try to pretend I'm being. Well, it's not even pretending. It's healthier. Like I just salt it. I don't even put butter on it. I don't put sour cream. Like I just am like, all right, you're in pretty deep with all the apps you just scarfed. So on
Okay.
on this, you'll be a little healthier. No bacon bits for this guy. My body's a temple.
I don't trust. I almost never eat bacon from restaurants. Certainly not like lower end restaurants. I like my bacon crispy and real.
Mhm.
I don't like floppy, chewy, gross, fatty bacon.
Do you like almost to the point of burn?
Yeah. When I bite it, it should crisp like it should snap like a chip. It should be. I should be able to like
Ooh.
snap it off like that. Like
You might like it even more burned than I do because that
I don't
want it-
bend.
I don't want it shattering. I want a slight bend. But
Bacon
slight bend.
sucks. It's wildly overrated. Back 15 years ago when bacon was a meme, it was super duper overrated. It's not good. It is not when you talk about the pleasure pain, right? Pain being how fat it makes you versus how good it is. Bacon doesn't make my list. I don't eat that shit.
I don't think you're eating it right. I don't think you have good bacon either.
I think
and
it's
you
pretty
probably
good.
haven't eaten bacon in 8 years. But I like to bake that bacon, put it on a sandwich, little mayonnaise, little lettuce,
Little tomato. Oh,
It is.
what?
Yeah.
a little tomato.
You know what I
Yeah.
had like 6 months ago? I
Little
don't know
mutton
how
lettuce and
Fritos
tomato.
even got in this house, but they were on my plate when Jackie brought me lunch. So I put the Fritos in the sandwich, and it was so much better than I thought it would be. It's amazing.
Yeah.
It puts that crunch in there. I haven't had it since, but top notch.
Yeah, there are a lot of sandwiches that include like a handful of potato chips crunched in the middle.
Yeah,
Top tier.
I feel like a child when I do that. Like if I ever put a bunch of chips in a sandwich, there's something, even if I'm alone, although I guess I haven't done this in many, many years. Like I think it's like, this is such a little kid thing to do, but it's not bad. It's pretty
Yeah.
solid.
I'm hearing chips, and I'm like, that sounds plain. You want like a Dorito, something that really brings something new to the table.
No, I would want like a dill pickle flavored cruncher. You know, the crunchers chips. Those
Okay.
are
I was
solid.
picturing like a
Kettle
lame
chip?
fucking Lay's or something. That
Have
No,
some
I-
jalapeno
you need a
kettle,
bottom
kettle
tier.
chips in there.
A regular Lay's is delicious. I love regular Lay's, but if you put that in like a moist sandwich, it doesn't have the integrity to stand up to the moisture in the sandwich. It's going to mush. Whereas like a cruncher, a kettle cooked chip can withstand that, and it's still crunchy by the end of the sandwich. This episode's brought to you by Crunchers. But
I think
those
Lay's are
solid.
bottom tier potato chips. Even just putting your hand in the bag, it comes out like greased on the back of your hand. That's
Yeah.
gross.
That's a sign of quality.
Yeah, I
That
like
is-
the regular Lay's.
literally the worst chips made.
Oh, you're
One of the
crazy.
worst snacks made.
They're in the top 5 for me for sure. Like
I love them.
the OG Lay's, are definitely top 5 potato chip for me. I don't like any Pringles. at all. I don't like the residue they leave in my mouth. I don't like that they're not really chips. They're just compressed potato shavings or filings or whatever they call it. That's gross to me too. As a kid, I loved them. I was like, oh yeah, so good. Sour cream and onion was my jam as a kid. I wanted everything sour cream and onion with mustard on it. I don't know what was wrong with me.
If you're gonna go Pringles, sour cream and onion is the GOAT flavor. But as a young kid, I remember like if you went to a friend's house and they had the pizza flavor, I'm talking like 9 years old. That was a grand slam as a kid to go over. And because my mom never bought snacks like that for us. I had to work hard to get overweight. And so like I had to eat just 5 dinners. And so like when I would go over there and I would always think in my head, like, oh, God, Elliot's mom is so fucking cool. Like she buys him pizza, Pringles. She buys him, there's a whole bag of Twizzlers in here, and not the kind that I don't like. As a kid, I liked the kind that you could, eating was an experience. You peeled off the pieces of the big round Twizzler that looked like an underground internet cable. Those ones. Oh man, those were great.
I remember my mom would take my friend, my brother, and I to the YMCA to go swimming. And then she'd bust out like a sleeve of Pringles. When it's first opened, it seems like bottomless Pringles. But you split Pringles 4 ways, you're talking about 1.5 inches of Pringles. That ain't shit. Pringles run out in a hurry when you split them with a group.
Yeah. And unlike regular chips, like if you eat a bunch of Lay's or Crunchers or Cape Cod, another solid one, like you can tell that it's a chip. It maintains some structural integrity until it's just mush. Pringles immediately become mush. Like you can chew a Pringle with your tongue on the roof of your mouth because I've done it.
Yeah,
like
it'll just dissolve in your mouth.
It just
like
becomes mush. Yeah, it's like an acid tab of a chip.
The Pringles make an amazing like entry into your mouth, but then they dissolve into something you want gone, and then you repeat the process.
Mm-hmm. You can't stop. Chips are addictive.
I haven't had Pringles in years. They're not technically chips in the UK because of their makeup, and they tried to sue to get around. There's a special tax on chips over there, crisps as they call them, and they're like, "Nah, you're paying the tax anyway."
Dude, when I remember, speaking of chips, my younger brother on road trips, like we'd stop at a gas station, and my dad would be like, "Get a snack or whatever," and so I'd pick out whatever I wanted, and without fail, he always would get the chili cheese Fritos.
Yeah.
Which the breath of a fucking 9-year-old him when I'm 11 and we're sitting in like the captain seats of a Honda Odyssey. Like it was so I could smell him like just doing my own thing. I could have my Pokemon Game Boy up playing and I would just be like, oh fuck, he found, I wish they wouldn't have these chili cheese fucking Fritos at gas stations. And he figured that out. And so every once in a while he'd go like, oh, and he'd breathe on me. And I hate it. Was hot. It was stinky. I have an aversion to chili cheese Fritos to this day. Won't touch one. Won't touch a chili cheese Frito.
Adult me always has breath mints in my pocket, and I will offer them to a motherfucker like that. Hey, would you like a mint? No. Double down. Are you sure? Are you sure you don't want a mint? I think you'd like a mint right now. People get it.
Yeah, that's not rude. That's polite. It's like, have you ever been talking to people out at a dinner or social event or whatever, and 40 minutes into a conversation where you're all standing around after a wedding or something, you go to the bathroom and you see you've had like a piece of salad in your tooth, and it's like, what the fuck? Like no one could have pulled me aside and been like, yo, Taylor, you got a little something here. I could just go away and do it. I always do that to the point I'm never rude, but if someone has something in their teeth right away, as soon as I notice, I'm like, check that out. You got some food in there. I'm not saying it because it's gross to bully you. I'm saying it because, there, but for the grace of God, go I.
And then on the receiving side, you've made an emotional deposit. You've made a deposit in the emotional bank account. That guy's like, Taylor told me on the down low that I have a little embarrassing problem to fix. Thanks, Taylor. I know a thing or two about Taylor now.
I worked with a guy who had like halitosis or something. Like he had a medical issue, clearly. There was something going on. And I told him like right away, like, bro, I don't remember if it was me that told him, but I know that it was me that would tell him anytime it got bad again. And he would ask me, like he worked in the internet department. So he would talk to the customers who emailed in and stuff. And then he would pitch them off to me to like actually do the sale. So we and he was in the BDC, like development center or whatever. and he would like, how's my breath? No good. And he had he had like the at-home bottle of Listerine next to his desk, and he right there at his desk, he would like rinse and spit in the trash can. He's like, how about now? Nailed it. Let's go talk to this customer. Like he
That's
needed
good.
that to go talk to people. He needed to like hit a shot of that stuff and then go. He was so stinky.
Same with BO. BO
That's-
depends on the situation, because if someone smells like BO in a situation where they can't immediately remedy it, then it's bad news. Like you can't bring that up, because then it's just rude. It's like, hey, you smell like fucking shit, dude. You smell like you just came back from the gym. And it's like, all right, well, we're in a meeting right now. Like, what do you want me to do about this? But if it's a time where like everybody's getting ready for the night on the town and someone has a little BO, you let them know. You let them know right away. You tell them.
I don't understand people that smell bad. It's got to be like poor upbringing. Like it has to be. It has to be you just didn't have a family or something, or just complete disgusting laziness. I don't know. The people that stink don't make any sense to me, because I don't care how poor I am or how little lack of facilities I have. I'll figure it out. Deodorant is not expensive. Water is free. And if you can join you can join a gym for very little, get access to showers and lockers and stuff. I would find a creek before I'd go somewhere stinky. You know, like I'll figure something out. I really would. Like
what kind of deodorant are you on? What do you use?
Oh, it's got to be like some sort of Old Spice Captain's blend or something like that. It's like the
dry stuff, not the gel. You're a gel boy.
It's the stick, but it's like the clear stick. It's kind of bluish, like clear stuff. I like those. I've used those forever. I don't want to leave that like white residue behind in my armpit hair and stuff. That's gross. Yeah.
Have you tried spray? I have this.
When I was a kid,
yeah,
because it's the best. I think spray is like that's what my dad used.
It's
and
solid.
so when I first like hit puberty or whatever and started needing deodorant, I immediately went to his stuff, and I just remember like, God, my armpits feel extra dry now. Like it's too much antiperspirant. Like it was so effective that I just felt chalky in my armpits and gross. So I definitely like that gel stick. It feels kind of, I don't know, a little lubrication in there.
Like within the last year, I switched to this like spray antiperspirant, like Dove or some brand like that. And I just bought it on an impulse buy one day, because I'm like, man, that would be more convenient. No longer have that shit where like my armpit hair is like matted down with deodorant. Because you have a bunch of armpit hair, it kind of gets matted and uncomfortable, and it's not good. And then I bought this thinking like there's no way this can compete with the level of grease that I am as a human. And then no, totally better than any stick I've ever used. And I got arrogant. And next time I went to the spray, I saw one at the very bottom row that looked like, and I took it off the cap, like smelled it, didn't spray it, and I didn't pay for it yet. That'd be stealing. And I sprayed it a little bit, and I I smelled it, and I'm like, this smells pretty fucking good. And I took it home. It's a big can for how cheap it was. It was called like Brute, like BRUT was the name of the brand. And I did like one test day where I finished working out, took my shower, and I was hanging out at home the rest of the night. And so I was like, I'm just going to try this one, see how this works. And it smelled good, and I sprayed it on. And then like by the next morning, I had like more BO than if I had done nothing after it. And then I looked at the back of the can, and the reason the one I use is so good is because it has that highly toxic aluminum. That's what you fucking need in an effective deodorant. You need the aluminum in your pores. This one was just relying on alcohol. And so I think what it did, the alcohol one, it just like left a small amount of smell residue, and then the alcohol dried my pores up. And then just over, because if you use alcohol wipes on your face or anything, over time it creates more oil production because it's trying to fight back against the alcohol astringency. And so I'm off the Brute.
Yeah, it evaporates off and takes the moisture with it. I like my stick. Maybe you should thin out that armpit hair. You ever think about doing that?
I've done it before, and every time I do, I'm like, wow, I'm like fucking the Flash. Like I can move my arms so quick. Yeah, I don't trim it. I don't shave
hair. I thought hair partly worked as lube. If you think about where your hair is, your armpits, your pubes, it's where you need lube.
It prevents
does, but
chafing.
I'm not shaving it. Like I'm trimming it down, because there gets a point where like it's sticking out so far from my armpit. Like you could braid it.
What the fuck? Yeah.
You don't get armpit hair like that?
No, not really. I mean, it's it. I've got
You don't
armpit
have.
hair,
Have you ever seen those like population density maps? Like it looks like if you looked at Tokyo, where it's just like a spire,
Oh,
like in one,
yeah.
like the middle of my armpit, you can see all this fucking hair coming out. Yeah, I trim that down with scissors from time to time, but never any closer than scissors. Just a couple.
I've talked about it before, but that reminds me that Demi Moore did Playboy or something like that, and I don't know when it was, but she's got this huge bush, like way more than any of us would be comfortable with, and she's like sort of trimming at it with scissors in the photos, like that's one of the like sexy poses she's in, and it's like, my God, that's a big bush, like it's not like any.
Oh boy.
Yeah, it's everywhere. It's
This
like all
is
over.
practically a censored photo. It's so much bush.
Yeah, it's so much bush that she could walk around with that and not get in any trouble at all. You're not seeing anything past that bush. It must stink. Like that must hold so much stink in there. Oh God, remember after a whole day of her walking around in jeans, like doing stuff, it must smell like a fish market down there.
I don't know. I'm fine with this.
You're fine with it? My God, it's so awful.
I don't know. That would need a little, because if, I would have to grow out my bush so that I wouldn't feel like she was bush mogging me.
I bet her asshole's so hairy too. I bet it goes everywhere. I bet it's like, I think the small of her back has like a whole bunch of hair. She that's a hairy woman. But
Nah, she's pretty.
Say more. Keep going.
That's fine.
God.
I'm almost
Don't finish.
Hairy.
Wait till after the show.
Oh, this is. Oh wait, that's just some
together.
random lady. That's just some random lady caught up in the mix here on Google Images.
Yeah, that happened to me too. I was like,
The one
what's
with the armpit hair and like all the nip hair, and she's laying back, and it's like up
nipple
halfway up her
hair?
thigh. Well, this
I
wasn't
remember-
Demi Moore. This was some random lady.
I remember
caught
in
the
high
crossfire.
school, it got out that a girl had nipple hair, and it was just like everybody was just talking about it. We were in like maybe 10th grade or 11th grade, and it was like, what was her name? What was her fucking name? I can't remember anymore. But it was
Don't
like,
tell her name.
Hannah's got nipple hair, big long nipple hairs, and everybody was like, ew, gross, disgusting. And I just remember like, I think people were saying it to her face, like it was a thing. It was so bad.
I remember there was one guy in my high
girl.
school who was saying that he had been with a girl who had like just trace amounts of nipple hair. Like sometimes they do. And somehow he mentioned it like in class. Like, I don't know how it came up, but he's like, yeah, sometimes they got little hairs that grow and this and that. And partly I was like, wow, I don't think I like that. And partly I was like, he probably has seen more boobs than I have, right? If his sample size is large enough to include hairy boobs, well done, bro.
Mm-hmm. Good for him. Cool guy.
Never seen a hairy boob in the wild. Never dated a girl who didn't shave in the classical places that women shave in the modern era. And I would not be down for that. I couldn't date a girl who didn't shave her armpits or legs. I wouldn't date a girl.
Yeah,
If
but
she's
he didn't
rich.
do a ton of dating amongst like the middle and high school girls who probably were like pre-maintenance.
That's not a thing. That girls start shaving their legs at like 9.
Legs, but I okay. At least in my middle
Oh,
school,
maybe. I don't know.
the girls who could grow mustaches still had them. They weren't in the whole like waxing or laser, whatever it is they do to handle mustaches. Girls
In
would
the
have
early
mustaches.
2000s, everybody was fucking bald down there. All the girls shaved everywhere in high school. The idea that a girl would have a bush would have been like, I just told you about this, how it became a wide told story that a girl had a hair on her nipple.
Do you, when you say bush, are you meaning any hair down there at all, or just
Everybody was
unkempt?
completely shaved. Everyone was completely shaved. The dudes were completely shaved. I remember dudes would like flash you their fucking shaved bush in like weightlifting to like fuck with you. Like everybody shaved. Like everybody. I have never seen a girl in those years who was not shaved everywhere. And like as far as like legs and armpits and stuff and makeup, like those girls start in like in 5th grade. Lindsay something had hooters, big old titties, not just like little bumps. She had like C-cup tits in 5th grade. So like all those girls were like shaving their legs. Then there was me in like, what was it, like 8th grade, like looking at, I was like, his legs are so hairy. And I'm like, it's summer and we're all in shorts and we're just sitting in math class. And I'm like looking at my legs and looking at fucking Tyler's legs. And I'm just like, fuck, Tyler's legs look like daddy's legs. He's a man.
I got that early. I got dad legs early on. In
My legs were
eighth
fucking
grade.
weird because they were like totally hairless. I remember in high school gym where they took attendance and everyone sat in this like grid pattern on your butt. So you're like sitting on your butt with your knees at like chin level. You can imagine this. And I had these giant fucking calves that I would like wiggle back and forth sometimes out of boredom on my hairless prepubescent legs. The only muscle group that grew in my whole fucking body were these overdone calves that would swing around on the bottom of my legs. Someone said I was gross and it hurt my feelings.
Oh, fuck them.
Yeah.
That's mean.
No, I definitely in like high school remember seeing not bush, but like it wasn't unkempt, but it was like a wider than a landing strip amount of hair, but it was well maintained. But then she also sometimes shaved all of it, and so it was kind of a, you know, what are we dealing with?
The
today?
racing stripe is for it looks good in underwear and bikini, I think.
Yeah, or just shaved regular. I don't know. You're right. The Demi Moore thing, that's almost intimidating.
Yeah,
it's like, oh my god, this is hairier than me. You shouldn't be hairier than me.
I don't think most women could do that if they wanted to. It's not even a matter of like, you know, trimming. If they went full native, they wouldn't pull off a Demi Moore.
Yeah, exactly. Her thighs are hairy. I don't think so.
In that picture?
Like a Greek or an Italian?
I haven't seen that picture in
maybe
years,
an Albanian.
but when I picture it, I picture her, like her inner thighs and everything, that whole area being like super, like not just hairy, but so hairy you can't see skin. Like a, you know what I mean? Like even her inner thighs and like that whole area down there, like her whole gooch, her asshole. I bet it's all just a thick.
Oh, dude, if I were in high school,
that down to her butt, it's super hairy, but not as wide, I think, as you're describing it. I bet underwear covers most of that.
You're like 15 years old. That's your like you'd be reaching in there like those Halloween, like feel the eyeballs, and it's like grapes. Like you'd be like, oh fuck, I don't even know what to do here. I feel like Steve Irwin,
a bushman of the Kalahari. I'm just fucking trying to get through all that shit.
Those gals have some real bushes.
God, I bet that stinks.
Yeah, dude. Any fucking Stone Age tribe, it's gonna smell like shit, dude. It's gonna be rough.
We went back to the Stone Age with it. I think in Stone Age you want that stink. You smell that stink and you're like, oh. Yeah, like, that gets you going. Like that's the closest thing to like
not the BO part of it though. Just
the BO part. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like I think that BO, that body odor and that like gooch odor and all that like stinky pussy odor. Our ancestors were definitely all about that. That was like those pheromones, like that stink. They were like, oh, that'd get them going.
I'm glad we escaped.
Loved it.
Yeah.
Are you?
Well, I mean, I enjoy like someone smelling like me. I like to smell like Pure Sport because I'm an athlete.
Smell like Cool Rush, not to boast.
Wow, Cool Rush, Pure Sport. These are definitely scents. Like
what do you smell like, guy?
The Captain's Blend or something like that. I think it's Old Spice Captain's Blend. That might be what I'm rocking.
Does some retarded shit. It'll be like, do you want to smell like Bear Glove? It's like, what the fuck are you on about? Bear Glove? That's a real scent, and it's just got a picture of a bear on the front of it. And it's like, I'm not going for Bear Glove. I'm going to go for something with a scent in it.
I remember the high school locker room just stinking of Axe, just so much Axe and BO. And even then I was like, you can't cover up BO. You either prevent it or you wash it off. You don't cover it up. Like it would be like shitting your pants and like, oh crap, anybody got any Axe? Like you should start with toilet paper and maybe a shower.
Start with those piles you just made in your underwear and throw it into the fucking trash. Yeah, there was just a fog of Axe in middle school in particular. High school as well, but middle school more so after gym. And there was this one kid, Alec, who never wanted to shower. And it's like, bro, just like you were saying, the deed is done. You sweat during kickball just now or dodgeball or whatever. You stink.
Yeah.
And it's first hour, motherfucker. Get in the shower and get clean because no amount of Pure Sport sprayed on you it's just gonna make you smell weird. It's not gonna make you smell good.
When we did our survival trip, every day I was in that creek. Every day I was in the creek with my bar of Old Spice, and the water was like there was so little water that I just like got on my knees and like sort of like prayed like a Muslim and then like threw it back over my back and like just I'm like anointing myself. But I got clean. I ended up, you stink like a creek afterwards, whatever that smells like. But it smelled way better than what I smelled like before I went in there. It was
That's good. You're so conscientious, and you're not even a greasy boy. It doesn't seem like you have greasy hair issues or anything.
I do. Yeah, I've got super greasy skin, super oily skin and hair. But that's like I got my hands around that in high school and like took care of it. Just got.
If I like go a day without showering, the hair on my head like gets so greasy I could almost style it.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's like if it's visibly greasy after one day. And my whole face is like shiny and gross. Like when I was like going through puberty and when I was in my early 20s, my face would be so oily. I can remember being in this meeting for work and just like I had showered that morning. Like I'd showered an hour and a half before this meeting. And I remember like touching my nose like this and it feeling like my face was covered in Vaseline. That's how greasy I am. And I would use so many products and so many things and it didn't matter. Like I could take a sheet of notebook paper and like rub it on my nose and it's like, oh yeah, just left a like oozing oil out of my fucking like face constantly all day. It was so hard to like avoid acne.
Even pre-Accutane, I never had greasy skin. I could like make a piece of paper see through, but my hair gets so fucking greasy. Like if I can't imagine if I had to take a week off showering, I could wring it out and cook with it. Like it'd be fucking disgusting. Woody doesn't seem like a super greasy boy.
Yeah, I think I'm the luckiest in this group. I had some pimples in high school, but nothing that stood out as even worse than average. I had some, but that wasn't like perfect, but it wasn't too bad.
You didn't even have like a resurgence because I know you hit puberty late, and so like even at 17 or whatever, it didn't flare for a while.
Like I'd get a pimple or two. Like I didn't have perfect skin through all high school or anything, but it wasn't like anything that would stand out as a bad day.
I remember like in middle school, like 7th grade especially. I think 7th grade is the absolute worst my pimples got, and like it wouldn't even always be like a forehead pimple or like a cheek pimple, the traditional pimple spots. Sometimes, and I know Kyle's dealt with this, like you just get one like on your upper lip. Just like a big old fucking greasy honker on your upper lip. And it's like, well, there's no hiding this.
I've had them
like,
everywhere.
Every girl is going to see this. You're going to look like a fucking idiot. And of course, you're so in your own head. You're not thinking about the fact that like the girl you're talking to also has acne, just not, in
probably.
the same place.
I think my motorcycle helmet used to give me pimples like on my, like under my sideburn or on my chin, where things would touch.
I remember some kid asking like, have you been shot here with a paintball? Have you been shot there with a paintball? And I was like, dude, I've been shot everywhere conceivable with a paintball. And that's how the acne was. I've had acne everywhere. I've had acne on a toe before. Like, look at that little toe pimple. I've had, from the top of my toe to the top of my head. I've been like, what? There's a pimple here, like on top of my head, like in my hair, fully covered in hair. And I'm just like, gotta pop that bitch in the mirror.
That's the best place for a pimple, really.
Of course, it's the best place for a pimple. Nobody sees, and the skin's like taut and tight, and it pops easily.
How about this? I've never had a pimple on my scrotum.
I have, absolutely.
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Totally.
What about the penis itself?
Maybe on like the base, but maybe like down on the base, but it was probably just like an ingrown hair or something like that. Turning around the base of the trunk. Get that extra quarter inch or whatever you can eke out.
How big of a zit was it on your scrotum? Because that seems like such a weird.
I think it's
place
one of those little translucent whiteheads that you can almost rub off. I remember Woody did a male Monday where he was like, yeah, you take a wet washcloth and rub it on your face and that'll get all those
pure hot water, right?
And I'm just like, but mine are so deep inside my face. Because I had those like sebaceous cysts that would pop with like huge amounts of like wet and dry clots of pus and just all sorts of nasty shit. Big like keloids coming out, like these solid like dark orange eggs of solid matter that would come out. than like the drizzly one that comes out like you're icing a cake or something.
I've had those. I've had the drizzly ones. Yeah, when I was in like middle school, where you like pop it on the mirror and it looks like it's not going to go, and then it goes bang, and it shoots out on your bathroom mirror, and you have to be like, let's just clean this up. No one will ever know. No one will ever know, as you have like a just a hot spot on your face.
That's the situation where the really hot washcloth might be the move. Like if it doesn't fix it, it's not ready. In 6 hours, the next day, it will. When you get that big squeeze, you think that you're on the road to healing, but no. You've taken a 6 and made it a 9. We all know how this goes. We've all taken this like semi-problematic pimple and made it giant, red, irritated, so now nobody will miss it. That's what the big pop gets you.
If I could send a message back in time to my mother, it would be Bitcoin 2009 and get Kyle some Accutane. Like, either or. You know, like get Kyle some fucking Accutane. That would have been wonderful because I had acne for a decade.
I wonder how different you'd be if you didn't have like that social challenge in your formative years.
Oh, bad. I would avoid. I can specifically remember being like 16 or 17 and a girl inviting me to her house. Like, come over. It's nighttime. And I just had like popped every pimple on my face in the shower. I was like, I'm not coming. I was like, I just popped every pimple on my face. I look absurd. Like a whole face is like red and swollen, like huge. Like I was like, it was like a Friday night.
You just gone to war.
I went to war, and it was like by Monday these will mostly be healed up for school. But on Friday night I was like, we got to get rid of all these. Did
that experience make you more charismatic today?
I don't know. I just have that pain in my heart.
Just that pain.
It's just like, man, I wish I could have gone to that girl's house that night. That might have went well. You know, and there's like 1,000 times like that.
Sounded like a good start.
Oh,
or you could have got her pregnant.
And it would always. I remember like a lady at work, like this older black lady, being like, "What is that?" And I was like, "It's a pimple. It's a fucking pimple. Like what are you doing to me?"
I mean, you didn't get it. I mean, it sounds horrible, but you don't have like I've seen you in person. You don't have Edward James Olmos' face, like where there's like scar.
I didn't get them here. Yeah, I didn't get them where your face pockmarks. None of them were like in that little quadrant below the eye and just to the right or left of the nose, like right in the middle of your face. That seems to be the area that's really delicate skin that pockmarks bad. I would get them around my mouth mostly. Yeah, like right here around my mouth and like like around the sides where mostly where my beard grows. Yeah.
I wonder if you drilled in sleep.
I think
sleep on your side. That's one cause.
Oh, really? I didn't even know that. Huh.
Yeah. I probably needed cleaner pillowcases. That probably would have helped. I know one of your tips was great was using a towel as a pillowcase every night, just so you not can sleeping in bacteria.
Refold it or swap it out more frequently than people typically do with a pillowcase.
Just don't let the guards see because they don't allow pillows.
I didn't even think about that. That would suck if you still had a bunch of acne when you were in jail and you had to worry about being bullied in addition to being raped.
I had that fucking thing on my eyelid. I remember a dude be like, "What's that on your eyelid?" I'm getting it removed when I get out.
Yeah, sure you are, champ.
Yeah,
you could have got the free medical care in prison.
Oh, please. You don't want that.
Could have chopped the whole lid off.
Yeah, you don't
got
want
2 of them. Taylor making a big deal out of nothing.
Yeah, and you could have been an eye patch guy. Do you remember how much I was pumping you up when you were eye patch guy? You looked fucking sick.
Yeah, I remember you saying those things.
It looked cool. Now, depth perception, people say that's important, but
I hear you started wearing one just day to day, just for the funsies.
Day to day, sometimes. It's not illegal to wear an eye patch and say you're a veteran.
It's
free speech.
That's free speech.
I think that's
Wait, is that illegal? That can't be illegal.
That's stolen valor. It's a federal offense.
Yeah, but they're not going to get you. What are they going to fucking do? Try me. They're not going to get me in trouble. Demanding a discount at Domino's, middle of the day. They'll give it to you.
I can pass all their tests. I was in the 101st platoon back in.
Yeah, I could tell you where I served, but I'd have to kill you.
That's a better approach.
Those guys
I like walk in normally, and then after they call my shit, I start limping, like as if I've been shot and I'm wounded.
Those guys are always so embarrassing with the guys who are like super stealing valor. They're covered in medals, like Navy SEAL shit, and they've got like this combination of medals and awards and such that make them into like a Chuck Norris type character if you know what you're looking at. You're like, wait, so you were in the Navy first and became a SEAL. That's right. And then you became a Ranger. Yep. I was tired of being out there on the seas. Wanted to try my hand in the desert combats of Iraq. And it's like, dude, what are you talking about right now? He's an admiral. He's a Captain Crunch or some shit. It's a bunch of bullshit. And they'll be like, dude, I was in that class. And if you've done it, you know what you're asking. They'll ask him what's that number? MOA or something? It's not MOA. It's that number that like service members have that defines their like job level or whatever. They'll ask him what that is.
Yeah, I know what it is. I'm not going to say.
They will know.
Military term for pay grade, I think.
Sure. They'll ask them, where they went to boot camp, and they'll have that wrong. And it's like, no, you didn't. They didn't open that place until like 1985. You were Nam? What are you even talking about? How old are you?
I was a Navy SEAL.
It shouldn't be hard. He was a Navy SEAL. Cover story.
He absolutely was.
No, that's the thing. I've watched Navy SEALs online rip on him for this. I served in Vietnam as a frogman.
He was a frogman.
And a frogman was a different thing that existed prior to the SEALs. No. And then the SEALs became a thing, and the frogmen became part of the SEALs. But he's like always said that he was a SEAL, but he didn't go through SEAL training.
He didn't go through BUD/S?
He went through like a different path, and then now says like, I was a Navy SEAL in Vietnam. And they're like, you were a frogman. And he's like, well, it became the Navy SEALs.
He graduated BUD/S class 58 December of 1970 and was part of the underwater demolition team 12. So
wow, so you're telling me those YouTube shorts fucking lied to me?
Yeah.
So AI says something close to what Taylor was saying.
Yes, there we go.
But it goes both ways. Yes, Jesse Ventura was indeed a Navy SEAL. He served in the U.S. Navy, including time in the underwater demolition team 12, which is now part of the SEAL teams. Right? So it's like he is a SEAL because the thing he did became reclassified as a SEAL later.
They what he does to SEALs. But he passed BUD/S. Which is like, to me, one of the defining things to being a Navy SEAL is you went through that BUD/S course. Maybe I don't know shit, but I think he's legit.
There's no shit. I mean, I disliked Jesse Ventura for a while after he got in that fight with Jim Norton on O&A, and then I liked him again, and so I'm back to liking Jesse Ventura, where this is also an old story. You know the Chris Kyle story with him?
Yeah.
Where Chris Kyle, apparently not only a sniper, but a bit of a fibber, was like, yeah, I was at a bar, and Jesse Ventura came up to me and said, I'm glad all those soldiers died. And so I punched him. And then in interviews, Jesse's like, why would I say that? That's awful. Like, I never said that to him. And then he sued him for like $1 million and won.
Yeah, Chris Kyle was a fibber. Chris
Kyle had to admit that he fibbed on Jesse Ventura, and then he got shot at a shooting range.
Yeah, that guy murdered him. He the lie that I remember is during the Hurricane Katrina aftermath, he said something about him going to New Orleans and shooting looters.
Jesse did?
No.
Chris Kyle.
Oh, Chris Kyle. Yeah, no, that seems fucking absurd.
Yeah, Jesse was in the floodwaters. He's a frogman. He was under there.
I noticed a lot of black people stealing.
So I
didn't want to weigh in. It didn't seem like my place. He's so funny. He's with that hair.
Kyle's right. Ventura went to BUD/S, and I don't know up from down, but it feels like Navy SEAL to me.
Yeah,
and he's a big like cool guy. I always thought
dude. I'm back in.
He seems like cool dude, and he's huge. I always like. I like Jesse Ventura. I loved his movies. Obviously, just Predator is the main one. I have a signature in the other room on my Predator photo.
I like that he became governor as an independent. I don't
Minnesota.
know. Maybe it's true, but I just think independents are less corruptible, probably better motives. Maybe I'm just projecting good things onto him.
How long was
you would think more people be going after you with like bribes and such if you are independent, though, right? Like both sides now feel like they can come at you on this and that and the other. Whereas if you're hard right, nobody's, the LGBTQ people aren't coming to you like, hey, maybe you could do this, that, and the other. They don't even bother with you. But if you're independent, both sides are trying to come after you. Like Fetterman, you've been following Fetterman?
What's he up to?
A little bit.
Let me catch the world up on John Fetterman real quick. So he's a senator from the Northeast,
Pennsylvania.
Thanks. And he's that big, fat, bald guy who never wears suits, and they sort of give him guff about that. And he had this traumatic stroke, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
He had a bad stroke, and then he was also hospitalized for clinical depression, sort of back to back. He won his election, and while winning his election, the right was going after him hard because he's a Democrat, going after him hard because they're like, you're going to let this guy who's diminished, he's got brain damage, he's going to serve this guy who's had this stroke, and like he has to use this iPad interface to talk to people. Like what are you doing? Well, the stroke made him a conservative. Brain damage turned John Fetterman into a conservative, and there's no other way to look at it than that, because that's what he is now.
Doesn't he still vote left on every meaningful thing?
No. And his aides are crying in the news because they're so embarrassed and ashamed and sad for what he's become. He's in meetings like why is everyone mad at me? Why is everyone mad at me? What did I do now? Why are you always mad at me? And like he
seems like a guy who probably shouldn't be in the public light.
But what's interesting is now the right with him. Hey, leave this guy alone. Leave John Fetterman alone. The right, Fox News, everybody got his back now. Complete 180. And now it's the left who's coming after him. Like, hey, this guy's had a stroke. We can't let him be in office. He's got brain damage.
There's some other stuff that like his staffers are afraid to drive with him because he's erratic and untrustworthy.
Wait, when he's driving?
Yeah, when he's driving, apparently he's unsafe. He's just not the guy that he was pre-election, pre-stroke. Mm-hmm. So I don't know.
That seems fair. If he's fucking geeked out all the time and he's not making sense and you're his staffer, I'm taking an Uber behind him. Like I don't want him driving. You don't know when he's going to stroke out again and some other shit's going to happen.
Clear that traffic out for us.
Because I've seen enough interviews of him where they're like, Mr. Fetterman, what do you think about the intervention and blah, blah, blah. And he's like, complicated. Things complicated, difficult. You know, the thing about Pennsylvania is it's complicated. And it's like he just gets in a loop where he just says the same nonsense over and over. And it's like, what the fuck? Well, we're just electing Nero's horse now. Like, so let's cut it out. That was that's a historical reference. So Nero was a corrupt emperor in Rome, and he was so corrupt and he was so disliked and so tyrannical that he made his horse a senator of Rome.
Okay.
And no one was chill with it, but everyone had to be like, I'm not, did you hear what happened to Clavicus? Yeah, well, you can go ask his head and his arms and legs if you want to take a long road trip around the corners of the empire. And it's like, no one wanted to push back on it. Just a no-close moment.
So he shifted on a lot of things. It looks like he shifted on immigration. He was a co-sponsor of the Lake and Riley Act. Nothing wrong with that. I'm just saying it's a shift for him. He became much more hardline on Israel and Gaza, not being in support of a ceasefire. He opposes ceasefire. He wants Hamas to be neutralized first. Looks like he shifted himself from the progressive wing of the Democratic Party. That's just okay. Criminal justice reform. He previously championed criminal justice reform. His stance on issues like cash bail has drawn criticism. Yeah, he changed on a lot of things: economic policy, healthcare. A few things that he was advocating for, and now he's sort of on the opposite end of that spectrum. I think the left should be running with brain damage causes conservatism. That should be what they should use here.
I disagree.
I don't think they'll do that.
So on the left, it's sometimes fun to say stuff like that, and you've got Fetterman making it possible. But if you're on the left and you're a strategist, you want your door opened. You don't want to insult MAGA guys, because that's not going to bring them onto your team. You're not just trying to like dog them. You're trying to convert them. So
who's that Democrat strategist who's really old?
James Carville.
The Raging
James
Cajun?
Carville. Yeah.
I'm like
guy,
Kyle with movies.
You are. Like James Carville, I've seen interviews with him where he's like, they're like, James, what do we do to bring the Democrats back to winning? He's like, for the fucking 20th year in a row, you got to drop a lot of this lunacy woke nonsense, and you got to stop how much you're like overtly hating white people, like really overtly hating men and white people. Believe it or not, guys, this is a losing strategy. And they're like, but James, we do hate white people and men. And they're like, all right, well then at least fucking hide it a little better. My God. And
there's more Democrats saying that. David Hogue, the Parkland shooter guy, is like, we have got to drop the anti-men plank in this party. This whole bear shit, it's like the 100, would you rather see a man or a bear in the woods thing? Like he has a whole list. And David, is it Hogue or Pogue?
I thought it was Hogg.
Maybe it's Hogue. I'm sorry, I read too much now. When you learn by read, you mispronounce everything. But anyway, yeah, he's more pro.
Definitely names.
He's trying to get the Democratic Party to stop. Like,
and they booted his
declaring
ass.
People as bad. They are in the process of booting his ass. Yeah, so it is hard to find details about this, but he was voted. Him and another guy, a black man, Malcolm Kenya something close to that. Anyway, they won the election, but apparently there were supposed to be 2 elections, one for men and one for women, but they held a joint election and 2 men won. So first they like appealed it or something, and the Democrats, there was a tie, it didn't go anywhere. And now this next time they decided to redo the vote. And this is the whole thing that people like me detest about the Democratic Party, that is just like this equality of outcome. Fuck you. Right. And I don't know who votes for the chair of the DNC. There's 2 vice chairs. Hillary Clinton. But pretending that this was a broader issue, the voters picked these 2. Mm-hmm. Don't have a special race for boys and a special race for girls so that we can guarantee this, I think. So
seems like very gendered to me. I don't care for it. Like, are we going to have a race for trans people as well? Because I wouldn't like that. That would otherize them. What about my non-binary representatives? Don't they get any say in this?
If hypothetically every member of the House of Rep was a woman,
fucking liberal bigots,
I wouldn't say we need to get rid of half the women in here and make it equal. I'd say vote for a man if you want a man. Somehow the voters decided that women were the best at this job, or flip it. If everyone in there was a man, I'd be like, well, then get a woman who can beat a man in an election, and then you'll get some women in there. Yep. I don't like the idea of this job is just for women.
I don't like that so many. There's only one American UFC champion. I hate it. But I'm not saying, hey, we need different representation here. We got to change this. We need a different outcome, whatever it takes. So let's make let's have a tournament where there's 19 Americans and 1 Dagestani. Dagestani probably still wins, but it's just like, no, that's what happens. The cream has risen to the top. Either drink it or find a new sport. Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's bullshit. I hate the going for a certain outcome. I hate equity. I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate it. Get the fuck out of here with that racist bullshit. Right. No, and here we've got a perfect example now with the South African refugees being brought in, the Afrikaans who are having their land stolen from them by their government. Hope those people starve like they did last time. They stole all the land from the white people. And I saw, you know what I love, and it's just great meme bait for the right. I go on conservative memes a lot. It's just great meme bait for them because they're like, this is what an immigrant from Mexico looks like who's been here for 3 years. And it's a woman screaming at the sky with a Mexican flag. And like, this is an Afrikaan who's been here for 5 minutes, and they all got American flags. They're all happy to be here, fucking apple pie eating motherfuckers. Every one of them had an American flag. You interviewed them, like, we're happy to be here. We want to be Americans. We want the American dream. We want to do this, that, and the other. Just like everything you want to hear. It was almost like a propaganda piece. It was beautiful. And then the left is like, oh, so now you let immigrants in. No, not like that. Not like that.
So when we drop 1 million Haitians in Ohio, it's a problem. But when we bring 50 Afrikaans, it's awesome. And it's like,
you do have to say, like, it does seem like they're more inviting of white people. Like I don't know what it is about the white people from South America that makes them better Americans. If it's their cultural fit is what the Trump administration says. And is it their love of hamburgers?
Productivity.
Is that it? Do they have in-depth knowledge of American football? Is
productivity.
That why Are the immigrants not working hard? Are they not productive? Because the immigrants that we're talking about, and the population in general, has a lower crime rate, has a higher entrepreneurial rate. These
You think that
the losers
in
and
Ohio
criminals that the Democrats
rate?
point them out to? Yeah, they do.
Yeah,
They do.
you're not factoring in the people we're talking about, though.
Google it right now and tell me what you see. Because I know what you'll see. I've Googled it before. The crime
I think
rate
they're
is
using
lower.
the wrong sums for their math, is what I think. I think when they're like, when there's like, okay, so this is all the immigrants. No, it's not. No, it's not. You missed 3 million. You missed 3 million. And you know what? Those 3 million are all fucking criminals. You missed the 3 million criminals to factor in there. I don't think they have their numbers straight when they say that. And
That's
here's
just
the thing.
wish-casting,
I don't
right?
care.
We know
I
who
don't
the
care if an
people who
illegal
are. They
commits
get
crimes
caught
at
for
1
crimes, and we
millionth
know
the
if they're
rate of an
illegal or
American.
not.
It doesn't matter that they commit crimes at a lower rate than the average American. It's still a crime that wouldn't have happened otherwise. They shouldn't be here. I don't care
But
that
if the goal is
it'd
to
be like, hey,
lower crime,
wolves
you're
actually
targeting
bite
a low
people.
crime group. This is like targeting Asian women to lower crime, right? Like it's a low crime group.
Let me know.
I'm helping you out here. It's a
not at
low
all.
crime group. So why are we targeting a low crime group to reduce crime?
Because they shouldn't be here at all. It's like saying that wolves bite people at a lower rate than dogs. Oh, well, let all the wolves in. Holy shit, I didn't know that. Love it. No wolves. Zero.
No wolves. Some dogs.
Yeah. This country was built on wolves, right? This country was built on wolves. We were all descendants of wolves at one point.
Well, let's go back to how we did things in the 1920s. That'll go great.
Well, that was pre the Hart-Celler Act in 1965, which is what dramatically increased immigration from third world nations. Prior to that, all of American history was largely European immigration.
That's like saying Europeans are good and other people are bad. And I don't know what makes them bad.
Europeans fit in, other people don't.
Because when we look
Their
at the
culture is
current immigrants,
compatible without it.
they have a lower crime rate, a higher entrepreneurial rate, and economists consider them good for America.
I mean, they consider them good because they drive down the cost of wages and make people work for less, and that increases GDP. It's not good. It's good for large oligarchs who own large companies and need lots of cheap borderline slave labor. It's excellent for them. That's why all those people are largely in favor of importing as many people as they want. It's really bad for the working and middle class of our country. And that's who we should prioritize.
For a country to have a shrinking population, and without immigration, that's what we'd have.
I mean,
no
if
one's
the
anti-immigration here. We're anti-invasion. Love immigration.
Well, no one's for immigration reform, it seems. So
I mean, immigrant.
What's wrong with the way we're doing it right now?
We're letting too many people in right now.
No one's getting in legally, right? So there's just people coming.
We just let.
Do you think that
South
like
Africans just made it?
So you think that like those,
all right, I stand corrected. A couple white people from South Africa got in. All right.
So do you think like, let's say they bring another 300,000 Haitians into Ohio? You think that's good for Ohio? You think that's good for the working and the middle class of Ohio? Because the way immigration has always worked is you have to assimilate. And what you don't get when you import hundreds of thousands of people at once, which is what our current one side of our political coin likes doing, is importing them in mass. And then you get subsections of the country like in Minnesota where you have a bunch of Somalis who have no intention whatsoever of assimilating. They're going to keep doing their thing. And then they form a voting bloc. And now this voting bloc is lockstep together, and they disrupt our political process. Like it's a big net negative.
I would spread them out if I were king. I also feel like I like America as a melting pot instead of a salad bowl. And when you allow 20,000 people in just Springfield, for example, the Haitian situation, then culturally you get some upheaval, and that is not fun. Probably goes away when their kids become American and assimilate. But if I were king, I'd be like, hey, you're good for the country, but listen, I don't want Chinatown. I want you guys to spread out.
If anything, that is wish casting, because this is like when you import large amounts of immigrants, it's by design. Like they move them to Ohio for a reason. They're trying to change the face of the voter base there. And they're doing this intentionally, and it's bad for the working and middle class Americans who are already Americans. And so I'm totally against it. It's ridiculous.
Look at Europe. Look at London. Look at the Pakistani rape gangs. Look at how they arrested the victim of that. They pull up and there's a 12-year girl being raped by a Pakistani. They arrested the girl. Prostitution.
Yeah,
it's a true story. Google.
Terrible. I don't know. I wasn't doubting it.
They have roaming Pakistani rape gangs in London. I saw a video last night. They're just walking down the street. It looks like a bazaar. It looks like a bazaar from the Middle East. There are. It looks like Aladdin when you're in the market, and there's just shit all over the ground on the sidewalks as far as the eye can see. Nothing but women in hijabs and men with beards and like Middle Eastern garb just walking around. It looks like the Middle East.
Where
It
is
looks
this?
like London.
London,
It
Paris,
looks like Istanbul.
Birmingham.
The sidewalks are covered with pop-up markets of stolen goods. It's just like, here's a laundry basket full of like stolen shit, like laundry detergent, fucking t-shirts, whatever. And it's all the way down both sides of this street as far as you can see. And it's intermingling, and you don't see a white person anywhere in London. It's nothing but Pakis. It's nothing but Muslims. It's North Africans. It's Syrians. It's ridiculous.
It's not good for England.
I see Gavin Newsom scaling back his program to give illegals health care. And it's like, oh, what a brilliant idea. Let's scale it back a little. Yeah, that'll help your presidential bid.
I like it when illegals pay in but don't get benefits until they're legal.
Like,
well, that doesn't.
I don't know what the answer to that is, but I like what we're doing.
No, I was
right
serious.
now.
I genuinely like it when they pay in but don't get benefits unless they're legal.
But that's not a norm thing. Like, they take forms of government federal assistance at a higher rate than a native population.
Well, they changed the
especially
voting,
the ones that are flown here. Like, if you bring 100,000 people from Haiti over, those people are largely dependent. We're paying for their healthcare, their schooling, their housing. Non-government organizations funded by things like, the government program for fucking whatever, diverse outreach or some nonsense. Like, they get flown over, and it's like, all right, well, maybe when we're picking immigrants, we pick people who we know are going to be productive and be net taxpayers.
Ones who don't eat cats and dogs, right?
Ones who don't eat cats and dogs. Maybe we don't pick from the lowest IQ country in the Western Hemisphere. Maybe we
don't
just
take anyone who doesn't have a degree. Don't take anyone who doesn't have a degree.
Yeah.
None.
Yeah, that would be absurd. Like, all this hurts the middle and working class so much to depose and replace them. And then you have some, like, I saw some Ohio cunt who like owns some factory there in Cleveland or whatever, being like, they're great, they're awesome, I can pay them fucking peanuts, and the local Ohioans, they don't want to work. And it's like, no, you fucking crook. You're selling.
I might have seen
out.
the same thing.
Yeah,
was this about Springfield, Ohio?
Yeah, maybe around there or something. Yeah.
Okay, yeah. If we saw the same thing, they work long hours.
They're slaves.
It's longer than 12 hours a day. It was like 16. I want to say 18, but I feel like I'm exaggerating. But they work super long, more than 12 hours a day. And he's like, they don't complain. They just work. They're machines. And that is rough on people who don't match their work ethic, for sure.
It's not even work ethic. It's like options. Like, these people who could have worked there and had a living that provided for them and their children and their families. Now they can't afford to compete with a bunch of 20 to 40-year-old men who got airdropped there and can work 8 people to an apartment for slave wages, and also, wreck the neighborhood they're in because they don't know how to live in the West. They don't know what our cultural institutions are here, our norms.
In the video you saw, if it's the same one as me, there was an American who tried to work there, and he lasted like 6 or 9 months. He's like, I got to hand it to him. That's brutal. I couldn't keep up.
I would think the bigger reason would be like, yeah, I worked here for a bit, but I'm making Haitian like slave wages. And because I have a wife and 3 children and I don't live with 7 other Haitians in an apartment, this is not tenable for me. But the guy who's paying those Haitian slave wages, which is what a borderline is, he loves that. And that causes GDP to go up. And so people see that and they're like, oh, this is a good thing. It's good for America. No, it's not. It's good for large holders of capital, like wealthy oligarchs. It's great for those people. There's a reason the billionaire class, from Elon Musk to George Soros, they all have the same immigration stance as the baseline Democrat of, well, let them all in as much as you want. They'll like give some lip service, but it's just because they want to keep their costs down, and they don't give 2 fucks if it harms American working and middle class people. All those guys can get fucks. It's traitorous. It's like genuinely traitorous to sell out your citizenry.
But a shrinking nation is also terrible.
What is housing going to go down, or costs going to go down?
Well, that's what the Rust Belt cities are, right? Like, we've seen it we've seen it in St. Louis, right? When the population declines, the place crumbles.
But why did population decline there? Because we lost manufacturing that was capable of supporting these families. It wasn't like, oh, we didn't import enough people from Haiti, so St. Louis failed. It was a lot of these billionaires offshored all their manufacturing, so that they could save money. And that's what destroyed those cities like Pittsburgh and St. Louis.
Bringing
Cleveland.
manufacturing in at high wages isn't going to bring successful companies back to life. It's just going to they moved on manufacturing because they'd fail if they didn't.
I think that it would, I think they initially moved it because it would save money, and it did for them. But the long-term cost is that you no longer have a working and middle class that's capable of having like a solid job that can support families. And then when these families now, American citizens, can no longer afford to have kids, these short-term gain GDP oligarchs are like, oh, well, okay, well then I guess the solution is infinite immigration forever, where we just pay them.
It's a fantasy to have, people who could barely read making the equivalent of 6 digits a year, like they did on automotive assembly plants in the 80s.
I don't think so. It was that way up until 1965.
That's a long time ago. Now, like it or not, everybody's competing with globalization.
But what
everybody is competing.
What changed
after 1965? It was the Hart-Celler Act.
The rest of we destroyed the world in the 40s. Nobody had any manufacturing. That's a big part of it. You want to go back to that? You got to list old Captain Kyle here. We got to destroy a huge swath of the global population. We got the bombs to do it, wouldn't it? If you destroy the manufacturing base,
dude, Israel's already doing their share.
All right, well, there was no manufacturing base in Palestine other than RPGs. Okay, so I guess
they made lots of fucking bombs out of Coke cans and stuff. And
exactly, but what I'm getting at is if you go in and you destroy the manufacturing base of, say, Germany, Japan, and London tomorrow, then all of a sudden Detroit is fucking firing back up, and those guys are making 180 grand a year with high school educations, cranking out anything and everything. But we're going to need another global war for that to happen. They were crippled. Obviously, there was no bombing here, if you remember your history. Our manufacturing base didn't. There
was one day. Yeah, there was one pretty big day.
When Japan saw the manufacturing numbers from the United States, they wrote them off as propaganda. They weren't exaggerated. They weren't exaggerated. The amount of cars that we were producing, the amount of steel that we were making, the amount of everything that we were creating ourselves during the late 30s, early 40s. They didn't believe it. And
the idea that someone could make 180 grand doing some Laverne and Shirley manufacturing line job, the reference probably falls flat on our audience, but it's just fantasy because someone else will do it for 2 pennies a day in China. And
that's why you need some protectionism.
Well, then you can't undo global trade. Right, you can't just undo it and turn yourself into communist Russia, right? The Soviet Union. Otherwise, you'll turn yourself in what the Soviet Union was, a completely uncompetitive country.
I understand what you're saying, but I think that at some point you need to prioritize the people and citizenry living in your nation. Like if your government doesn't look out for you, like there is no purpose to it. Like if they're not protecting your ability to have a family and raise that family in a comfortable way, then what the fuck is the point of that government? Like there should be some protectivist clauses in our trade policy. Germany does it. Italy does it. Sweden does it. Finland does it. Russia does it. China does it. Norway does. Like we're the weird ones for like pushing the whole, outsourcing everything for decades thing. Like it is necessary.
Let me ask you this: have you paid attention, Woody? Have you paid attention? Have you paid attention to the Trump trade stuff that's been announced, say in the last 5 to 6 days? Because I've heard a couple things. I heard that the Saudis or the Qataris, I don't remember which, agreed to like some $200 million deal. They're buying like 86 Boeing jumbo jets, and then I also saw the framework. Or the idea for a framework that might be in position at some future date. It's that horse shit for the UK tariff situation. Mm-hmm. And Reddit was ripping on the Trump administration for the UK deal. They're like, look at this. He turned it from this to that. And they're like, and I have to search by controversial. Mm-hmm. And one guy's like, hey, it was 10% before and now it's 2.8%. That's a gain for us, not a loss. Like it seemed like the framework for the UK thing was that they would have a 2.8% tariff on us and we would put a 10% on them, and they signed off on that.
They did. Yeah, we won that battle.
I must be misinformed. I thought it went from 2.8% to 10. but maybe I have it wrong.
It's-
I know
it-
there was some little deals in, like
for the
they
better.
opened their market to our beef, provided that our beef meets their standards, which none of it does. Yeah. So like 2% of our beef is grown without hormones, I read.
Yeah.
So it's a fake opening.
And that's the fancy beef. Yeah, well, I mean, well, the beef thing for sure is a fake one, unless that they can maybe they.
It just incentivizes better beef if they now have a new market to sell to.
No, we're not going to
financially tenable.
If you stop giving the cows hormones, then you end up making net less money, even though you opened up the UK market to yourself because you have so much less beef. Like I'm fine with us pumping the hormones and the stuff. I see
free
chicken.
tea.
I see chicken at the grocery store that'll be like no antibiotics, no this, no that. Dude, when my dad grew chickens, we were pumping them full of antibiotics all the time. Anytime they were sick, gallons of it rolling through the chicken house in their water.
What did your dad do? Did he turn eggs into little chickens and then move
little
it somewhere
chickens
else?
into big chickens? And
little chickens into big chicken. Okay.
And then those got slaughtered for meat, for things like lean cuisines and stuff like that. They use a certain type of chicken and a certain size of chicken for various things.
So someone else turned eggs into little chickens. You got those and turned them into.
So the company itself in-house they have a hatchery. And so they turn eggs into little chickens, and then they murder all the, maybe it's all the males or all the, they murder a huge amount of them. They grind them up, and then
that's pretty fucked.
Where chicken nuggets come from?
I wish.
It turns them into a nice pink paste that we all enjoy.
And so my dad what that job does is they contract for a poultry company like ConAgra or I don't know why I can't think of I'm so
Tyson.
That's a good, perfect example. One of those big corporations, and they deliver 25,000 baby chicks, little peeps, beep, 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 100 in a pack, and you hand put them in the house, like 25,000 chickens, and then he raises those from, I think they're a day or 3 days old, somewhere in there, and they go from that to 6 to 7 weeks, and they become a 5 to 8 pound bird in 6 to 7 weeks that's fully grown and white and fluffy and ready to be eaten.
Okay.
Sounds yummy.
Full of
all sorts. When the chicks are delivered, they're little yellow things, right?
Yeah.
Do they come in a box? Like, is it a kennel like a dog would be in?
So you have this tray, and it's about 1.5 feet, 2 feet wide and about 3 feet long. It looks kind of like a laundry basket, but not as tall. And they stack on top of each other in such a way that if you turn it 180 degrees, they'll sit flat, completely flat. Like the depression in the first one will completely go to the bottom of the next one. But if you turn it 180 degrees the other way, there's a catch so that you can have chicks in a basket and they put another basket on top of that and they're not crushed. There's just a roof on them now. And so you have a stack of 15 of those.
Are they divided into little quadrants like a grid, or are they just all free in there, like 20?
There's all free in there. There's 100 of them just thrown into this basket, and then you stack 15 baskets on top of each other for 1,500 chickens, and then you put X amount of those towers of baskets onto a truck, and you back that through our trailer. There's different ways to do it through the chicken house, and slowly it goes into the house, and then it slowly drives back out as people manually on either side grab a tray of chickens, toss them on the floor, and go through the rigmarole of getting all the trays stacked correctly. And
there's no forklift involved. It's humans, one tray at a time.
The forklift moves it loads the 1,500 stacks of chickens onto the truck. But when it's time for us to put them in, it's all manual from there. It's a lot of dragging and sliding. They slide really easily. You throw some sand on a metal deck of a trailer, and all of a sudden it's got a little enough friction you're not going to fall, but enough slipperiness that they just slide really well and roll around. But it's all manual, putting 25,000 chickens in.
Do they make you said there's 2,500 chickens in one place. Do they get
1,000? Oh, yeah, they're baking in there, but they love it. So when they're little, they want to be at over 100 degrees. They want to be incubated. They want to be hot. So early on, especially in the winter, you're burning huge amounts of gas because you're heating this huge, poorly insulated building up to the 90s, 90 degrees or something like that. I don't remember the exact temperature, but it's high. It's something like that. It's real hot in there. So when you're working in there, you're just baking. And there's a lot of ammonia from the litter. So you're It's a rough situation.
Yucky. I thought the birds would create heat. Like I've been in like the
They do.
dance floor where they make the place hot. That
Oh yeah, yeah. Like when you put your hand over the basket of them, you can feel the heat radiating off of them,
really.
and they're just all in there. Like it's a deafening cacophony of beep 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 beep. It all just sort of forms.
Are they all
together into
nice? Like, are they sweet animals or are they?
I mean, they're too little to be sweet. You know, they're just like they're little bitty. If you sit on the ground or if you make a noise, they'll all respond as like a group. You know, they like, you know, they'll all
Like a
move
school
together. Yeah, like a
fish,
school of fish or something like that. If you sit, they'll come to you because they think you're their mother. They'll all crawl all over you and bunch up together.
Did you ever do that, or was that gross?
Sure, they're not dirty.
Yeah.
They're brand new. You know, they've pooped once each. You know, they have their first poop that day. I think on like and it's everywhere. It's disgusting. It's a dirty job.
Yeah. So I guess at one point they all kind of age at the same time, and that building goes empty. You clean it and prep it for a new one.
Yeah, when they get to when it's time to be slaughtered, they show up with manual labor again. They have a forklift type thing that goes really fast. It's got 3 wheels. They drive it like a bat out of hell. They crash into the building frequently. They have all sorts of accidents, but they're on a deadline. They got to pick. It was easy to put 25,000 1-ounce chickens in. Now you're taking 25,000 6-pound chickens out. So they go in there and manually grab huge handfuls of them by their feet and throw them into cages. And then the cages are carried by a forklift and put on those You've probably seen a semi truck going down the road full of white birds. Each of those cages you're seeing comes off with a forklift, and they drive that cage through the house for Mexicans to manually just throw the birds into that cage.
So how does the money work? Did your father buy, did you say 25,000 birds?
No.
And then sell 25,000 birds?
So he doesn't pay for the chickens. He doesn't pay for the feed. He pays for everything else, though. And he gets paid per pound based on a sliding scale that's determined by a lot of things. It's how you stack up against the rest of the people who sold in the same week as you. Everyone who sold in that week is ranked together on a list 1 to 20, 1 to 30, depends how big the company is. And what you're trying to do is achieve a high feed conversion. How much feed you use to create how many pounds of chicken. And you'll see that decimal point. And like the better that is, the lower that is, the more you get paid per pound. So there's a flat rate. You bottom out, but it's like, fuck. And if you're at the bottom of the list enough, they cut you. And if they cut you, you're a contractor. So you still have that, $1.5 million note to pay on. and all of a sudden you don't have birds. Like that's why farmers are, and you've probably seen exposés where the farmers are really at the mercy of the poultry companies in that regard, because they'll come in, you'll pay off your $1.5 million note, and they'll say, if you want to keep selling with us, you need to upgrade. And it won't be a little upgrade. It won't be a $10,000 upgrade. It'll be an $80,000 upgrade. And in 2 years, it'll be another $100,000 upgrade, and on and on and on. Every couple of years, they want another $100,000 out of you.
Who are you getting this from? Because when you first started saying these upgrades, I imagined it was you making the building bigger, or you by investing in a tractor. But now it sounds like Tyson is selling it to you.
No. So it's they want a different kind of heater, a more efficient type of heater. They want one of the big things back in the day. They used to have curtains down the sides of the houses, because in the old days, in the summer, you just drop the curtains down, and air would be able to get in and circulate and stuff. And you had chicken wire along the entire sides of these buildings. These buildings are 50 feet wide, 500 feet long. And so you had incredibly long curtains that were winched up and down all the time. But in modern houses, they want everything completely insulated, darked out, blackened in there. And they use what's called tunnel ventilation, which is exactly what it sounds like. A huge group of fans at one end of the house sucking, and an opening at the front where you draw air through wet cardboard cool pads, cool cells. There's a whole system where you have these cardboard type material cool cells, and they filter, they run water through them, and then they draw all that air through those, and that air conditions the chicken house so they don't all die in the summer. Because the big birds are really sensitive to high temperature. They're manufactured by man. They're not supposed to exist like that. The chickens are supposed to be in your yard running around defending themselves, and at night they fly up and roost in a tree so that the foxes don't get them. But we created these chickens that are so fat they can't support their own weight. Their legs are frequently broken and fucked up, and they each chicken gets 1 square foot. So they don't
That's
move.
not a lot.
That's
Were you alive? Like, do you remember your father starting this business, or was that
Oh, yeah.
before you were born? Oh, you did.
I was, when I was 4 or 5, he bought his first 4 chicken houses, or maybe he bought 2, built 2, and then he built 2 more about 5 years later.
so this wasn't your grandfather, like a family thing. He kicked it off.
No, my dad had a different business before this. Like conversion vans were really hot in the 80s, and they had a whole business making conversion vans where they were turning out like, it was a big business. It was when that crashed, he took his money from that and spooled it into the poultry. He bought a poultry farm, and it came with all that land that I blew shit up on.
It just reminds me of have you seen the old 4chan post about indoor shrimp farming?
No.
Have you not seen that? Try and find that for us real quick, Zach. Should be easy. It's just some dude like posting, I think in like a crypto discussion where people are talking about making money, and he's like, you guys are all fucking retards with your crypto and your fake shit. I'm telling you, indoor shrimp farming. I ordered all the equipment off of fucking Chinese Temu, and this shit, if you live in the Midwest, is liquid gold. You just make as many shrimp as you want. You sell it to fucking wholesalers. Then you sell it directly to a fucking restaurant. Is this it? Yeah. Indoor shrimp farming. Those are just aquacultures. This isn't the 4chan post, but regardless, it was very funny to see a method of making money that I had never seen, because apparently he was actually doing it because he posted a picture of 2 gigantic vats. And immediately on 4chan, people were like, reverse image search this on multiple services. This is an original image. This guy is indoor shrimp farming in Indiana, as he claims. And the guy's like, hell yeah, dude. You guys keep buying your fucking monkey picture. Yeah, that.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, he said,
cool.
Imagine still playing such small ball. You retards don't deserve this, but let me know when you want to take the training wheels off and make real money. Indoor shrimp farming. It's like being able to scoop gold right out of
the periods
pool.
are great. Indoor shrimp farming.
It's multiplying your money by 100. Aquaponics is the fucking future, even more than blockchain. Self-production, and forget dropship retards who are just glorified middlemen. If you actually shrimp farm, there is no replacing you. Wholesale is 100x. Sale right to restaurants, 10,000x, especially if you're in a landlocked state. Fresh seafood is literal gold. And best part, I bought all the equipment right from a Chinese seller for Tether. And I guess Tether is some
Tether?
sort of
Probably crypto.
I think it's a crypto. Yeah.
Oh.
And so maybe that's
No, that sounds
maybe
good.
that's a good idea.
We did catfish in high school, and it funded various projects. Like, we didn't have a lot of money, but we had all those ag projects and shop projects that would fund school extracurriculars. So they would grow catfish in the aqua barn, and then they would have a big catfish fry, twice a year, where there would be a line of cars that stretched for miles to come get a catfish plate. It would just be catfish, a couple catfish fillets fried, some slaw and some fries, or a baked potato, like something cheap.
Maybe some hush puppies.
That would make sense. Yeah, sure. I don't remember what they did, but that always made a ton of money. I bet shrimp.
Oh yeah.
Maybe we'll get into aquaponics, Taylor.
Maybe we get into aquaponics. Or now that you said catfish, I do like fried catfish more than I like shrimp. And so maybe that's a possibility. And catfish are one of those fish where you could like walk to their pond every day and be like, fuck you, and pour poison in it. And they'd be like, whatever, bro. We've been around for a jillion years and we just eat nonsense.
You do it all
off the
indoors.
floor.
You do it all indoors in a greenhouse. Really? And on one end, you have a paddle wheel that aerates. And algae was a problem, but they had like some sort of algae eaters, or they had a solution for that.
How do they change the water? Like, the water turns into sewage. So there must be some way they either filter that water a ton, which is pretty tricky, or they just put 2, like, I'm making this up, like chicken wire in the middle of a flowing river, and they let the nature do it for them.
Yeah, I don't know. I also saw, I had a neighbor who had a
that.
catfish farm as well, and he had an outdoor one. So it looked like 2 or 3 enormous Olympic-sized swimming pools, but not as wide. Like, as long as one, but not as wide. And those also had big paddle wheels. Like they'd pull you in and kill you if you paddle wheels if you were to get into the workings of the thing. And they're all exposed. And that thing was aerating the pond. If memory serves, they might have had a fish in there that ate the poo. They may have had some other fish along with the catfish that was eating all the poo,
Bluegill.
Or I have no fucking idea. But I remember my buddy would sneak over there and fish. And
My
it's
grandparents
like
have
fishing
a-
in an aquarium. It's
Bacteria breaks down the poo and turns it into nitrogen, which is eaten by the algae, and that's the nitrogen cycle. But like to do it that way, have nature take care of it, implies a lower density than I think these farms are going for. So I don't know what they do.
I don't know how they filter it, but I know my grandparents have a pond on their property, and they maybe 6-7 years ago they stocked it with more catfish because like they just wanted us to fish again. We used to do that all the time when we were kids. We'd stock one of the ponds on the property with catfish, and then a year or two later we'd start fishing. And my grandpa must have had it stocked 8 years ago, and we didn't fish because we're all adults now. And so like we'd go down there and like end up spending the whole time like chatting, catching up and everything. And, you know, it got to the point that when we did finally go out to fish it for the first time, the catfish were so big, we didn't have any fishing line that could hold them. They were snapping every line. They were so gigantic. And so then my grandpa had to buy like higher tensile strength fishing line. And
Can
my
you show me with
youngest
your
brother,
hands how big a catfish?
fucking enormous, like
Mhm.
probably this big, that big around, giant dinosaur style heads with a big bone on the top that could like fuck you up. Kyle, you're muted. But the catfish were so fucking big that like we had to get different fishing rods for it. And then just one time we went out there probably 2 years ago, and we were all fishing, and my grandpa, he goes out there and throws the feed out to them in the area we're fishing so that they all start spazzing and like blah, 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 blah. And then we have the line there because, and when it doesn't have to be sporting. It doesn't have to be sporting because I'm going to catch it, and then my grandma is going to fillet it and cook it for me.
I did this when I was 12, and I was like, this ain't real fishing, though. All right?
No, it's not real fishing. It's a way to quickly get catfish.
Woody,
So
they
grandma
come
can
up like
fry it.
pets. They come up like pets, and they like lazily like eat the food on the top of the water. Like you throw the catfish.
I've seen it with koi.
Oh, yours
Yeah.
were nicer than ours. They never came up like pets. They were still snapping at it, like not fully coming out of the water.
Toil.
But
They're
my brother had
underfed,
to,
overpopulated in this thing.
they're apparently not underfed because my brother caught one and he had to like drag it like a fucking slug onto the shore because it was so heavy. If he had tried to pull up like traditional fishing, where you know how you
Break the line.
traditionally fish, it would have broken the line. And this one fish was so big, it was like, all right, well, that's enough. That's like half the amount of food that I personally am going to eat. So we only need like 4 more to feed everyone else. Like,
Yeah,
we're in the mix. I love fried catfish. It is such a comfort. I love it. It's
As
so
a kid,
good.
I didn't understand bass fishing, and
With
like
some fried okra.
And what was so fun about bass fishing, because my dad's catfish pond was stocked. Like he bought like thousands of catfish and put them in there. And then every time a neighbor caught a huge catfish out of Lake Hartwell, right into our pond, like there were 60, 80 pounders in there. And every time
Holy shit, you had a
there
way
was
bigger pond.
there was another pond that had
That's an
like
alligator gar, Kyle.
there was another pond that was full of fully grown catfish. It had been a catfish pond for many years, and the farmer was going to drain it for agricultural reasons. And so we went over there with fish baskets, which are fish traps, and they're really effective at catching catfish. They go in, but they can't get out. You can imagine it's a funnel type trap. And we hauled out, I don't know how many, like just the big blue cats, channel cats, mud cats, all that stuff. Our pond was so full of monster fish. I never bought 10-pound line. I always had 25, 30-pound test line because you would just snap 10-pound test. Like the average fish was 10 pounds in that pond. So when
Do
I
you
was
like
bass fishing,
catfish?
nah. Well, yeah, okay,
I feel like you've
As a
said before
food,
you don't like fried
little
catfish
lemon.
very much.
No, I like it. Little lemon. It's pretty good. I just don't eat it much because it's a dirty fish.
It's
Maybe
like
some
a
green
hard
onion.
fillet, isn't
Maybe
it?
some green onion.
Isn't it,
Yeah,
like hard
it
to
is.
rip
They have
the skin
skin.
off?
It's you have to. There's specialized pliers that you grab,
right,
and you
right.
can tear the skin off once it's dead. My grandpa
It's
used to
so-
just hit it with a hammer on top of the head to kill it, because like it's a bony fish. It's not like a
Oh.
cartilage fish. It has bone, and so you have to smash this thing on top of the head to kill it, and then that, like most sea
They take
creatures,
forever to
it's-
die. People don't know. You leave a catfish in the sun for like 6 hours, or in the mud anyway. You probably still have a viable catfish.
Oh yeah, that thing's gonna be like it'll still be there. But like my grandpa he wasn't pulling punches, and he was a farmer his whole life, and so he's a very strong guy, and he was bashing them, killing it usually with 1 or 2 hits, and then he had a nail on a tree, and he would hook the front side of it. I guess is a bone here that you can hook on that, and then you tear the skin off from there. But it is way different. Like if you've ever filleted a bass or something, easy work. No work at all. If you know at all what you're doing, it doesn't take any time. But a catfish is a prehistoric animal.
It's like, disgusting to skin it. I don't like the sensation of ripping an animal's skin off. I've never liked that. I've only skinned 1 deer in my life. I hated it. I did not like that at all. I must have killed 100, but I've only skinned 1, and it's gross. I don't like skinning animals. I don't like gutting animals. I don't like that part of the deal.
Is skinning a catfish hard to do for someone who's strong? Like you two are strong. You can.
For us, it would not be hard. No, the hard part would be getting. It wouldn't be hard. It would be annoying because sometimes you'll get like what you think is a good purchase on the skin, and then you pull and it like shreds like plastic wrap, and it's like fuck. Now there's like a line between where you can see the skin and the flesh that I want to eat, and I have to like try and separate that skin from the fleshy part because I didn't get a good pull from the top. It's more
I'm
annoying.
Getting ants in my pants over here thinking about ripping the skin off those things. It's so gross. It's the sensation. It's audible when you do it. It's nasty. I don't.
But their guts just fall out. Like compare like
they have
like a
bellies.
fish.
Yeah.
Yeah. You slit that soft white underbelly, and then it almost empties itself. You have to reach in a little bit and like tear some connective tissue, but like
it's the easy. Have you ever cleaned doves? That's incredibly easy. Doves,
that's the easiest cleaning I've ever done.
Doves are so tenderly made that our man hands, you just reach and grab its double breast and go like a ninja from the.
I saw this in Indiana Jones. It's not hard.
Yeah, you have to Kali Ma.
like
yeah, doves you can almost pop like this. Like you can almost explode them outward if you wanted to.
So the daily limit for doves, I don't remember, it's a dozen, maybe 16, maybe 15. Each man can kill that many per day. But you know what I mean. I can operate a shotgun, soaking everybody I grew up with. So we killed like 180 one day, and we were sitting there for an hour cleaning those things. But I remember my mom fried them up, and it was just a feast. It felt like a feast from olden times because I think we had like hush puppies and then just those dove balls. That's what you call them, dove, because you take the breast and wrap it up with the bacon and the cream cheese and jalapeno and stuff. It's so good. I've done it with quail as well. Quail's really good, but they're so tender. You don't need a knife. You don't need any tools. You just tear its double breast off of the bone with your bare hands. Maybe rinse it a little and then throw it in the pile of meat and just keep going.
Pheasant is just a big.
Never
quail.
even seen one.
That cannot be true.
Maybe in Texas, but I don't think we have them down here. If we do, I've just never really seen one.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh. It's just as far as it tastes like a big quail.
Yeah.
Like a very teeny chicken.
I don't know my birds. I wake up every morning with like 12 vultures on my roof, and I'm like, how old do I look?
12 vultures. That's honestly kind of sick. What's dying so much around you that they're like, we need to take a break from munching?
I think it's actually that our house is in the middle of a big open field, so they have a nice view. Like they can see out. We have had a dead deer, but
they're roosting nearby, and they're sunning on your roof to get warm enough to take off. They're roosting in the woods nearby. They're up there getting warmed up in the morning probably.
That makes sense.
Those things go so high. I always hear them talk about how far away they can smell carrion. And it's unbelievable, but they do find it. You ever hit one with your car?
No.
Fuck, I have.
I bet they explode.
They throw up on you on purpose. Like it's a defense mechanism to vomit on stuff. Or maybe it's just like, let me get rid of this. I got to move fast. But I've been driving down the road and one's like eating a skunk or something. I'm like, I do that George Costanza thing where I'm like, dude, I'm heading that way. You do you.
We have an agreement.
Yeah. I hit one with my windshield one time, vomited. It was disgusting. It didn't break the windshield though. I wasn't going fast enough, I guess.
Kyle makes a lot of sense about the sunning themselves today. So thermals, right? I've said this a million times, but I'll do it real quick. The sun does not heat the air. You would think it does. It does not. The air is colder as you get closer to the sun. The sun heats the ground, and then the ground heats the air. That's how that works. And what happens is there'll be like sort of spots where it's hotter than other spots. Maybe it's dry dirt. Maybe there's sand there or rock. Those things get extra hot. The roof, a subdivision, those things are hotter than like the trees outside the subdivision. Cool. So when I fly around on my paramotor and I'm like losing altitude, maybe the motor's off and I'm just trying to like fly around without a motor, I'll go to my house, which is the only hot thing in a giant field of grass. And it's called a known thermal is called the house thermal. Usually it's a big rock on the side of a mountain, but the house thermal in my area is my house. It's kind of a big roof, and there's always rising air above my house to catch and get some more altitude. Yeah. So I bet that's what the vultures are doing. Now that Kyle said it, I'm like, of course.
Yeah, I've shot vultures out of the air before flying with a rifle. You're not supposed to. It's
with a rifle?
You're not supposed to shoot rifles up in the air.
I tried to shoot a bat with a 22. And I don't know if I ever hit it. I know I missed a lot though.
I have shot a lot of birds out of the air with 22s. I've done it multiple times with witnesses. I've never done it without a witness, which is great, because when you do, actually once I did. I shot a buzzard straight out of the air. He was flying slowly, just like way up there, and I shot him with a 22 rifle with a scope on it. And he immediately folded up dead and crashed all the way to the ground. It was so cool. But I've also shot birds out of the air flying around with a 22 pistol, just like, and like shot them out of the air like that. I've done that multiple times with witnesses. When you do something cool, like you see it sometimes on like Reddit, some guy will he'll shoot a basketball shot and nobody saw him make it, and it's like, God damn, no one. But I was lucky. Every time I made one of those ridiculous shots like that, I was like, you saw that, right?
Witness.
Yeah. I want somebody to witness me when you do some cool shit. It doesn't. I'd rather not do it than do it without a witness.
Speaking of wildlife, I have a ton of clover in my backyard, and I like it. I think Woody and I are on the same page. I kind of like the look of clover.
Yeah, sure. You got bumblebees out there?
Got bumblebees out there, and neither of my I beat the shit out of them, and my both neighbors on either side of my house don't have as much clover as I do. And so what I've realized over the past couple of years is what that means is that I am like, my backyard is the bunny yard. And so all of the neighborhood bunnies are chilling in my yard all spring and summer. I walked out to my sunroom so I can kind of get a good view. I had to keep walking back because these guys have those prey eyes, so they can fucking see you at anywhere for the most part, unless their ass is directly at you. And I was going to take a picture and send it to you guys, but then part of me was like, yeah, then they're going to see how much clover and bunny weeds are in my yard. And there were 3 bunnies hanging out at the same time. And there were cardinals that landed in the yard. Maybe, I don't think it's just the baseball team thing. Like, we have a lot of cardinals here, and then a couple other like blue jays and things that I saw, and they were all like in the yard hanging out like a Disney movie. And I was like, this is awesome. I'm never ever spreading weed killer again. I want to be the bunny house, because the neighbors totally bereft of bunnies. I never see bunnies in their yard, but I have a ton of bunnies.
Female cardinals are brown.
Then maybe they were female cardinals. I don't know, because there's a couple cardinals that I notice on my back fence all the time, but they're the red kind, like the male kind.
Yeah.
I didn't even know the females
tree in our backyard, and it's not too far from the kitchen, like the back kitchen window, and it's neat because the deer come and they eat the crab apples, and sometimes they stand on their hind legs, which you don't see all the time.
Yeah,
just deer standing up eating apples off the tree.
Fight like that.
I've seen that. I've seen them fight people.
That's sick. You should keep that crabapple tree there.
Oh yeah,
that's a good benefit.
At this right now, I don't mow under the crabapple tree because my daughter's dog, who we watch 3 times a week, likes tall grass. So he's only like 16 inches tall.
Yeah.
So we give him some nice 10-inch grass, and he has a blast for it. He goes straight towards the tall grass.
What kind of dog is he?
He's a mutt. He's half chocolate lab. He's half lab, and he looks like a chocolate lab. But they had a DNA test, and he's a quarter Weimaraner.
Nice.
And just quarter like everything else.
Okay. I don't remember what a Weimaraner looks like. Are they the short-haired ones?
Yeah.
Short-haired, silverish gray.
Right.
They're the ones that were in that popular book in like suits and ties, cooking and stuff. Like they put the dog in a suit and stand it up, make it seem like it's doing people stuff.
I like that. I love that dog. That
There's
kind
a whole
of dog.
like series of popular calendars and stuff like that. I like Weimaraners a lot. I almost got a Weimaraner, but I
You
saw
did.
that.
I remember you were texting about that. My dad has a couple of miniature Italian greyhounds, the little greyhounds,
Yeah,
and I have to watch them semi-regularly when they go out
or
of town. Italian greyhounds. So
Okay.
I think that's just
the
another
small
name
ones
for
are
the
whippets.
mini. They are little, like they're little greyhounds, but they say they're Italian greyhounds, which I think is
Okay.
just another name for the little greyhounds. But they are so cute in that they always have to be under a blanket. Like when he brings them over, he brings their dog beds and he brings like little dog blankets, and like you can watch them like go over there and they don't lay on top of the blankets ever. They like grab it with their mouth and bundle themselves entirely under it because they have less body fat than the most jacked bodybuilder on earth. Like they have no body fat genetically, I guess.
Super lean.
And so if I'm just sitting on my couch late at night watching a movie and they want to hang out, they're like shivering until they get up to you, and then they're like, oh, the big guy's got a lot of heat. And so then they're just right up on top of you, and that's so sweet. I wouldn't want one because I want a fluffy dog. I like the tactile fluffiness.
Get a Bernie Doodle. I promise you. I love my dog so much. He's so
Toby,
sweet.
Yeah.
At night, he gets in bed and he sleeps between my girlfriend and I, and he puts his big old Toby head like on my thigh, and like if the lights are on, you can see he's just looking right at me like, I love you, man, I love you so much. And it's great. Toby's an awesome dog. He's pretty smart, but most of all, he's just incredibly cuddly and sweet. I woke up today from my nap. I've been sick for like 2 or 3 days. I feel like shit. But I took an extra long nap today, and when I woke up to get ready for this, I looked and there was a dead bird in bed with me.
An offering.
Yeah, an offering. Like they left it on top of the comforter, all gnawed. Its legs gnawed off, its insides exposed. Little Tweety bird that had just been mauled, and they left it there for me. It's my hunters.
Can you guys see this dog?
Oh, you're a good boy.
That's Cedar. That's the dog my daughter got.
That's a very sweet dog. I like him. And he's only that tall? What you gesture with your hands?
He's going to hit 50 pounds, but he's a little puppy.
Okay. 50 pounds is a pretty good size.
It's about 100 pounds short of a full-size dog around here, but he's fine.
Does anybody have any allergies to pets, Taylor?
I think my younger brother gets like the tiniest bit annoyed around cats, but like nobody else I know.
He loves
I only
it.
mention it because Bernie Doodles are hypoallergenic.
Oh yeah, I know that. That's a very sweet dog. I like that. 10 out of 10 for Hope.
If I don't move, they can't see me.
Yeah, I don't get any bad reactions from any pets. And when I was a little kid and it turned out some kid was allergic to dogs, I'd be like, that's so fucking gay. Like, you can't be around dogs. You can't be around the best animal to ever exist that loves us and they just want to be around us. I had a dog named Beans when I was like 3, and I guess it was my parents' dog because he was older than I was. And so all he did, though, was like eat my toys. And I had like I remember him being enormous, but then I look at pictures and it's like, oh no, I was just small. And so I thought he was the biggest Bichon or something to ever exist, but he ruined a few of my toys and I held a grudge. But have you
ever gone back to your elementary school or your middle school as an adult?
I've driven past my elementary school.
No, like walked around
times.
in there.
Oh no.
So my mom taught, so I had that opportunity. She was still working at the school I had gone to elementary school at. Dude, walking around in there as a grown man, it's like your brain is reprogramming what reality is to it. Mm-hmm. Because before you'd had this POV of a 3.5 foot tall young fucker, and now you're 6 feet tall, and it's like everything is smaller and lower. Like it's the water fountains, you've got to like almost bend your knees. Like I remember the toilet in there was like on the floor. Like I used my mom's like teaching room had its own attached bathroom, and I went in there to pee, and I was like, oh my god, it's so far down. I feel like I should crouch a little.
Playgrounds are like that too.
Oh.
I remember being proud of these like massive feats of bravery as I climbed a jungle gym, and then you see as an adult and it's like 9 feet tall. It's like, okay.
Yeah, look, I
It
wish
was
I could
brave
go.
at the time.
I kind of had the opposite. In kindergarten, I did that in a different school. I did kindergarten and then we moved. So kindergarten was in a place called Danielsville, Georgia, and I went there for just kindergarten, and they had a huge slide, just like a straight up ladder, and then a metal slide. And I remembered as a kid being super scared of it in kindergarten. I went back there as a man. I'm like, that bitch is 14 feet tall almost. They had us climbing that bitch. It's the playground equipment has definitely changed over the years too. I remember we had that really nice playground that was all like wooden, and you could sort of explore around in it. Like there was like multiple rooms. It was great. There was like you'd get into the fort with rope ladders or one of those spirally things, and we had a great playground at my elementary school. I remember us building it. My dad helped build it. It was one of those things where the parents got together and had like a bake sale, and then all the dads came and just built us a playground because our playground sucked so much.
That's solid.
Yeah.
Good for your dad and the rest of the boys, giving you somewhere to play and have fun. My elementary school, like I've said this before, but they wouldn't let us play fucking football on the soccer field. It's not like there was an important team playing on the soccer field ever. We had to play on blacktop, and kids got hurt every day.
What? Oh,
Every
that's
day.
not how I thought it was going. I thought they outlawed football, not moved it to the blacktop.
They moved it to black to a.
I thought
to
football
a
was too
slanted-
dangerous, yeah, so they just didn't allow it.
No, it was like you can't do tackle football, and it's like, all right, well then we're just gonna shove kids down, and that's what it was. Like kids getting skint knees and like cuts on their elbows and hands and whatnot from skidding on this blacktop, like in. That's one of those moments, like if I like at the age I am now in my mid-30s, if I were to go back and be like, what the fuck are you guys doing? You're making them play football on not even blacktop. It's like there's a hill. The attacking team is like attacking downhill. Like, do you think that's a good idea? And then some bitch teacher would probably be like, yeah, it is.
As a kid, I thought teachers knew everything. Everything. It didn't matter what the topic was. Fucking what plants are edible out there. I thought teachers would know everything. And then as an adult, I would like volunteer when Hope was in school. Teachers do not know everything. I'm like, it's not good that I'm the smartest person in this room. That's not
Maybe I should just teach Hope. I'm more successful than he. I remember, like, Kyle, we texted about this the other day talking about teachers. Like, my first real teacher illusion was shattered in, like, I want to say 3rd grade maybe it was 2nd grade, when I was writing something and I said that someone stared at someone else. STARED. Someone stared at them. And my teacher, like, repeatedly corrected me to be like, no, STARTED. And it's like, that started. And she was like, no, the T, you don't sound out the T. That's how you spell stared. And in my head, I remember that was the first time ever in my life at like 9 years old or however old you are in 3rd grade, being like, oh, okay, Mrs. Smythe, I get it. And then like looking back and being like, fucking dumb bitch.
This is one I can't relate to. I think this is a Missouri educational system thing. Your teacher couldn't spell stared.
She clearly
clearly.
What I think is that she came to correct me on something. She got it wrong, and then instead of going, "Oh, Taylor, you're actually correct. I was mistaken," she
almost had you
down.
there, didn't I?
Yeah,
keep an eye on me. That's one of my trick questions.
I think she doubled down to try and salvage a little bit of expertise or perceived expertise. But either way, I remember that was the first time in school where I'm like, "Wow, these women are retards." Like, really?
By high school,
I love that it happened in spelling.
Yeah,
I would never tell Taylor how to spell.
Oh no, I was Professor X.
I'm the asker in this relationship.
It's always good at spelling. As soon as I learned to read after I stopped faking it by memorizing the stories.
Jesus Christ. My high school teachers didn't even try to pretend like they knew what they were doing. Like, we had so many football and baseball and basketball coaches teaching us math and English and social studies, and they're just like, well, it says in the book, must be true. Like they just didn't know what they were doing. It can't be a good education.
Yeah. I'm trying to remember my worst teachers throughout school. Most of them were actually good. Like good as in serviceable. Like I don't. A lot of people have those stories where they're like, "Oh, there was this teacher in 9th grade that really just changed my life," and it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like none of these people changed my life. The best teacher I ever had was Mr. Johnson in 9th grade ancient history, and he could not have visibly cared less about us. All he did was like tell us about the Assyrians and the Hittites, and I loved every second of it. It was great. When like the cool kids who were always misbehaving in class, when they would misbehave in other classes, they would like get a long leash. Not with Mr. Johnson. He would shut that shit right down, kick him out of class. Loved it. And then you go back talking about the Hittites. So big shout out to him. He might be dead now, just by the year.
The education on our states. I was fully expecting all of us to have embarrassing results. No, North Carolina is 12th in education.
Not too bad. Wait, is this like elementary, secondary?
Let me see. I'm pretty sure it's K through 12. K through 12 is how they're ranking it. New Jersey won. They always fucking win. North Carolina got 12th. Massachusetts,
I feel like they're always good at that.
This list is 5th. North Carolina's 12th. I'm going to search for it. Make sure I miss it. Make sure I catch it. Missouri. No one knows how to spell Missouri.
No, it's really, really hard. You just go MISS and scroll below.
I don't know. My search isn't working. It's not actually my spelling. It's just not showing up. All right. So you're 33rd and Georgia.
You're 33rd. North Carolina.
Missouri was. North Carolina was 12.
Oh, wait, sorry. I'm looking at Zach's map and applying it to what you're saying. My bad.
Oh, okay. And Georgia was 27. So
okay. That's not too far off from what we're seeing in whatever the fuck this map is. Who's the big loser here?
Zach have?
Wow. New Mexico at 50. Get it together, guys.
Also has New Mexico at 50. So there's a consensus there.
That almost makes sense because I would imagine New Mexico has a huge amount of students who like don't speak English, and so they're like, "Do English," and they're like, "Gay." It's like, all right,
yeah, that does make sense. I would have pinned it on Louisiana or Mississippi, because they often have the highest poverty rates. So sometimes I put them together.
Yeah, all of our states are pretty dope. Obviously, Missouri, the dopest, best gun laws, best weed laws, not bragging, but you guys need to catch up. We're a little more cultured here.
We have way better surf.
That's true. We don't have any surf unless you want to hop in the Mississippi, and that's dangerous.
Dude, the Mississippi's doper than people give. I don't know why. Like when you talk about like some of the American greatness things, people talk about the Grand Canyon all the time. I think of Yosemite. Somehow the Mississippi isn't getting the rank on that list that it deserves. It is a thing to see. The amount of water flowing down the Mississippi is mind-blowing. And I grew up on the ocean. The amount of water moving in the Mississippi is wild. The fact that they take 35 barges, lash them together, and push them upstream. I didn't know you could do that. That was the thing.
That every once in a while, there's still a story like locally around here where it's like so-and-so jumped into the Mississippi River to try and retrieve a cooler and he drowned. And it's like, yeah, no shit. Have you stood next to it? It's muddy and it's fast and it's big. Like unless you're a champion swimmer, you're not going to do well in that environment. And I would imagine even people who are good at swimming, just like swimming in the ocean where you're like, oh, I can swim all day. I can wade all day or tread. I can tread water all day in the, pool. And then you get in the ocean or the Mississippi probably even worse because you're moving a direction and you're just like, because there's also like pieces of wood flying down at crazy speed, like
is
nonsense.
Is that a problem though? Because you're flowing at the same speed as the wood, right? It's just the turbulence that you're sort of dealing with.
Oh, I don't think that like the wood hits you and causes a problem. I think that would just make it like more dangerous if you got stuck on a rock or like if you held on to something, like maybe you get bashed by something. But
that makes sense.
Mostly the story I remember is from probably a decade ago at this point, where some kid jumped in the Mississippi River to try and save some girl who had already jumped in. And then 6 more people jumped in, and like all 7 of them drown, other than the girl who like caused the whole kerfuffle.
Really?
Or like someone got her out in the end, or she like happened upon, they just happenstance, like grabbed onto something. And
Would you jump in for
out.
somebody, Taylor?
The Mississippi?
Stranger. You see a stranger fall.
Fuck no.
Yeah, I'm not helping any. Maybe
No.
a girl. If it's a hot girl, I could see myself.
By the time you've
Taking
thought,
some risks.
should I jump in? She's 100 yards that way. Like it's over.
Well,
I'm
not jumping in there.
1,000% jumping in. And
Woody.
like, if they thank me for the rescue, it's like, actually, it was selfish. I love doing this. This is like my favorite thing.
No,
Because adrenaline
build it up
was
before him. Like, oh my God, that person's gonna drown. I don't even know how to swim, but Lord, help me swim. And then you do your Aquaman thing, and it's like, dude, you do that on the bank of the Mississippi in Missouri, they'll give you your own church.
Dude, I would love
You
it.
dance with snakes a week later.
I watched Terry Bradshaw. He was a quarterback for the Pittsburgh Steelers, and he was old, right? This is old, bald, commentating version of Terry Bradshaw, and he's like, I know I can't play in the NFL anymore. I know I'm too old. But I'm telling you, I could do one drive. I just hope that, like, wouldn't it be great if I could do a drive one more time? That's how I feel. Motherfucker, would you please fall off this bridge? Just one more time. I just want one more rescue before I die. I would love that. I would love that. It's never going to happen.
You're just walking up behind him, scaring him. No, never mind. I'll be on my way.
Well, I know I can't do it anymore. I'm not sure, but I would just love to get one more rescue.
What did you know about the scallenge?
What's the
Yes.
scallenge?
So there's this NBA player, Brian Scalabrine. He was like, I think in the NBA game, he's the lowest statted player ever. Like he's considered one of the worst NBA players of all time.
Yeah. Can I help you a little bit?
Yeah.
Somehow, like Kyle said, one of the worst NBA players of all time, but had a long career. He must have been a great teammate, or he must have had some value to get.
Yeah,
8 years.
he was on good teams too. I heard like
Good on
maybe Chris
defense?
Paul.
Mostly the Celtics. I
Okay.
think.
Yeah.
I think.
So white guy, big tall white guy,
Red hair.
and so he started this thing called the scallenge, and he's got this great quote. It's like, "I'm closer to LeBron than you are to me," and he proves it. Like he takes on all these shit talking internet tough guys who play a little college ball or some shit, and he'll annihilate them 10-0, 10-1. He'll do 2v1s, 10-2. And his best video, he played. Almost said fought because it seemed like a fight. This piece of shit, trash talking, maybe New York street baller who's known for playing really disrespectfully. Pulling your shirt over your head and like doing lots of ball tricks to make you look foolish and also being rough, like not just fouling but hitting you, fucking with you, pushing you down. And Scalabrine bullied that guy.
He has a lot of body.
He bullied that guy until that guy was begging a different street baller, please step in for me. Show him. And that guy's like, I don't none of that heat. What are you talking about? And Scalabrine's like, what are you doing, you little bit? And there's a crowd, like a cheering crowd and cameras. And Scalabrine's, come on, you little bitch. And just shitting on him. I think he beat him 10-1 or 10-0. I don't remember which. Scalabrine and some of his clips are hilarious. He does some podcasts now. And I love that quote, though. I'm close to LeBron.
We should get him.
Me.
Dude, we must have talked about this guy before because I clicked on the Brian Scalabrine, the Scallenge, and it was already 2/3 of the way through. And there's no way I organically looked at this up because I had no idea who this guy was. But that's so true.
He fights like he plays against current D1 basketball players when he's like a 40-year-old guy who clearly has gained more body fat than he did in his pro days. And even the current version of him smokes like top NCAA guys from today. Wow.
I mean, if you're a pro, you're in a different league, literally and figuratively. Like there's a reason you're there. Like teams didn't keep this guy around just to be like, hey, let's keep a ginge on the roster. It was like, well, he's pretty solid on defense, even if he never scores ever. Or
I don't know. In Boston, you could make the case for a tall white ginger on the team boosting ticket sales, maybe.
No, the teams want to win, dude.
I bet that was Bill Burr's hero. If only I was big like
you.
If only I was big.
I watch NBA podcasts or really just clips of them. And they're always saying like people don't understand the gap between NBA players and like the rest of the world. People think that they could play in the NBA. People think that they could do it on a good day. I'm like, who are you talking to? Like I dribble with two hands, not really, but like not far, like I'm like, I don't think I could be in the NBA. Trust me, people don't think they could beat you. Who thinks that? I would go to the NHL games early, and it'd be me and all the 6-year-olds standing behind the goal as they warm up, because they and like
it's cool to see. I'm not making fun. You're right. I've done it,
dude. And if they see you in the glass or if the goalie's not ready to have a shot, then the players will shoot it at the fans, and it is alarming for a puck to fly at you at, what would you say, 75 miles an hour? How fast is a wrister?
Yeah. Solid.
Puck comes at you at 75 miles an hour and hits the glass, which is like a foot from your face. And it is like, whoa, it's an experience to enjoy. It's really cool. So I never daydreamed that I could be in the NHL. I'm fully aware of the gap, but I was like, I think I could survive warm-up shoot-arounds on the goalie, but
I've shot.
And even then, they're moving so fast.
They're moving so quick. Like the best version of me, I don't think could keep up to the cruising version of them. And my shots don't look like theirs, but I don't think I would disrupt things too much. I could survive out there and not bother people.
I shot sporting clays with an Olympic sporting clay shooter or skeet shooter, and it was like, oh shit.
This is why you're in the Olympics.
Yeah. Now, for one thing, like he got embarrassed by his score and started doing this like really obnoxious, like he shot his scorecard and like started like goofing off. Like he underperformed for him, but some of the shots he was pulling off, it was like, fuck this guy. He could shoot the gun behind his back. Like he could shoot the gun behind his back. He could shoot it over his head. He was shooting. Sporting clays is like golf, where you move from station to station. You do 10 different targets at each station, completely different environments and surroundings. Some of them are water features. Some of them have all sorts of different size skeet, different types of machines, different speeds, different angles. Some of them will fade away from you in really obnoxious ways. And this kid who had an Olympic fucking trainer and had been to some fucking game. He had been to the Olympic Games. Just smoked us. I think he shot through the first few targets. He was ahead of me by like 3 or 4, which is too many to be ahead of me by after the first few targets. And I tried the whole time. I shot fine.
And you're good.
Yeah, I'm really good at that. Or I was. And but he was incredible. And he had these. I'd never shot a shot. I never attempted to shoot a shotgun behind my back. Like I have no muscle memory for that. Like I don't know where it's pointing when it's behind my back. It's always been right here, or maybe a little low, but like just seeing him do that was crazy. Shooting targets, the gun over his head, upside down, the gun upside down by his hips, just all sorts of weird, crazy shit. The amount of just raw talent.
The thing Kyle does that I like, he racks the slide on a pump shotgun and the shell comes flying out the side. He hits that with the butt of the gun, so it pops up in the air, and then he shoots the shell out of the air, racks it again, repeats. Infinite, if I understand this correctly, like skeet to shoot out of the air. And so I tried it, and like I basically tried it like once, and I didn't hit it with the butt of the gun, and I stopped so as not to demonstrate the gap between Kyle and I.
Yeah, Kyle, actually what you're doing is pretty fucking gay and dangerous. So we're not doing this anymore.
If I'm being honest, I don't think I'd ever done that before. I think I was just trying something. Once you're good at pointing a shotgun and hitting like it's sort of like a slingshot. Have you ever done that? So that you don't aim down the sights of a slingshot. You just have to feel for where it's going to go. Or throwing something. If you play basketball, baseball, you just have a shot. I don't know. I can do that, especially at short range. I can point and it's going to go where I want it to go.
When I was playing hockey, and I was probably 14 at this time, I was on the same team as Al McInnes's son. And Al McInnes is known as one of the best defensemen in NHL history. And he was especially known because he was like the only player in the 90s that could consistently hit a slap shot over 100 miles an hour with a wooden stick. And he would come out.
I thought you were going to say he played with no helmet. He was like the last player on earth to have no helmet in the NHL.
He also hated helmets, despised them. He was like, "This is gay, and you're all gay for doing it." He was one of those grandfather clause guys. But he would play all the time. I think near the end of his career, he did wear a helmet a bit, probably to appease something, probably to appease his wife, not the league.
Probably got a sponsor.
He would take slap shots on me because sometimes the way hockey practices go is the forwards and the defensemen have to go run some special thing on the other side of the ice, and then the goalie's left to their own devices, and then the goalie coach will shoot on you and practice, butterfly and recoveries and squaring up and your positioning. And he would go out to center ice. I mean, he would take a couple shots from the top of the circle at me, just wrist shots, nothing, or those half slappers. He's not putting his mustard into it. And it was even when he was doing that, I'm like, oh, these are really hard. These are coming in quick. And then he would go back to and this was clearly just an older guy being like, I want to feed this kid. And so he would go to center ice, the red line, the middle of the ice, where the people go, I'm going to shoot this through the hole and win a fucking Toyota, that distance away. No one would ever shoot this far away. And he would wind up and line drive slap shots at me from that far away. And I remember every time being like, don't be a pussy. Don't be scared. It's going to come fast, but it's not going to come that fast. Oh, it came so fast. It came so fast. I still remember from that far away, if I fucked up and I caught his slap shot in the palm of my glove instead of the net, it hurt. And I had never experienced at age 14, a shot that could do that. I had never experienced a shot so hard where I had to as he shot it, be into the net. Okay. All right. It's in the net right there. I didn't have that much time to think about it. But that was crazy. And I didn't realize how crazy that was at the time, because St. Louis is a very insular hockey culture. A lot of the Blues players have kids and they work as assistant coaches or coaches on their kids' teams. And so I would be either getting shot on by Al McInnes, or I would go over and hang out with his son because we were friends, and he would be around, and I just didn't get at the time how fucking sick it was to be dude, I'm around fucking Al McInnes right now.
That is
it's holy fuck, Chris Pronger's here. He's hanging out.
Pronger.
You don't know who that is, but Chris Pronger fucking rules. Toughest defenseman ever, other than between him and Scott Stevens, there's a debate.
Pronger sounds like a reindeer that didn't make Santa's cut. Pronger.
Chris Pronger was a monster, and he
was a big blonde-haired guy who would hit hard.
Yeah. Hits that by today's NHL would be he should go to jail for this. Same as Scott Stevens. Scott Stevens ruled too.
Scott Stevens, cool. I didn't like it. Well, he broke Eric Lindros. No one likes him from Philly.
That's true. But damn, if you were only a Devils fan, you'd absolutely love him. But
yeah,
turns out those Philly fans don't like the Devils.
Have you been watching this Diddy trial?
No, tell me.
Man, the Diddy trial is great. So they started off with Cassie, his ex-girlfriend from 20 years ago. She was 19 when they got together, and she's laying out this whole timeline of orgies and all these male prostitutes and all this fetish play and all this dirty sex and just crazy nasty details left and right. They would. And they're showing the jury all the images because they have all the images and the video of this stuff. So they're looking at videos of Diddy and a couple of male prostitutes pissing in her mouth and was
she a consenting adult?
She was 19, but so
okay. So yes,
that's
sketchy but legal.
The issue is that she says she didn't want to do all that stuff, but I don't know what's going to go on as far as that. I think it's going to lead to more criminal stuff. I don't know if what Cassie is describing is necessarily illegal, because it sounds like what she says now is I didn't want to do that. I did that to appease him. And it's well, I don't think that's crime necessarily. That's just a bad relationship. Although the things that were going on are wild. He would have her hire these male prostitutes in every city, and he had this whole cleanup crew that would come into the hotels that they would trash with their sex parties to clean up the blood and cum and piss that would be everywhere, because he would make her bang on her period. So there was also he would have her put the guy's cum on his nipples and do weird stuff. There's all this like fetish stuff that's coming out. Lots of like just dirty talk and nasty stuff. Lots of pissing, lots of baby oil. We found out what the baby oil was for. It wasn't lube. He likes to watch, and he likes the participants, the fuckers, to be glistening. And he said the baby oil needed to be reapplied every 5 minutes. She said. She's like, it was a lot.
5 minutes.
It's like every 5 minutes he would want them to be completely like another layer, so that everybody's just glistening. You know, they would have studio lights, so it's like blue and purple and red lighting. So like you know,
what a freak.
Yeah, all sorts of like really in-depth stuff. And I don't know if any of that's criminal because it doesn't seem like she was being forced at the time. But I think maybe this is all just character stuff to lead to some of the shit they've got that is criminal. She is the one that was in that video that you might have seen where he's whooping her ass by a hotel elevator. You know, he runs out in his towel and he kicks her and like beats her on the ground. She was
trying to escape, seemingly, right?
Yeah, she says she was trying to escape one of these like freak offs, and it's interesting because I'm hoping that later in the trial we get some more celebrity dirt. I want to find out that J-Lo was. So there's this one source who's saying bonkers stuff, not in court, but like there's a person who's involved, and I read some of their statements, and they're saying bonkers stuff that I wouldn't even want to repeat anywhere because I'd be afraid one of the celebrities would sue me. She's saying that like Jennifer Lopez and a lot of other like mainstream celebrities were involved with raping children with like glass bottles and stuff. And they oh yes, they held the 11-year-old down. There was a story about
holy
Bieber
shit.
They said that she said she walked in on Bieber being raped by 2 or 3 men and they're holding him down. Like lots of stuff like that is coming out. That's not in court though. That's an accuser who's not testifying. All that's happened this week that I've seen is Cassie testifying, and I believe the cross-examination may have began today. So his people are like going after her. Zach, if you could find one of the artists, courtroom artists like drawings of Diddy, he does not look like Diddy anymore. He's all grayed out now, like gray beard, gray hair. Obviously he's been coloring it. He's a late 50s man or something like that. And it really shows up when you're black, obviously, every gray. But he looks old and he looks rough. They said that he keeps reacting. Their families are there. I told my family not to come to my sentencing, and it wasn't even anything embarrassing. She's pregnant with her husband's child. She's rubbing her belly the whole time. I saw one courtroom reporter who's present during all this said that some of the jurors gasped at times when they saw some of the images. I don't know exactly what they're seeing, but I think it's her having sex with like lots of men and lots of orgies. Yeah.
What a hilarious job.
It's so bad to draw these things. They gas. I'm picturing myself on the jury, like as they show all this like ridiculous shit. Like, juror number 9, you've got to stop masturbating.
What it's hot.
Can I finish? I'm close.
God damn it! Why didn't we get rid of that guy? He's gonna throw this whole thing.
He's over there gooning. And juror 12, please stop gooning.
I'm so close to coming, and then that's so.
But Diddy's like, hey, don't waste that cum.
On the jury.
Come here, you got that cum?
Diddy gains favor with me by bringing baby oil on day 3 of the trial.
Oh my god, you're in the juror box, rubbing yourself down, winking at Diddy.
I think juror number 7's in the bag. We got it.
You're glistening.
Mistrial for sure.
Who's your prediction, Kyle? Because you seem to be following this the closest. Of who of the mainstream celebs is going to be implicated in a real way, not like a hearsay, like a real way. I think maybe Bieber getting raped makes sense because they were parading. I've seen enough clips of like Diddy parading him around in a creepy way that I would not be surprised if he was victimized in some horrible ways.
Diddy, I'm gonna guess that Diddy was late 30s, early 40s when he was chilling with Bieber 20 years ago or whatever it was, and Bieber's like 14 or some shit. Mm-hmm. It's like I'm thinking to myself now, hanging out with a 14-year-old dude, and it's like, man, I wouldn't even play video games with a 14-year-old dude. I don't think. You know what I mean? Like, I think that could be kind of weird. Like you see what happens online when people get accused of stuff. It's like, I don't even want to put myself in that position where like I might say something I shouldn't say, and or they might say something weird. I don't even want to be there. Let me get out of this room before anything happens. I don't want to be part of this. But it seems like he had a whole circle of guys. I'm wondering if they asked the jury about a number of names. If do you know this person? Are you familiar with this person's work, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? And it's a bunch of A-list celebrities. Mike Myers is on that list. Fucking Dr. Evil Mike Myers is on that list.
I don't like that. I hope he's innocent.
I hope he was a witness. I hope he's like he heard a thing. I hope he like dated someone who used to get was involved with this and that he has knowledge of it. Yeah. I hope that Mike Myers wasn't in there like, oh, I'm dead sexy. Oh, I'm gonna need a lot more baby oil. Did you? Come here.
I sure hope my 14-year-old is ready. As in and molest them. I would hate that. I hope Mike Myers is
baby. Singing that old Beaver song. Yeah, it's
Twitch streamer Hassan was bragging about going to a Diddy party. He's a political streamer, right?
Yeah.
Well, the thing about
that, yeah, we talked about he's on the other side of the Harley conflict.
Yeah,
that it added to added fuel to the fire, or maybe started the fire. I don't know.
I think that was the guy threatening Harley on Twitter.
Harley out of it. Yeah, out of the creator clash.
Yeah, I think that's the guy threatening Harley on Twitter directly.
Okay.
Wait, he threatened him, or it was?
I don't go into it if I don't know the exact details. You'd want to Google what that guy tweeted at Harley and just read it. And I don't want to twist anything the wrong way if I'm wrong. No, but there's nothing necessarily wrong with going to a Diddy party because he threw big fun parties. Like everyone agrees with that. But he also had these freak offs, and that's a different thing. That was like the after party. Denzel had a thing. He's like, maybe it was Denzel that said it. It was some black guy. He was like, they had the party, and then after a while, maybe things get wild. That's when you got to check out and head on home.
Before too much time passes. Zach says it's a different Hassan, so we mixed it up.
Sure. Yeah. That's what I was saying.
Okay.
I don't know. But it's crazy what's coming out in the court. I really hope that I think he's done. I think he's going away for a long time. They have so much evidence, and the charges are what the charges are. Oh, I know what he's guilty of. So what they did, they were hiring these male prostitutes and then transporting them across state lines. So he's 1,000% guilty of that. And there's evidence, hard
What's the
evidence.
Penalty for that? Is that bad?
It's the Mann Act, I think. I don't know what the penalty is, but there's going to be lots of what do you call it? Instances of that, lots of charges of that, not just one. It'll be dozens, if not hundreds of charges of that if they want. It seems like the sort of thing where they could nail them to the wall just on that if they wanted to. But there's also she's saying, I don't know exactly what she's saying. Like I said, I haven't heard a lot that sounds criminal to me, but I'm getting it secondhand. Obviously, I'm not hearing her testify or anything. But it's wild, the crazy stuff that was going on. And it's clear that that's what he was into, and that's what those freak-offs were that we'd heard about for decades.
Yeah.
That Epstein Island bullshit is clearly an epidemic among people in power. I think that it's way more widespread than we would be, that we would think.
They didn't have one island. You got to have a lot of places to tool around.
Epstein had other islands?
Well, there might be other Epsteins.
Epstein wouldn't be the sole proprietor of their.
There's probably a Singaporean Epstein and a Filipino Epstein, and you know what I mean? There's plenty of people who are into that. But Diddy turned out to be not so chill of a guy.
Seems like a bad dude from what I've learned.
Real rapscallion. But yeah, the coverage of it. I just wish the cameras were in the courtroom. I wish that we got to see. I don't want to see the evidence. They're obviously not showing that. They're even shielding that from the people who are in the courtroom. They're turning the monitor so only the jury can see these explicit images and such. But I just wish we got an O.J. Simpson type scenario. I don't know why they don't do that more. That was so cool. It was 1994 or 95. I was only 9, but I remember it well. Every day it was on. It was what everyone talked about.
That was state court, right? Is this also state court?
I think so. Maybe it's a California thing. That was obviously in OJ was obviously in Cali, and
Diddy's not in Cali,
New York.
Okay.
Yeah, they've got him in that scary New York prison they had Epstein in. That's just apparently horrific with roaches and really bad facilities and stuff.
That's
awful in there.
That stinks. Poor guy. Oh, he's around roaches and stuff after like molesting kids. Damn.
I don't know about the kid thing. Seems like it was
Justin
all I know
Bieber
about
was
is
14, like you said.
well, I don't know if that's just something that some lady said. I don't I don't
Have you seen Justin Bieber recently?
He's kind of kicked up. I see where you're coming from.
That's a guy trying to come to terms with how much he was molested.
Dude, he had a stroke. He had a stroke. That's why he looks like that.
Wait. Bieber had a stroke?
He had something like that. It's his face palsied.
He got palsied up, but that was probably the fucking vaccine. Palsied his ass.
RFK said this week that people shouldn't take medical advice from him. He's the head of Health and Human Services.
Well,
folks.
I wouldn't take medical advice from Justin Bieber either.
You hear about the new attorney, not attorney general, she's awful too, but the new surgeon general.
No, I don't know.
Not a physician at all.
There's just
No medical
incompetency all over the place.
That's what you need. You need an outside voice to go.
I looked it up throughout history. How many surgeon generals have we had who weren't physicians of some kind? It's only happened a couple times. It was always seemingly when someone had either died or been fired, and the deputy surgeon general had to step up. We had a veterinarian in like the early 2000s, maybe something like that, and I think there was also a nurse, maybe a couple years after that, also in the 2000s. This person is like a holistic healer who's that RFK picked, and they asked Trump like, "Hey, your surgeon general isn't a practicing physician and didn't pass medical school. What's up with that?" He's like, "I don't know that person. RFK loves her though. He says she's great."
Wasn't she convicted of practicing without a license? Or am I conflating different Trumpers?
Who knows? I didn't know that.
Are any of them practicing physicians? Because that seems weird to like be a surgeon general and also be like, "Mr. President, I'll get to you, but I have an appointment at 10.
Well, obviously you like move on after you become the surgeon general, but like this person has never been a practicing physician. They have never.
Yeah, but how effective is her juju?
I hear it's pretty good. She's got some cucumber water. It'll take a wart right off your hand. It'll take a wart right off your hand, and she does this rain dance. It doesn't rain or anything, but it's pretty cool to watch.
Is she like telling me to put oregano oil on my eyebrows to thin them out or something like that? Whatever I need to thin my eyes.
It's wild how incompetent the Trump administration appointees are in particular. I understand picking Linda McMahon, for example, for education because he wants to destroy the Department of Education. So of course, put someone who ran WWE in there.
Pick some fucking goober.
That's funny to me because like fuck the Department of Education, turn it back to the states. I actually like that. Clearly, it's not working the way it is. I don't think you can throw money at this problem. Let's put it in the hands of the state and give them their like chunk of the money and see if they can do any better. Because it ain't working right now. We're like 50th in everything, at best. So, but when I see RFK swam in a sewage creek this week, Woody.
I saw that.
He swam in a sewage creek where people are literally disallowed from swimming. He took his children.
People say it's sewage, but in fact, it has a lot of benefits that are being told to you by the. Shut the fuck up!
My flora and fauna has never been better.
I got
in my mangina.
Drinking the sewage water. Dude, I swear to God, a translator. Get a fucking translator.
They took
this doesn't look as horrible as I was imagining.
Yeah, but it's they test it and it's sewage water and you're not allowed to swim in it and you're not allowed to eat the fish you catch in it. It's like
I get that, Woody, but I was imagining something funnier.
Okay.
It's like it's always sunny when they walk past
those, like Mr. Burns, like three-eyed fish lakes is what I was hoping for.
That's as close as you can get to one. Like it's like it's always sunny when they're on the Jersey beach. And there's a sign that has all these warnings for how filthy the water is. And like, what's that about? A bunch of liberal bullshit. Don't worry about that. And that's what RFK did.
Yeah.
He's like,
trash.
They're like, Daddy, why does this sign say there are high levels of bacteria and feces? That's a bunch of liberal bullshit, honey.
Because they used to dump the trash in there. When we first moved there, they dumped the trash. I remember I went to high school. Kid had a rash all over his face from swimming in the ocean. He had a bacterial infection.
Oh, so he went to a dirty area that you wouldn't have gone to?
That's where
it was Wildwood. So Wildwood apparently sticks out farther into the ocean than Ocean City did. It's kind of like curved in. So he swam there, and they always had bacterial issues when we first moved there, and the beaches would close, and he kind of had that no, he's a child. He's not calling it liberal bullshit, but he was like, yeah, they worry about everything. And then he got sick.
I swam in filthy water as a kid, like on the farm. Like I would swim in, like we had 2 fish ponds, and one of them was like, there was definitely too much cow shit in that pond to get in there. And I definitely swallowed some of it. Never had an issue.
A fish pond on a farm is dirtier than what fucking RFK was swimming in. I've seen enough fish ponds on farms.
The water looked like chocolate milk.
Yeah, exactly. Like you're lucky you didn't lose an eye.
I never bothered me. Never had any issues as a kid. I'd be all up in there, walking barefoot in there, like squishy mud on the bottom. Just didn't care. Now I think about it. I'm like, what were you doing? I wouldn't do that now. Like me as a grown man, I'd be scared to walk into that water that I was just going to town in when I was 7.
To be like a high level government official, you have access to nice creeks, and you're like, nah, bitch, I'm swimming here in this filthy one.
And then Christy Nome, I think her name is. She's the one that cosplays and wears like a full face of makeup, and her hair did while she's like catching illegals wearing a flak jacket and carrying around a machine gun or whatever. They had her before Congress, and they're just trying to get her to say, hey, this picture of this Kilmar Garcia guy, those numbers and letters in Times New Roman, you realize that those aren't tattoos, right? And she just won't answer the question. She dances around it.
It's like 2 minutes long. He's
like, I have a 3-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 6-year-old, and a bullshit detector. And I'm going to tell you, none of them would have it. And it just, she dances and dances, and he cannot get her to just say, well, yeah, clearly he doesn't have Times New Roman tattoos. She won't say it. It's
dude, the city has banned swimming in this creek for like 50 years. And so it's not like a new, like, hey, we just found out there's some gross poo in this creek. Like, no, it's been a half century, and he's like, it's time to enjoy a nice Saturday.
Then Trump met the former Al-Qaeda fighter who's fought in Iraq against us and killed plenty of Americans and terrorists for years. He now runs Syria. Trump said he's a real good-looking guy, a real tough guy, a fighter, and Trump likes him.
The solution, right?
Then he removed the sanctions against Syria because the Saudi Arabian government told him to, the same Saudi Arabian government that funded 9/11.
Well, I mean, we removed sanctions on Syria because our regime replacement worked.
We wanted the leader of Al-Qaeda.
No, America pulled
we
out.
Got rid of Bashar al-Assad.
But we didn't get the guy we wanted.
What we should do, just bring Assad back.
No, we did it for
we could have just done that.
It was he said, hey, the Saudis wanted me to do this. Like this isn't him coming up with this. The Saudis pressured him to do this, and then they bought $200 million worth of airplanes.
I'm not defending a Taliban or whatever the fuck guy. I'm just saying we didn't really have a problem with this when we had a rational actor like Bashar al-Assad in charge, and then we did regime change, and now there's a bunch of horse shit, which is what usually happens with regime change. We could have just left Bashar al-Assad, who protected the minority Christians in that region against extremists. We could have left him in charge, and we didn't. Now he's in fucking exile in Russia. So another fucking swinging a fucking miss with the regime change nonsense that the U.S. does.
I mean, we'll see. I don't care if it works out or if it doesn't. I don't like that guy. I didn't forget 9/11. I don't like that shit.
You never forgot, even for a second?
Look, if I was the president, I'd have melted the Middle East.
I bet you did. I bet there were some dark nights where you fucking forgot.
I'd have melted the whole Middle East. We'd be in horse and buggies because I'd have irradiated all the oil in Saudi Arabia after they did that shit. I'd have glassed those cocksuckers. That bowing down to their fucking filthy oil money now is disgusting. It's disgusting.
We stopped bombing the Houthis in Yemen, and I think it's because Qatar said to do it.
Well, Trump says they surrendered, and he also mentioned that those Houthis are some brave guys, some real tough cookies, fought valiantly.
I'm not saying you're wrong, but why Qatar? Like, isn't it Qatar?
It's both works.
Yeah, I watched a video and they said Qatar was the right pronunciation, but I'm gonna Google it.
If someone's from Qatar, or like if you were to say a national of Qatar, you wouldn't say a Qatari. You'd be like a Qatari national.
I think this is one of my annoying things. I don't like when a Spanish word comes up and all of a sudden the newscaster becomes
like AOC, where she's like, we need to defend Los Andres Boulevard from violence.
I think I'm going to switch to Qatar because what happened is I watched this Jonathan Harris video. Do you know that YouTuber?
No.
He did a big thing about Qatar like 8 months ago. And he's like, Americans say Qatar, which is wrong. The right version is Qatar, but the real right version is, and then it was like, you know, when someone busts into like deep Spanish accent, like the real version is, and but I won't say that for you. And I was like, okay, so Qatar is right. I learned Qatar is right. I'll burn that in. And now I Google it, and this little, you know, the words, the lips move. She's clearly saying Qatar, so that's my new standard.
I don't know enough about it. I heard Qatar, and I'm like, am I wrong?
That's what I thought.
I always thought Qatar. Like,
I always said Qatar. I've heard both used by like talking heads on TV, so I think both work just fine. And I'm not Arabic, so I am arrogant. I'm not Arabic, so I won't say Qatar.
Although fish is from Lebanon, and I think Qatar, I think they don't like Lebanon. They're not.
I still want to hear his take on the pronunciation.
Yeah, he would know.
Probably have.
We'll get his dad on the stream. We'll ask him. Like a real one.
No, it's wild, and he's. I can't believe he's going to take that fucking plane. It's so crazy to take that.
Do you think he'll take it?
I hope. Look, I hope if he does take it, I hope it doesn't become Air Force One. I hope what they do is they say, this is Trump's plane, and we're going to park it over here. He'll fly Air Force One throughout his presidency, and when he leaves the presidency, look at that. He's got himself a palace in the sky. As corrupt as that is, I like that way more than taking that plane and turning it into the new Air Force One and risking it being some sort of spy plane, you know, spying on whoever's in it somehow. I just don't think I don't think you would ever be 100% sure. Like, no, you'd have to take it apart bolt by bolt, screw by screw. And even then, if you have enough money and enough smart people, you'll find a way. Like in the 80s, we were bouncing lasers off panes of glass and listening to what's going on inside the room, you know, because the glass is vibrating, it's oscillating, and the laser's picking that up just like a needle on a record. That's like 1980s
crazy
bullshit. That's 1980s bullshit. You know, what we have now must pale in comparison to that.
The other thing I wanted to say, and Kyle knows this already, but it's going to cost almost $1 billion to convert this thing to Air Force One, to give it like air-to-air refueling capacity, surface-to-air, air-to-air defense capabilities, all that fun stuff. It's going to be very expensive, and it will be finished around the time the new Air Force One is scheduled to be finished anyway. They're like within 9 months. And I'm like, don't spend an extra $1 billion on this plane to Air Force One-ify it when you're just going to retire it 3 months later or something like that. Like,
yeah. It's going to get like a couple flights, and they're going to be like, hey, the new one's done. And it's like, all right, well, we're switching to the fucking new one.
He will not switch to the new one.
No,
this is way
doesn't
better.
have a microphone. No, it's not. You already said that the one we're making has like EMP protection, all sorts of stuff.
Add that to the one he's buying.
$1 billion is, to convert it into. When I said Air Force One, I was talking about EMP.
What he's buying.
Well, that would be fucking absurd to use any airplane that isn't built
it's a larger
for Air Force One. That's crazy.
I don't have the details, the specs, but I believe what he's buying is a much larger plane on the inside. I think it has multiple levels. Like
what he's
floors.
buying?
The one that
he's gifted.
Yeah, he's buying. Oh, he's buying.
Kyle, you seem to be the closest clued in. How big is this plane compared to what the new Air Force One is?
The new Air Force One won't be bigger than the old Air Force One. It'll just be a new Air Force One. But I think this is definitely a bigger plane. It looks bigger. It looks fatter. They're
both 747s, but I don't know my 747-8s versus my 747-6s well enough to say.
I didn't even know they had different kinds. So you're ahead of the curve in my world.
I know the Qatar one is the 8. I don't know what Air Force One is.
So their plane is just boilerplate 747-8 or some shit that has a bunch of nice gold inside and like good toilets and probably a nice kitchen. We can
that's pretty good. Yeah.
We can make a fucking Air Force One that's just as good as that. And if it's a little smaller, no big deal. How much space on the plane are you using when you're like just going to Munich? Like it's not like space is going to be an issue.
He brings the entire press corps with him and like tons of staff and people like it's an enormous plane that he's getting. It's a palace in the sky is what they describe it as. And it looks like it. It looks
the capacity difference, like a really big capacity difference.
I don't know those. I don't have those answers, but when I look at the pictures of it, it looks like a much bigger plane to me. And I'm having a hard time finding the specs online. I don't care though. In the end, he shouldn't take it. It's crazy to take it. It's embarrassing to take it. You know, it's embarrassing to take it. It's
and you said that the new one is supposed to be out in the next year or two.
So he's negotiated. He renegotiated that contract with Boeing or whoever is making the new Air Force One during his last term, and he did chip the price down by billions or something. And I think it was estimated to go into service either sometime between 2025 and 2027 is when the new one was supposed to be ready.
That sucks. That's like a fucking. That's like the moon landing prediction where they just keep dragging us along.
I don't think so. I mean, they're building one plane.
2025, that's the year it is right now, and we're not going to the moon.
Well, they've been building it for a couple of years.
I have a quick stat. The plane from Qatar is 250 feet long, and the current Air Force One is 231 feet long. So 19.
Fuck off. That's not a big difference at all. That is not a big enough difference. If he said the Qatar plane was 600 feet long, I'd be like, this really is an air palace. Maybe we can fit this.
It's 19 feet
it must
bigger.
Be a one of a kind thing. And it's like, no, it's just kind of Boeing made it and sent it to Qatar. And then they made it really gauche with a lot of marble countertops and gold finishing. And that's what it is. I know you guys are both sorry.
So it's a 747-8. So
the Qatar one.
The Qatari one is. I'm pulling up the specs here. I've got a good link. I think there's a graph there, or graphic, I should say.
Final series of the large, long-range, wide-body airliners in the Boeing 747 family. It is the largest model variant of the 747 and Boeing's largest aircraft overall.
I think I can't find specs on the new Air Force One, the one that's coming soon. I wonder if there's
200B. The new one
is a 200B. The new one.
The Air Force One is a Boeing 747 200B, specifically the VC-25A variant. These aircraft are heavily modified for presidential transport, with two currently in use. They are known for their advanced security, communications, and command and control capabilities.
That sounds like the old one.
It does. I'm not sure that the new one is necessarily a new model, but I don't know. I know I wouldn't take a plane from the Qataris because we're the richest country and most powerful country in the world.
And we can make our own fucking planes.
And we make our own fucking planes. Boeing's an American company.
And they just made a bunch of, they were on their last leg and now they're selling, I know you said 200 billion. I saw a little fact.
100 million, I thought.
No, it was
billion.
Their deal to Qatar was 200 billion. That was the claimed. And then it was, like the fact check was 98 billion or something. It was like the real number, which is.
Why are there two numbers always?
I have no idea. I just
you have to like de-Trumpify everything he says.
So I don't think it was. I think it was one of his cronies that said that. I don't remember.
It's frustrating that you never get your like real numbers and real data, and it's always a. It's always. And
apparently, that's a very important thing for Boeing right now. I guess they're not doing too hot, which is like,
great deal.
Fuck is Boeing not doing hot? You're the plane guy. Is Airbus really kicking your ass? Come on, get it together. Really?
Yeah, it's one embarrassment after another. I hope these trade deals are like they suggest they are. I hope that thing with the UK is what it looked like, and that we had just bent them over a barrel.
We already had a surplus with them.
Well, a trade surplus, but I don't know what that number is. How that number is even relevant, right? It's about.
I guess you're right.
Those are the numbers he uses, and it's like, why do you even care about that? Like, of course, Estonia has imports less than It's got some weird.
The goal is to make
who cares?
A market that is more easy for
disparity is
US
irrelevant.
companies.
It's about it's about the hurdles to get into that market, to get our products into their markets and vice versa. And it's seemingly he had lowered the hurdles for American products to get into the UK and raised the hurdle for UK products to get into America. Which is bending them over a barrel, if that's accurate. But I had such a hard time finding out if it was accurate or not. I gave up. Because the left thing is screaming foul.
I saw an article from the BBC that said that, and I thought that was kind of reliable. And they were saying what you said about the tariff change.
Well, see, there's no deal signed.
No deal signed.
Which is why I was a little less like interested in getting into the details. Like, oh, they announced the concept of a plan. Fine.
Yeah, we have a
Let's see
framework
what the
for an
plan
outlook
is.
for a concept of a plan that may or may not. Get the fuck out of here. Tell me when it's the fight is signed. Don't talk about who. Don't talk to me about who you might hypothetically fight. How much you're going to get paid when you hypothetically fight that person. How much we're going to love you when you beat them up. I don't want to hear that, motherfucker. Sign the
Hypothetically
line
beat
that
'em
is
up.
dotted.
Do we export a lot of ethanol?
You would
I
imagine.
don't know. We make a lot.
I know we make a lot of that.
You'd think we'd be really good at making it. We make corn better than most.
We really do. Big pat on the back for us.
Yeah, we're good at that.
We make that corn. We ethanolize it or whatever fucking process.
Hats off to Monsanto. Thank goodness for them.
I
Big
saw
shout out to Monsanto.
They're nothing but good, those people.
Yeah.
Bayer Monsanto. Bayer bought Monsanto. Now they're the evil guys in the room. Monsanto is a terrible, terrible, evil corporation.
That can't be true. They were a St. Louis corporation.
Yeah, they make Roundup. Roundup's the most effective herbicide that you can imagine. It kills anything you spray it on. Also causes cancer. Wink, wink, nod, nod. And so what they did was they developed crop seeds, corn, wheat, soybean, that can just shrug off Roundup. So now, instead of having to use some specialized herbicide that's just for this plant or just for that plant, this weed that's in your crop field, you just nuke the whole field with Roundup, and your corn loves it. Corn doesn't mind it because it's Monsanto corn.
Mhm.
But if your neighbors, you have to buy that seed from Monsanto. And the people who say don't buy the Monsanto seed, we're going to stick with our regular seed and farm like we've always farmed here. Well, pollination doesn't work that way. So the Monsanto corn pollinates your normal corn. And all of a sudden you've got bootleg kernels. And Monsanto is going to sue you because you're growing Monsanto corn over there.
It really is unfathomably.
Oh, wait, you're a generational farmer with $200,000 to your name and like leverage, like so much debt you can't imagine that a regular farmer has that much. Good luck in court. We've got a team of lawyers. We're Monsanto. You know, you're dealing with $1 billion corporation against some old guy running a corn farm.
That's
evil.
so fucked up.
Evil incarnate.
Yeah, that is fucking evil. And like, I've heard that the seeds they sell, they don't have like normal germination, like repeat germination process. And so it's like, we made these seeds that will germinate once, and then you can sell this. And then after that, you got to come back to daddy.
The good news is next year we'll sell you more.
Next year, we're going to sell you more. And also we're going to sell you all the, what is it? What's the shit that's like horrible? The glyphosate or whatever chemical it is you have to spray to keep all the nonsense away.
Glyphosate or something. Something close to that.
Something like that. And it's like,
I was drenched in that as a kid.
Horrible for us. That's one of those things that
All
like
the time.
Europe is like,
it's okay. You
terrible.
can beat cancer.
You can beat cancer. You've defeated.
That's probably what caused it the first time. We would spray Roundup everywhere around our buildings, around, everywhere. And I'd run a backpack sprayer. I'd run a wand sprayer on a tractor with 250 gallons of it coming out with a PTO powered. Fuck no. We didn't own a mask.
What is he, gay?
You must have owned a mask because you did painting.
Yeah. Well, those are like special painting masks. Like you wouldn't want to wear that rubbery thing around your face in the summer walking around. Like that'd be super gay looking. But, it's a bunch of rednecks. Like they made fun of me for wearing gloves. Like it's.
Really?
They made fun of you?
Oh yeah. Get the gloves off so you can work. Because the gloves are getting in your way. You're doing some stuff. Get the fucking gloves off. So
I have when I got my tractor and got all farm ready, I bought the deerskin gloves because I figured that's what farmers wore. I didn't know I was being so gay. Never buying gloves at all.
I can tell just by looking at my grandpa's hands that he was not a glove man.
Nope.
Just gigantic sausage fingers with scars and shit all over it. And it's like, oh, okay. This is probably because his dad said he was gay if he wore gloves.
I was on Reddit and I saw twin brothers, but one of them became, I don't know, something awesome like an accountant, and the other became a farmer. And they showed their hands next to each other, identical twins. The farmer's hands were just meaty, like muscle was packed into every little bit of that hand, and the accountant's hands were gentle.
They were lithe, like a violinist. A debutante's hands.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. That is crazy. I remember thinking that as a little kid. I was like, why the fuck are grandpa's hands so fucking massive? Like, why are they so like gnarled and thick? And it was because he was fucking raising cattle and getting a lot of damage done to him on his father's farm.
You can also get sucked into machinery with gloves. Like we would often operate these high-powered drills. That it's kind of complicated, but the drill. You take a high-powered drill and it operates a winch that's up high, and so you have the drill has a long. The bit that goes into the drill is 5 feet long, and at the end it has a hook, and you put that hook in a hook that's in the ceiling, and that turns a winch.
Mm-hmm.
So you're, and that thing will lock up every now and then, and it goes, pow, and it like tries to twist at you. It'll break your fucking hand. And every now and then you get sucked into shit like that with gloves. We had augers, lots of augers pulling feed down a long pipe. You get sucked into one of them bitches wearing gloves too. Yeah, Dad got sucked in one time. Those
Did he get hurt?
No, I pulled him out. His hand was like in there like this. I pulled the cord and then I pulled the spring all the way out so he could get free. He was stuck in there.
Wow.
I had a friend's dad. He was in a litter spreading truck or fertilizer spreading truck, and it's a dump truck, but it doesn't dump. Instead, in the base, in the floor, there's a conveyor belt, but it's not a belt. It's it's chain that's dragging metal bars that sort of hook fertilizer or chicken shit or wood chips, whatever you're spreading. And then at the very back, it has two wheels spinning like this, just like a lawn fertilizer does, one of those that slings fertilizer. My friend's dad fell and got sucked into those spinning things, and it disemboweled him in the back of a truck full of, 5 tons of chicken shit. They stuffed his innards with chicken shit to keep him from bleeding out, and he lived.
What?
Yeah. Like he was opened up
For a long
out
time?
until they could get, like he's bleeding out right now. So they stuffed him full to like staunch the bleeding. And
no one wanted to offer their T-shirt. That's what we did on the beach.
Yeah.
This was a wound. Like
maybe a couple of socks.
He had a hole in his belly, like you could put a watermelon in.
That's a lot. I still
like it ripped him open.
Honestly, I'd grab shirts from everybody around. I don't know how many people were there.
Just one.
But, oh well,
not a lot of
honestly, I feel like I'd be giving him my pants too. Like
imagine if one person there had been wearing their reliable
JNCO jeans,
podcasting jacket.
Right. If one guy had a PKA hoodie, this could have worked out great.
Super absorbent. Yeah.
I've said before, my great grandpa got a bunch of fingers ripped off, or a couple of fingers ripped off by a piece of farming equipment. And like every time I met him as a kid, I'd be like, ugh. Like, dude, as a kid where you see someone deformed, you're like, ugh. Like you don't see it as mean. It's just an instinctive, like, why are you deformed? And he had a couple fingers ripped off in his thumb. He was missing the final digit on a thumb. And I always thought it was like he did that as an old man. Apparently, I think he did it like in his 40s and then just had to keep farming with, 2.5 less fingers.
In 1992, John Thompson was home alone when he had both his arms ripped off in a farming accident. However, he still managed to get up and dial for help by holding a pencil in his mouth. He survived, and both arms were reattached. The photo
That's
over there.
Crazy. I would have cried like a baby and died.
Both arms reattached is the neat part of it. Like,
there's an image there.
I'm looking.
Yeah, it's crazy.
Oh.
What a badass.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Thompson rules.
The doctor rules as well.
Yeah. Yeah, you need the doctor there.
And whoever picked his arms up for him, because he sure did.
Mm-hmm. Maybe he kind of like maybe he did like what soccer players do and kind of kicked them.
Oh, yeah. He's like juggling them with his knee. Yeah. He gives him a header, like towards the. Here you go, doc. No, I don't think so.
Dude, that guy rocks. Good for him.
Dude, farm accidents are scary. One of my dad's friends had a tractor flip over him on one time. It just killed him. Like there was no like.
Did he have the roll bar?
No, not that I know of. He was a big fat guy too, like extra fat, probably 100 pounds overweight. So he felt poorly.
How did it flip?
Oh, probably just on a too steep of an incline. Going sideways, mowing or something like that. But it rolled over on him and killed him. Like immediately killed him.
Must have been pretty steep. Tractors don't roll very easily. I'm sure you guys know this, but they're heavy down low. more so than you might guess to look at them.
If they do flip, it's a disaster.
If you raise your bucket up too high, sometimes you can initiate a rollover if you don't know what you're doing.
If it's full.
Yeah. You put that weight up high and you just
you
flip over fast and hard.
I have a roll bar and I never ride without my seatbelt.
Really? Never used a seatbelt on one of those things.
Really?
Yeah, I figured I wanted to be able to get off if I needed to. I felt like I was spry, and sometimes you mow over a bumblebee nest or a yellow jacket nest and you get swarmed. I've seen my dad come off a tractor before and let the tractor keep going.
Really?
He got swarmed he ran over an underground yellow jacket nest and they swarmed him. He was getting stung all over.
Yeah. You didn't feel like the tractor was faster?
I'm sure he threw it in
neutral. Oh no, definitely not faster. The tractor was covered with him. He bailed off that bitch.
My tractor goes 17 miles an hour, which is approximately 4 times faster than I go.
But I would guess that's about a third as fast as those wasps.
It's still my best option.
Fuck you.
Yeah, they're mean.
This is a totally different thing, but have you guys ever seen into a neighbor's garage and it wasn't what you thought it would be? Ever driven by a neighbor's garage?
I have a neighbor and I drive really by and they put down they take the doors up so you can see in, and then they have the netting to keep bugs and stuff from coming in, and the inside is really nice. He's got a man cave in there with a huge TV, and it's clearly set up to be his sports cave. And then I've definitely seen neighbors with gyms out there, but I've never seen anything weird.
That's the one I was getting before Taylor goes. There's a gym. So sometimes I ride my motorcycle around the neighborhood just to practice slow speed drills, U-turns and stuff like that. And there's a guy who'll have his garage door up and there's a gym in there. He's got the bench and the squat rack. It's pretty good garage gym. But what's neat is he always has 2 or 3 friends working out with him. And a little part of me is man, I want to be your friend, but I'm that's my story.
You're jacked. You can get in there, throw some weight around.
They're more jacked.
Oh,
are they?
They're all black too.
Oh, they need you,
right? In case someone has to talk to the police.
Yeah, yeah.
What if someone needs?
Where y'all get all this expensive equipment, boys? And you step up. It's okay, officer. Oh, didn't see you there.
I didn't realize we had a respectable member of the community in here.
Oh, Jesus. That I don't. Taylor has a story to tell, but we were.
Nothing.
There was we have a friend, a black friend, and this guy's super jacked. He looks like an NFL athlete, and he was riding around in the golf cart with Colin or something, and the police was questioning, what are you doing here? What's that golf cart doing? Why is a golf cart on the road? And I had to come out there, and the guy was oh, okay, and he's what? Why golf cart on the road? What's that about? It's I own this road. My property line goes past this road. He's on my property right now. It's all right, I'm sorry to bother you. So we had a situation that was a lot like you said.
He was well, I just saw a black man driving a small white child around, and I thought,
yes,
what is going on here?
Didn't feel right.
I would have stopped a white man driving around a 11-year-old black girl too, just so you know. maybe
if you need a little help.
I was leaving my neighborhood, as I've done many times over the 6.5 years I've lived here, and I had never seen this person's garage open. Nice house, clean yard, everything looks good. And for the first time ever, I was going to the grocery store to do some shopping, and their garage for the first time ever happened to be open. And I drove past it, and it's all white people who live there, and they had in their garage what looked like a fucking Foot Locker, rows and rows and rows of tennis shoes, like sneakers, which is not something I thought white people got that into collecting. But the entire garage, I always wondered, they have a 3-car garage, why do they never have any cars in their garage? It's because they've got apparently thousands of dollars of sneakers and tennis shoes in there that this guy was one day just in this last week reorganizing. And I thought, what a weird thing to be into as a suburban family man white guy, to be sorry, hon, Can't go on vacation. I had to buy 40 Air Force Ones and then put them in pristine boxes on the 8th rack in my 3-car garage. There was nothing else in their garage. Like if someone drives by my garage, first of all, it's not nearly as clean and tidy as that guy's garage. You can see like there's a tool chest, there's an air compressor, there's like stuff in there that you might need.
How many gallons?
I don't fucking know. I got it for free and I've never used it.
Okay.
And I got a bunch of tools in there, like regular tools I use.
Kyle, that's not nice, but I'm on your side.
Yeah, well,
I got a big boy.
Actually, hold on. It's a 50 gallon.
That's correct numbers would be 60 or 80 or a pancake.
Then it's a fucking shit. Then Zach knew this, but I like the amount of space in this 3-car garage that was taken up by sneakers. I've never seen.
Do you think
any
he has
person,
an
much less a white
addiction of little side business? Do you think he has like a solid investments or
If there
White guy,
were
you
a
said.
side business, yeah, white guy. If there were a side
wouldn't
business
display
going
them
on,
if it were
I
a
would have
business.
seen people like pulling in from time to time, but there's never anyone there but their family, other than like, Mother's Day comes around. There's cars in front of everyone's
be
house or
eBay.
Christmas or whatnot.
were they in boxes or
A lot of them were in boxes, but there was also a big wall where they were kind of in those slots that you can kind of hang like a bag. And so I don't fucking know, but I was like taken aback where I was like, this guy
They're expensive depending on what
is
he has.
into tennis shoes.
There's a lot of $5,000 pairs of sneakers.
Maybe I'm just too white and I don't get it, but like collecting tennis shoes, like
They're rare edition.
You wear them
sometimes.
to goof around.
No, so they're collecting like rare edition Air Force Ones. Like sometimes, like I know they did the
Oh,
box
that's
with
so
Jordan's
gay.
face. They did the box with Jordan's face on it, like a hologram for a while, and like a couple special editions. Sometimes like the lettering will be like this one's got the gold lettering. They only did that this year for like the Olympic team sneakers, and this is the special Jordan that came out this year. Oh, these are the Air Force. These are the first Jordans that he wasn't even supposed to wear, that he didn't have permission to wear on the court. I don't know. I watch a lot of that content for some reason. It's interesting.
You watch sneaker content?
Yeah, I watch people like selling
That's
sneakers.
insane.
So the content creator runs like a sneaker store, and so people will come in and they'll be like, check this out, and he's like, fuck, dude, they only made 3 pairs of these in 1992. Where'd you get it? Been in the box the whole time, never worn them. Oh my god, they smell new. What have you been doing with these? And I don't know. I find it interesting. They're rare items. I like collecting.
The interesting thing for me is when they rehab the sneakers. There'll be sneakers that are trashed by any means, and then they just like replace the soles and freshen them up and shine. They look like new sneakers afterwards. I don't know why somebody would do that. Like it doesn't seem like a good thing to rejuvenate. I don't know.
They'll
But
also
it's neat.
customize them. Like my buddies in high school had the Gucci Air Force Ones and the Louis Vuitton Air Force Ones, where they take a regular pair of Air Force Ones and they take a bunch of the material off the outside, and they take Louis Vuitton material and they fucking put it on there. Like he had custom ones. I've seen gun shit like that. There's this gun store in Vegas, and that's what they do. They're really high end boutique-y, but it's not like they make custom firearms. They make fancy firearms. So they cut up Louis Vuitton bags, Gucci bags, and they make pistol grips and all sorts of gun.
Louis
accessories.
Vuitton sneakers and bags. I think it's neat when we learn stuff about Kyle's childhood, and now we know he's gay.
They weren't my sneakers. They're my buddy
We
Blake's.
didn't need to wait for the childhood stuff. You remember when Finster was on? He's a bit of a homo, and that's fine. I love you just the way you are, but you are gay.
No, is this how I find out?
You're just a little gay. That's okay.
I'm glad Kyle's gay. I wouldn't let him suck my dick otherwise.
I'd let
It'd
him
be
suck
weird. It'd be weird.
I'd let him
It'd be
suck
awful
his-
awkward.
Thank you for
Just
hitting me
hang
back.
out.
Two straight guys hanging out, sucking dick. That don't make any sense.
Just having enough around the mouth hair for me to even know until he says something. When he said something.
That's a small dick.
When he made fun of my dick, I would know. But other than that, no, I would have no idea.
Get over here, Taylor. I want to floss with your little cock.
Yeah.
Mm.
See, that would turn me off because I'd be like, now this is a man.
Yeah, now you've hurt
Yeah.
my feelings.
Yeah.
Now you've been rude to me. No, but you are gay.
Why? Because I wear gloves and I moisturize.
Yeah, but it's just like the whole thing.
He's not gay. His taste in women is so fucking straight. No hair, no nothing good.
That's true, Kyle.
No square jaws, no hairy women. Kyle.
If anything,
I do
you're
not
gay.
like hairy men.
We should
Although
sort
I
of
don't like hairy
smile
men
who's
either.
gay. Yeah.
There was no hair slider on the female character in my current game I'm playing. And I'm like, this fucking sucks. Fucking heteros.
Wait, what did you want to do? You wanted
You
to
I
wanted
want to
to-
make my girl in Elden Ring. You can get a hairy woman in there. Now I'm playing Neo
Mm.
2, and there's just no way to make your girl hairy. It sucks.
You were making your girls hairy?
Obviously, full on
Okay.
hairy. The chat would be so disappointed if I had a non-hairy woman.
That's true. It would go against your principles.
Mm-hmm.
I do not like the body hair.
I don't either. And
You're
I,
missing out on the Gigastacies, the high sex drive women.
I
Hairy
don't believe in
ones.
that. I think
I-
that's genetic.
I made it up. I believe it though. A little. It seems like it'd be something.
Yeah, I don't think Italians have higher T. I just think they ran into the Moors for 800 years.
they're just full. Are you thinking of the Spanish?
What did I say?
Italian.
Clearly.
Yeah.
Didn't Spain didn't have any issue with the Moors, eh?
No, Spain had the big issue with the Moors. Yeah. Wasn't that correct? Where, because Spain was lost to Muslim conquest for hundreds of years in the Middle Ages, and it wasn't for a long time that they actually pushed them back.
Yeah,
And
that's the bit from True Romance when he's like, you're an eggplant. your great grandmother fucked a ninja, right? She fucked it. She did. It's a fact. It's written in history. She fucked a ninja.
And that's very funny because the Moors were Arabs.
I Googled it.
They were black Arab from North
Italians
Africa.
do not have higher testosterones, but Mexicans do. They have higher T.
It's all that
Hairy.
fun time. Actually, that's curious because they're also very small. They're a very small race, the Mexicans.
A lot of
That's
machismo, though. They're
nutrition.
good boxers.
They're short and they're little, but they're tough. They're rowdy. They can
Hardy.
do it with the best.
Hardy
They're
bunch.
hardy. They're a thick bunch. Big shout out to the Mexicans.
A little shout out.
Little shout out to the Mexicans.
Stay home.
Stay home, but don't fucking stop fucking coming here. We got enough of your food, and we've now figured out that it's the same 6 ingredients in different shapes. You know,
and not
you know-
enough meat.
and not enough meat. That is the biggest critique I have of Mexican food is they try and bamboozle you with tortillas and all
Lettuce
the
and
chips,
tomatoes,
lettuce,
cheese and
tomatoes,
stuff.
and then the amount of meat in the taco is just not. It's not sustainable for me
Yeah.
as a European man of a mutt descent. All sorts of pieces all over the continent.
I had good Mexican last night. I got these like good like tacos. I got like a barbacoa one and chicken and what's the sausage? What's that fancy sausage they have? It's not
Chorizo.
fancy. Chorizo. Chorizo has to be awful for you because it tasted wonderful.
It's fantastic.
How did you get it? Was it like a DoorDash type thing, or did you go
Yeah.
out?
No, I DoorDashed it. No, I felt like shit for like probably
that's
3
right.
days now.
That's
I've been mostly in bed drinking my apple juice and my orange tea, just shivering and sweating and coughing.
Oh,
Orange tea? See?
Yeah, I got
Okay.
this like it's like orange
Orange tea,
and
it is.
cinnamon. Oh, I needed some like herbal tea for my throat. It hurts so much.
so true. A lot of gay guys drink it.
Mhm.
You don't drink tea?
I
drink-
actually drink tea when I'm sick.
Actually, yeah, I drink a lot of tea. I like it.
Okay.
I drink herbal tea, the straight.
It doesn't make you less gay just because I drink tea when I'm sick.
No honey though. That's gay.
What is orange tea?
It's just
Literally orange essence tea, like
it's-
herbal tea.
yeah, it's an herbal. I got an herbal tea that's like orange and cinnamon, and then I got another that's like vanilla and peppermint or something like that. And throw a little honey in there. Makes my throat not feel like I swallowed insulation.
How many days in are you? Because it seems like you're near the end. You sound good now.
I put on a good show. Every time I get up, I have like a full on like coughing meltdown in the bathroom where I'm blowing my nose and just it's like not good mucus that's coming up, and then I'm coughing and coughing until I gag, and then almost vomiting, and then like my eyes are watering and just having a full on meltdown
Dude.
about
That
once an hour.
sucks.
Being
Sorry.
sick is so awful And then a few days later, you completely forget how bad it was. I'm like, oh, does Kyle have a coldy woldy? Well, if it was me, you're like, you guys don't understand what I'm going through.
You guys don't get it. I can't breathe right, and I can't sleep because I can't breathe right. And now I feel worse. That's the worst part of
the breathing right thing I got though.
Breathe at night.
Let me tell you this. This is one of those like you should remember this forever type tips. This is not a minor tip. You need to get that nasal spray, like the extreme cold and flu nasal spray. It dilates the passageways in your nose. It literally makes them expand and open up, and it's like magic. You hit both nostrils twice with that, wait 30 seconds, and then blow your nose, and it's like, oh my God, I don't think I breathe this well when I'm not sick. Like it's shocking how well you can suddenly breathe because I can't sleep breathing through my mouth. Now my sore throat's going to be awful, and I can't even fall asleep if I'm breathing through my mouth. So it's like that stuff is life saving. My routine is sleeping for about 2 hours, maybe 3, and then waking up and having to do a full like nose blow, throat clearing, nasal spray applying, Vaseline under my nose so it doesn't chafe kind of thing. It's a good time.
Dude.
As a guy with sleep apnea, like I know what bad sleep does to you, and it ruins your next day.
Mm-hmm.
I stayed up all night last night watching that Yellowstone show. My sleep schedule's real bad. It's not even that it's flipped. I've almost got a Da Vinci like sleep schedule where I'm sleeping like 2 or 3 hours and then I feel good.
Like Kramer.
Yeah, I'm sleeping. He was sleeping 20 minutes every 3 hours, which is can't keep that up. But I'm sleeping like 2 or 3 hours and then I'm up for like 5 or 6 and then 2 or 3 and then up for 5 or 6. It's not healthy. It doesn't feel good. Looking forward to not being sick anymore.
You're near the end. Have you not been distracting yourself with gaming, more with TV?
Yeah, I've been kind of like, I don't have anything to play right now or that I want to play right now. I've got plenty of stuff to play, but I don't want to play anything. I'm not interested. I kind of lost interest in Oblivion. Just lost interest in Oblivion. Haven't played that in about a week, and I don't really care to play the new Doom. I'm not inspired by that at all. But I will eventually, like I said, a few hours ago, but I'm not downloading it tonight. It came out today. I'm not going to download it.
What about Expedition 33? People are saying that's good. I haven't played it.
Oh, I think it's going to be the game of the year. Like, it's not exactly my style, but it's incredibly deep and beautiful, and it checks all the boxes. Like the music, the art design, the character design, the story. It's very original. The combat system is neat. It's going to be a contender for game of the year. It'll be in the top 3 games this year. It's great, and it's on Game Pass.
I downloaded it, but I haven't given it a go yet. I think I'm going to do a second Oblivion through where I actually don't overlevel and play legitimately.
Yeah, there's a lot of talking initially when you start Expedition 33. There might be 30 minutes before you actually start playing the game.
Oh, I hate that.
I mean,
I hate it so much.
I'm fine with story, but I don't want to be fucking held hostage with a beginning story. Tell me as I play. Tell me the story as I'm playing. Maybe
I played it slowly. You start off in Paris and you're like dealing with like personal life drama, like your girlfriend's about to die because of this thing that goes on in their world where you die at a certain age. And I don't know, he's coming to terms with that. And then like they're all getting geared up to go do the big expedition. And there's a few vendors and traders, and that's all very confusing. But once you get there, once you start the game, it's pretty good. It's pretty good. I like it. I've only played a few hours. I'm not really interested in any game right now, though. I don't know.
I have a hard time caring about game lore. And while I'm playing, I turn into the most impatient person ever. I'm just like, shut up, shut your fucking whore mouth, you cunt. Beep, just trying to get him to like race through it quicker. But sometimes I'll sit through a cutscene because chat might want to see it, or they'll quiz me about it. Like, Woody, what's this game about? Like, from what I've gathered, there are bad people here, and I need to get rid of them.
Do you know that Elden Ring is all a dream?
No.
Wow.
What? Don't say that. That's so stupid.
Are you sure that's true?
Yeah, that's in canon lore. Do a quick Google search. Yeah, damn. You've been playing that game nonstop for weeks, and you
like
didn't know the whole
1,500 hours in that game. I don't know.
Months. Like you're genuinely a world-renowned expert in the game, and you didn't know that bit of lore. That's probably spelled out like at the beginning of the game.
I don't like when they say something is a dream.
You don't like that?
No.
I think in Lovecraft
undermining.
lore, our whole universe in Lovecraft lore is also the dream of an ever sleeping eldritch horror god entity type thing. And if he ever wakes, it'll all evaporate. It's over.
Okay.
I enjoy that. I wish there was more movies that did the eldritch horror thing. I like that Lovecraftian stuff. I like that we are insignificant, and not only we're so insignificant that these beings don't even like acknowledge that we exist. These eldritch horrors that are beyond our comprehension. That just looking upon them ruins our souls. These things that are billions of years old. I dig that. And also, he had a cool cat. I hear
he had a really cool cat.
Yeah.
Big fan of H.P. Lovecraft's cat.
And his cat Ninja.
Mm-hmm.
Ninja Man? Was it Ninja Man? It was like 2 words.
I think he was a purist. I think it was just Ninja.
Okay. I thought it was Ninja Man or Ninja
Was
Head.
it actually Ninja, or are we using code?
We're using code.
We're using code.
H.P. Lovecraft, renowned racist. Everyone.
He loved, as much as he loved fantasy beasts, he did not like black people. There's the 2 sides of the coin there.
He was the cat that black? Immigration pouring into New York.
The cat was black, and that's why
he's not that racist.
Yeah, he respected that cat's identity. Yeah, he was a bit of a kook, that H.P. Lovecraft. Which I guess, if you're gonna invent a bunch of fantasy horror stuff like that, you can't be a totally normal guy and have it be good. You have to be a bit of a kook to like have the perception to really build worlds like that. Which I have a bunch of short story books from H.P. Lovecraft, and they are interesting. Like, though, not even, it's one of those that, like, he's not as bad as Stephen King, but sometimes, like, even in the short story book I bought, like all the collections of H.P. Lovecraft's short stories, he sets up the coolest world ever, and then it ends just with like some parable or like a little thing where there's not really any concrete resolution to the conflict. It's just, and the world went on, and this person's death in and of itself, the main characters, was insignificant and didn't change anything. But he has cool worlds. So if you haven't read H.P. Lovecraft stuff, you should, audience. It's good.
I'd rather watch one of the eldritch horror type movies like The Void, something like that.
Is that the shitty one, though? The Void?
No, I like it a lot. I think it's great. A lot of...
Oh, no, I recognize the cover now. That was a good one. I liked that.
You ever see the one with Sam Neill, where he's tracking down the author? Like he's man, I'm.
You got 4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes.
4.5 minutes.
Even you.
I think my cough medicine just wore off.
Just fell off a cliff. Poor guy.
So what about Sam Neill?
There's a Sam Neill movie that's sort of an eldritch horror thing where he's the author's name is Sutter Kane. That'll get it for me. Took me a minute.
In the Mouth of Madness?
In the Mouth of Madness. That's a good one too. It's very wacky, very weird. I highly recommend that one. That's Sutter Kane is like the Stephen King stand-in for that universe, and Sam Neill is he's working for the publisher for Sutter Kane's new novel. And he's doing some investigation because I think maybe either the author disappeared or something like that. And so he's investigating it, and he goes down this wacky, scary, eldritch horror-filled nightmare of a journey that leaves him insane, beyond insane. That one's pretty good.
Okay. Well, I like Sam Neill a lot.
Yeah. I mean, Jurassic Park, I like him from Jurassic Park.
I liked in Jurassic Park where he just fucking mogs that little kid for laughing in the very beginning. The little kid in the beginning is like, this is fucking gay. It's like a turkey. And he's like in front of a bunch of adults, and he like takes a fucking
raptor claw
out, and it's like, do you know what it would do to you? It would slice you open and your innards would fall out. And he's doing this like a 7-year-old kid.
That kid was a douchebag,
though, right? Like, I feel like that kid got a really good experience.
Yeah. He did. Or he'll
remember about the raptor forever. And
why didn't they arrest John Hammond at the end of that movie?
They probably should have, because he was
rich guy?
Yeah. It was his island. He did that to them all. Like if when we were on that helicopter getting out of there, and John Hammond takes a moment to turn around with his stupid cane and like look back at the island and like, oh, my dream didn't come true. And then he gets on the helicopter with us. I'd have kicked his old ass out. John didn't make it. John didn't fucking make it. Fuck him. He sent us to this hell island to be preyed upon by these super dangerous dinosaurs. Let Newman
That's all
hack the
true. I
system.
don't know. I'm giving him too much
I'd be
credit
mad. A lot of people
internally for
died.
intent,
A
right?
lot of
Like
people
he
died, man.
intended to do something really dope. Just, they bred. Oopsie doodle.
In practice, it didn't go too well. Poor Sam Jackson got eat up.
Well, I don't know who that is. So
Samuel
it's
L.
fine.
Jackson. English, motherfucker. Do you speak it?
Yeah, I don't remember him in the movie.
You know who else?
I remember
character.
Newman.
Newman got ate up.
Yeah, Sam Jackson's the main character in the movie. He does get killed. His arm is the one that's left hanging on the chain link fence at one point that the blonde finds. She's like, ah! Like freaks out because the arm's
I don't know
there.
about main character. I'd remember him if it was a main.
Is it-
Fair enough. He's no
It's
Sam
very
Neill. He's not one of those little.
I remember as a little kid watching it, and like when they lowered that cow into the enclosure, it made me sad for the cow because I thought of all the cows I knew on my grandpa's farm and was like, oh man,
Photoshop.
holy shit. Samuel L. Jackson is in this movie. That I haven't seen it in so long. I didn't know who this was when I watched it as a kid.
Well, it's
Been 25 years since I've watched this movie, probably.
I don't watch the sequels. I think the sequels are garbage. All that Chris Pratt stuff when he's riding a motorcycle flanked by velociraptors.
I watched one. I hated it. I didn't like how glib he was around the raptors. Respect them.
He respected him, I thought, but he tried to like domesticate him almost and be one of them. Yeah.
Put that Crocodile Dundee shit on him.
He tried to treat them like dogs, and it's like, no, these are more powerful than dogs. Be real. And they don't have feathers.
Facts.
They do have feathers.
They don't even have feathers.
I don't know why you're such a featherist because
They all flew
feathers
away.
don't make them less cool.
They make them less cool. They have to have scales. That's how I picture them in my head. And I don't care how much evidence comes out that proves me wrong. Dinosaurs did not have feathers. They weren't fucking birds. Birds are gay. Dinosaurs are cool.
Birds are gay.
Birds are gay.
They
And
sing.
dinosaurs are sick.
What's gay
Cow.
about birds?
They're weak. They
Oh,
have
just-
hollow bones.
They wear gloves.
That is lame, but like it's not that birds inherently are gay. It's just like
They
when
wear
you try and
gloves.
include birds in the dinosaur world, it's like fuck off. Like dinosaurs are sick.
Have you ever seen the terror bird, that gigantic pterodactyl type bird that lived 10,000,
Yes.
20,000 years ago?
And that
There's
thing's
a-
cool.
Have you seen the picture of it next to a man for scale?
Mhm.
It's big enough to eat you. Like,
Its head
easily.
doesn't make sense, like as far as proportions go. It's like, how the fuck did this thing fly with all of its weight in that enormous, gigantic, scary head?
Hollow
You've
bones.
seen the body, right?
Yeah, it looks like it's
picture of it is
15
this
feet.
on the
It looks like
ground.
a 15-foot tall bird, and it towers over a person in a way where if it saw you, it looks like it would peck you once and kill you.
And it would. It wouldn't even have to peck you. It could
You know,
just.
there are Native American legends about terror birds doing exactly that, and some people theorize that maybe some of those terror birds lived long enough to rub shoulders with man, and so they had those stories. I think the same thing might be true about Sasquatch and the Gigantopithecus. I think that like there are so many, especially in the Pacific Northwest, where Gigantopithecus bones or teeth, molars have been found up in Canada. There are lots of tribal legends about what essentially we would think of as Bigfoot.
Terror birds are pretty dope. I'm looking at them compared to an ostrich. I like it. I like what I'm seeing. You know what I think is I'm glad that blue whales exist right now. Blue whales apparently are the biggest animal ever to exist on this planet.
Yep.
And they're alive with us today.
That we know of, maybe there was maybe
Sure.
there's a mega blue. I think
The
like
blue whales are sick. That's really cool.
I don't remember the percentage, but they broke down like what percentage of bones get fossilized, and it's like 0.1% or something. It's very rare that something even becomes a fossil. So there's tons of animals that we will
And I
never have
would
fossil
think
evidence of.
If there was a place we were bad at finding fossils, it might be the bottom of the ocean.
Yeah. the absolute hardest place to find them ever. Yeah. There could be
Maybe-
awesome stuff down there.
Right.
So when a whale dies, it's called a whale fall. When the body like sinks to the bottom, the carcass goes down there. It spawns an entire ecosystem of all sorts of anything from the little shrimp creatures to there's a whole food
Weird
chain that's
worms.
created by the whale fall. And then sometimes you have underwater landslides, right? Like that's what when you have like tectonic plates move under the ocean. Sometimes you have huge amounts of mud and sediment that are laid over. So you know, maybe that. Speaking of that, I sent you that video from whatever fucking country that was. It's the only video ever of the fault line moving.
That was cool.
And you can see half the planet move one way. And it's like security footage. What are you talking about, Taylor? It does.
Not half the planet. Half of that tectonic plate. Yeah.
Okay, well, that tectonic plate is like a continent.
It was sick. It was so much less violent.
Half the world moves one way, and the other, and the rest of it sits still, and it's shocking. They said it moved 15 to 18 feet.
It was a noticeable amount.
There's like an earthquake, and all of a sudden, like half the landscape goes, shoo, like everything in the far distance, everything in the foreground, the background, everything moves, and it's like that amount of power is unfathomable. Like it's so much weight.
That was really cool. That was the best video you've sent me in a long while. I watched that probably 20 times.
Well, I got this video here of the first grenade kill in Ukraine. They got a grenade launcher on a drone. And I thought 40 millimeter, right? 40 mic grenade. Those are light. You carry those around. But I also thought you'd have to hit the guy with those things. They're not super powerful. No, they have like a big, they call it a grenade launcher. It's more like a big rocket launcher on the bottom of a drone. And they do like a pass over a person, shoot a rocket at him and blow him up. It's great. That's the video over there.
Okay.
That's also a first. It's not going to compare with the tectonic plate, but it's pretty cool.
I'll compare that to the tectonic plate one. Leave it enjoying the tectonic plate. We should wrap it so Kyle can get more medicine.
All right. I don't think we even talked about sponsors. The surprise sponsor, you'll have to wait another week.
You'll have to wait.
But we'll do links in the description, merch, gum pills, stuff like that. PKA 752.